establishing just where and what is and was. China is located in East Asia, defined by several significant geographic features. East of China is the Pacific Ocean, long coast on the Pacific, running from fairly far in the north to the tropics in the south. In the south, beyond areas settled by Chinese people, Southeast Asia, Vietnam, Burma, Thailand. The heartland of China is bounded on the west by mountains, high mountains, mountains in the Tibetan Plateau, Burma, and also further north by the Gobi Desert, vast inner expanses of Asia. And then to the north of China are the grasslands of Mongolia, and a little bit sort of northeast, forests and mountains of what today we call Manchuria. That's what surrounds China. That's what sort of defines China as what China isn't. What China is, what we refer to historically as China proper, is the core, the area where the Chinese people, in their hundreds of millions today, have always been. This area we can think of as containing sort of four subregions. The north is the North China Plain. The North China Plain is a fairly vast expanse of flat, level farmland, relatively easy to travel back and forth across it. Hello, I'm Ken Hammond. I'm Associate Professor of History at New Mexico State University, and Welcome, Jim.
Rabbi,
How you
morning,
living?
man.
How you living?
Hey, somebody's in my chat saying morning.
What up? What up? Good morning. Good morning. How are you?
He said good morning.
Excellent. Hope he's living like a pimp. Dog, I got the.
Other people is on mute.
I know. I got the worst fucking.
What the hell is up with my audio?
I had the worst wake up ever. Somebody just comes in here. They think it's funny to just come in and fucking play like loud sounds and then leave, and I can't find out who the fuck they are. Very, very smart of them.
Brother, I can't believe that shit. Fuck, man. Hey, what time did you get up, man?
Like 20 minutes ago.
I got up like an hour ago.
You gonna play some games today?
Yeah. Right now, I'm waiting on this game to finish installing. I had downloaded Halo last night.
That's what's up.
Competitive game. Is the other laptop in range? Rabbi?
What other laptop?
The one where you're in my server.
Yeah, it's over there.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you to unmute your mic if you can.
In that one?
Yeah.
Sure.
He's gonna unmute his mic now. Excuse me. So you can ask him.
There you go. Oh, I won't be able to hear him in that one though. The only one I communicate to is
Oh,
this
you won't
one.
be able to hear him. Oh,
Correct.
shit.
It's James, how are you?
Okay. Well, we can hear you.
Excellent. Just one moment, James. Hey, what's going on, James? What's new? ATH. What are we at right now? How do you like that? Can you retire yet? That's what I like to hear. Excellent. Man, that's phenomenal. Living the dream. Every day is a holiday, every meal's a feast. I just had a rude awakening. Some asshole thinks it's funny. Come in here in an anonymous account and play really loud, loud sounds and wake me. So that sucks. But aside from that, can't complain, my friend. Whatever. I mean, I should expect it. I'm the ultimate spammer, so why not get the ultimate spam? I get it. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. Dude, absolutely. We're going to be able to essentially pay our own way. We'll be able to write our own checks. It'll be very exciting.
That does sound exciting.
Excellent. Well, where do you predict it's going to plateau? What'd you say?
Okay. Okay. Look, what do I do? How do I do that?
Riding the wave, enjoying it. I understand. All right. Well, that's phenomenal. I hope you're doing well. I hope you have a phenomenal day. Let's see this bitch pump, baby. Hey, Potter Obama Sonic 10, Amy to the moon.
Where do I go?
James, I love you, my friend. You take care. Peace, Bernie.
Buzz was so complicated. No, you can't just force join a server. It doesn't even let you. Why does it do that? Alright, so fuck this game. It's not like I can play it. Bro, I'm just trying to have fun. Yeah, I might as well, but it's like I want to figure out what's up. Finish. Like, how do I finish? What is this? I disconnect. connected SIEM authentication failed. What does that mean? Yeah, I'm gonna have to ask you. I think it because I just took up 30 gigabytes of storage for no reason. I could just do this bum ass shit again. I just I really wanted to play the game. I'm leaving the server too. That is so I don't cheat, I don't do anything, and like I'm permanent. Oh, come on, bro, that's fucked up. From every server from a band. Yeah, all my files, Steam set up, World of Tank, which is a game, Discord set up, and Rockstar Game Launcher. Only stuff I have installed. Oh, other games. You can download this game, it's free. Look at my screen, I can show you some shit. I really play a lot of shit. I play Elden Ring, fucking Smash Bros. I play everything. This is a good game here. I like this one. It's pretty fun. It's only like 20 gigabytes. No, not anymore. Do you want it? Do I want to? I don't know. I may return to it. But this is like a battle royale. It's on the server. I'll get them, man. See, bro? I will do that.
In the lectures on 5,000 years of Chinese history, now, but go along. Before we begin to deal with the actual course of Chinese history, I want to take a few moments to suggest some of the general themes that we're going to be engaging with. We'll be concerned with how the Chinese have organized their society. We'll be concerned with how social elites, ruling groups, emerged and flourished at different times. What the basis for their power has been, how they sustained and supported themselves, and how they legitimated that power, how they ruled people over time. We're going to be talking about the Chinese have thought about their own society, how they've seen the world around them. We'll consider the relationship between China and the outside world. First of all, the matter of Chinese civilization itself, how it emerges, the relationship between China as a civilization, as a culture, people immediately surrounding it, often seen by the Chinese barbarians. We'll be talking about China's been involved in larger regional systems, global economy over time. And in later lectures, we'll look at how influences coming in China from the outside world affected the development of decent interaction that large world, modern Western. We'll explore the connections between economic and social life, worlds of art, literature, and philosophy. Cultural and political life in China have always been linked in ways that are sometimes very different from how we normally think of the West. We usually have this picture of a poet, also the president, but in Chinese history, the Chinese culture, his work tradition, the poets, the painters, the artists, were often also the high political officials at the time. So that is what goes. And then we'll investigate the question of whether development in China, development of Chinese helps the history of other parts of it, or whether it runs along on its practice. There are connections, parallels between what develops in China, one of the Chinese experience is unique to itself. Sometimes it seems that China is taking a developmental path quite different from that of the West. But in other ways, I think we can approach the history of China as a set of alternative responses, alternative choices in response to common challenges, common problems that people anywhere in history have faced. Well, in embarking on our exploration of Chinese history, let's begin by establishing just where and what is and was. is located in East Asia, defined by several significant geographic features. East of China is the Pacific Ocean. China has a long coast on the Pacific, running from fairly far north to the tropics in the south. In the south, beyond the areas of Chinese people, Southeast Asia, countries like Vietnam, Burma, Thailand. The heartland of China is bounded on the west by mountains, high mountains. The mountains that go up to the Tibetan Plateau, Burma, and also further north by the Gobi Desert, vast inner expanse of Asia. And then to the north of China are the grasslands of Mongolia, and a little bit northeast, forests and mountains of what today we call Manchuria. That's what surrounds China. That's what sort of defines China as what China isn't. What China is, what we refer to historically as China proper, is the core, the area where the Chinese people, in their hundreds of millions today, have always been. This area we can think of as containing sort of four subregions. The north is the North China Plain. The North China Plain is a fairly vast expanse of flat, level farmland, relatively easy to travel back and forth across it. Historically, pretty well watered. It used to be a few thousand years ago, even today, long-term process of drying out and affected agriculture. But the North China Plain is the agricultural heartland of Chinese civilization. First, we historically emerged, and it is still where a huge proportion of the Chinese population is concentrated. South of the North China Plain is a region of hills and valleys, mostly south of the Yangtze River. We'll talk about this in a minute. And this is quite a contrast to the North China Plain, where in North China you can go for days and days on foot or horseback across open land. In the south, settlements are divided off from one another by these mountains and valleys. The lowlands along the river valleys tend to be where agricultural settlement developed. The highlands, more rugged land, serve as barriers between these areas where Chinese populations grew up. Now, to the southwest is the Sichuan Basin. The Sichuan Basin is itself a fairly extensive agricultural plain, but it's cut off all around by high mountains. Major way to get there, its major point of accessibility is up the Yangtze River, famous gorges of the beautiful, stark, but also very challenging terrain. Sichuan has been, because of these mountains, somewhat isolated from some of the mainstream development. Sometimes it's been protected from the chaos and warfare that's plagued other parts of China. In other ways, it has sometimes served as a kind of refuge. We'll see some instances of that as we go along. Finally, in the northwest, there's a large area of highlands, of plateaus and fairly deeply cut river valleys that's very dry, different from South China, Plain high and dry in the west. Chinese civilization, Chinese culture has been shaped by this landscape, and most particularly by two great rivers that flow from west to east. North, the Yellow River, which rises on the Tibetan Plateau and makes a long sort of loop. I tell my students often that the map, it looks sort of like a pilgrim's hat, and that's called the Ordos. And after making that long loop, it then flows east across the North China Plain. Reaching the sea on one side or another of the Shandong Peninsula, over time in history, the mouth of the Yellow River shifted north, south, back north, back south, many, many times. Often major disaster when this happens, flooding that's but it has been a constant source also of renewal for the land that China has brought down from the highlands, deposited during the period of flooding. It's called the Yellow River, full of silt. It carries a lot of dirt that flows out and flows down across the plain. Controlling the Yellow River, dealing with the flooding, the challenge of hydraulic, one of the concerns, one of the institutional problems that Chinese civilization has faced for a very long time. The southern of the two great rivers that flows across called the Yangtze, or in Chinese they call it the Changjiang, the long river, generally referred to in English as the Yangtze. It also originates up on the Tibetan Plateau, but it flows down through the Sichuan Basin, flat areas surrounding by the southwest, and then out through the narrow gorges, winding its way through central China, a very wet area, lots of lakes, lots of, again, efforts to control the flooding of the river historically, and then finally makes a long arc through East China and emerges into the Pacific, just north of where today the city of Shanghai is. Now, I mentioned that Chinese civilization, the earliest Chinese cultures, appeared in the North China Plain, in the valley of the Yellow River, a couple of alternative centers that we'll talk about in the next lecture, down further south in the Yangtze River Valley. But over time, the area that the Chinese people have lived in, the area that Chinese civilization has controlled, has expanded. And areas that were peripheral to the original zone of Chinese civilization have become part of Chinese territory. This has largely been a process of the expansion of agriculture. Chinese farmers moving south and southwest into the highlands of what are now Guizhou and Yunnan provinces. Tibet, further to the west, up on the very high plateau of Central Asia, has been linked to Chinese civilization since about the 7th century of the present era. And Chinese power has been extended into Central Asia, projected out along the ancient trade route that we call the Silk Road, running off to the northwest, eventually extending Persia down to India and Mediterranean. The Mongolian steppes, which are very different from the agricultural heartland of China, have been linked to Chinese civilization, partly by the fact that tribes out in the grasslands have raided the Chinese frontier historically, and also because from time to time China, particularly strong dynasties, have been able to project Chinese power out into and incorporate into Chinese control. Finally, in the northeast, what today we call Manchuria, an area of rugged mountains, very lush river valleys, has become part of today's only really in the last 400 years. Talking about the Manchus, which people this territory now get named later on in lectures. The population of China itself has evolved in complex ways. The earliest people to call themselves Chinese, or to use the term to refer to themselves as referring to what we call the Chinese, they call themselves the people of the black hair, lived on the North China Plain. And the earliest state, the earliest fairly complex political entity, emerged on the North China Plain as sort of a confederation of numerous tribal groups who defined themselves as Chinese civilization was expanding. Neighboring peoples banding. Neighboring peoples, particularly in the south, were either displaced or assimilated. That is to say, Chinese farmers who were moving largely south, drove the indigenous population either out or up, or intermarried with them and brought them into the community of Chinese civilization. When we talk about moving them out or up, some peoples in the south, when Chinese farmers began to come in and take over land in the valley, just packed up and left. People who today we call Chinese people are an example of this. They formerly lived on the southeast coast of China, and as Chinese population migrated south or south, these people traveled further down. Now in Southeast Asia, the Thai people, Thailand, Laos, had lived further inland. So again, people they call the Thai migrated off to the south, and so eventually present. Other populations moved up out of the river valleys into marginal highland areas, and they've remained place. So that today, all across South, there are non-Chinese communities living at higher elevations, what we call tribe communities. Many of these maintain their distinctive identities, they maintain their languages, they maintain their cultural practices, and today, they constitute about 5% of the population. The vast majority of the people, 95%, are what we call the Han people, arrived at the dynasty that we'll be talking about, the Han dynasty. But about 54 officially recognized ethnic minorities, cultures that are not Chinese, not officially designated, are scattered across the territory of China. And most of the south, most of them are populated originally that agricultural lowland, 2,000, 2,500 years or so ago, displaced at higher elevation. Well, let's return to the story of the emergence of Chinese civilization and its origin. Most of what we know about this process, we know from archaeology, we know from the excavation of material remains of people who occupied the territories in China that dug up largely in the last 100 years. We know, for example, that ancestors, hominid ancestors, lived in various parts of China more than 500,000 years ago. Very famous remains of Peking Man found in caves located southwest of the modern-day capital of China, dug up back in the 20s, 30s, and these were dated to about 500 to 600,000 years ago. Similar fossils have been found in the far west of China and southwest China, so that it's clear that there were very early ancestors all around at this time. More recently, about 3,000 fossil Homo sapiens present begin to be found. This is roughly the same time when the Homo sapiens in other parts of the world, suggesting that expansion of modern human population was fairly rapid. The Homo sapiens took place all across the land shortly after the first appearance of people coming out of Africa. There's a series of stages of cultural development wherein more and more sophisticated tools are deployed, and stages of civilization are defined generally in terms of the tool complexes that are used.
Welcome.
Now, about 10,000 years ago, about 10,000, 12,000, about 10,000 feet, a very important set of developments takes place in Central and Southern. This has to do with domestication.
Yo, dog. Jim, why I was so pissed off. This motherfucker could look like a leaf blower and just wakes my shit up. 100%. Shout out to that motherfucker because he got my ass out of bed. Oh, dude, this motherfucker is brilliant. This motherfucker is brilliant. What he does is he just waits till I'm asleep. Plays the fucking thing, and then leaves the Discord. So I don't have proof that he was here, and I have really bad vision, and so I have to get to my glasses and then look at my screen, and I just can't do it in time. So he leaves every time. So there are ways for me to battle this. I can just mute myself or mute the computer when I'm going to bed, which I might do. The other thing is, I really want to get this fucker. I'm gonna just screen record my phone. I'm gonna screen record my phone all fucking night, and then when he pops in, I'll know his fucking name and I'll be able to ban him. I'm gonna get him though. Fuck. He got me good. This motherfucker got me good, son. I have a Twitter account that's like was my main Twitter account that I lost like almost a year ago because um I created 2,000 other accounts that looked just like it and told everybody to follow the main one, and they banned me. They will absolutely not let me back. Like, I am the most hated person, I think. Like, not just Twitter admin team. If you just type Rabbi Rothschild, the Bible Rabbi, into Twitter, you'll see huge screenshots that people have posted. Like, who is this? Have this person stop. Elon Musk, can't you stop this? At Twitter support, can't you stop this? And I don't really have a good thing to say except I was impersonated. But here's the thing, I have been impersonated by people on the internet before. A lot. It happens. But I mean, it happened that somebody sent a famous video to one of the admin team of Kick of a candle that I sent him that's shaped like a middle finger. I did not send that. I mean, I'm on camera. I don't have the money to just be sending prank middle finger candles to people. And that's also creepy. I wouldn't look up your home address and send you anything. That's creepy. But that's just how I am. Anyway, so somebody did that. So I don't know, but I know in this case at least, Twitter needs to give me that fucking account back. So here's what I did. I created a robot for Twitter support. They're not giving me back. Like they've told me now 50 times they are not gonna give it back to me. But I figure why not 51? Why not just keep trying? I'm doing all this other shit. Why not just keep that one going? Why? Why not? I mean, it's like it's an opportunity that maybe someday I'll be able to break them down. And here's how. They're like, motherfucker, this guy was annoying when we were having a ban on his account or whatever, but he's even more annoying now that he just keeps sending in all these help tickets. And to get me out of their help desk, basically, I could see them saying, you know what, give him his fucking account. That's like the opposite of what anyone would do. But I don't really have a choice. I mean, I'm on Twitter, but I just can't go on Twitter under my own name or else I get banned. It's fucking stupid. Dude, this coin, dude, okay, so you know this shirt that I wear all the time that says let's accidentally get rich? This cryptocurrency that I'm in, I've seen this cryptocurrency start from less than a penny and it's at 22 cents. That's 22x. That's huge. That's fucking massive return. So you heard my friends, like, I don't know if you heard them, but like they're not. Some of them, I heard somebody made $1 million recently just on it, but other people, they don't have bags that big, but they're doing pretty well. A 22X is all you need. Something to, you know, you put $1,000 in, now it's worth 22 grand, and just going up. Anyway, it's been around for more than a year, and I really like it because of the community. The community is absolutely really supportive. I mean, what other communities? I mean, actually, you do, but uh, just let you stream their whole life in there. Like, that's a really cool community. I think it's a smart thing from the communities. Absolutely, I'm not hurting anybody.
Look at it as it bothers bother.
I think though,
Sooner or later, I might become the same way.
100%.
Once I start getting enough money, man, I want to start filming my life.
100%, and you should. The more content that you create, the wealthier you're going to be in the future. It's like this. If you look right now, people are cool. But who are the coolest people? The people with like old film, old hard, like people who were in movies, actors. But basically, they can go back to their work, their art, and you can also go back to people with home video or people with like Instagram accounts and stuff. People who have recorded shit. That is important. I don't care if you were good looking or bad looking. The fact that you recorded it is what is important and what will be important to people in the future. When we look at some people, look, I'm big time Reddit. Even though I've been banned from like Reddit 1,000 times. Uh, I am in some of the most fascinating Reddit account, like Reddit subreddits, like what? I don't know, like metalworking or thalassophobia. That's fear of deep water, like, or what? Like just animals being cool, or just like fascinating shit about fashion. Like I'm in all kinds of fashion ones too. Why? Because I want my pulse on everything. When anybody comes in here, they're like, I'm like, hey, what do you like? Do you like sports? Like, I could fucking talk sports to you all day. But if you don't, I don't want to force the conversation. What do you like? Oh, you like cello? Let's talk about cello. And whatever. Do you like hamburgers? Okay, we can talk hamburgers. You like cooking? You like decks? You like hot tubs? You like pools? Do you like the weather? Like whatever it is, we're gonna talk about it, and that allows me to be a well-versed person, I think, as well, because then I don't have to pull from people. When you're with people, I've learned this in management. There's something called the token philosophy, basically. Um, you go into work or you go into your day, and let's say you have 100 tokens. What does that mean? It means like you have 100 things that you can give out. So maybe I don't know, you don't have kids, but like maybe you have a friend who comes to you, you give them, they need your help. And so that's like 20 tokens. You had to go look up an email address for them or send a link to them. Okay, that's 20 tokens. Then what? Then you're gonna play a game, but you gotta overcome some challenges in the game, and that's 35 tokens. All right. And then what happens? You stub your toe. That's 5 tokens. Okay. Then what? You've got 40 tokens left. But then there's some things that brighten your day, that add to your token. You get somebody who comes in and teaches you something. Or you get a really good game that you play that raises your morale. Then you can get 10, 20, 40, 100 tokens. You can sometimes walk out of a day with 400, 500 tokens. It's a fabulous day. There are other days that you're coming in to bed with 1 or 2 tokens left, or perhaps no tokens left, because the day is just taking it out of you. It's essentially a management principle, but I think of it uh, similarly in life. I think it's a positive thing. And when I am in here streaming my life, I feel as if I'm just quiet, I'll be neutral, and that's fine. I'll be able to do my stuff. But if somebody wants to talk, let's talk. Let's exchange tokens. And I always think that that's an interesting thing. If people want to learn, I'm here to give out, but also I want to hear what people have to say as well.
Excavated that there were independent ceramic traditions down there, forms of pottery that differed both in terms of their design and their decoration from any of the other three non-shop.
One thing I'll tell you, Jin, is you will always get random things here, and I like it. It's like absolutely random. Like what? We're watching the history of the Chinese people for the last 5,000 years for the third time in a row. But then I'm gonna watch Kill Tony in a little bit and fucking laugh our dicks off about people trying to do stand up. And then we're listening to AM Talk Radio. We're talking about, like I just said, fashion, all kinds of other things. Um, whatever. Like I want this to be a place where people feel comfortable talking about whatever they wish. Generally, that's it. All right, back to China.
Talking about the emergence of Chinese civilization from prehistoric times. Takes place with what I'm called the Neolithic change from pattern culture based on life that based on hunting emergence settled agricultural life. In China, this takes place beginning about 12,000 years ago with the domesticated grain, and then with the higher and higher development of village culture, series of early civilizations, particularly in North China, the Yangshao and Longshan culture, and some other centers of the Yang culture and the Sichuan Basin area in the southwest. By about 4,000 years ago, this process of change has brought us to a point where we really move into a different kind of historical time, a time that we can know not only from the archaeological record, although archaeology certainly still remains important, but where we begin to also have textual tradition, writing about Chinese history by the Chinese people themselves. Critical to this transition, critical to the emergence of a new stage in Chinese history, is the emergence of bronze, the emergence of metallurgical industry, the mining of copper and tin and other metals, and the development of a technology which allows people to refine and smelt and then produce metals like bronze that are very useful, very strong, and give to both the tools, the implements of war, and objects of both beauty and spiritual significance, a more enduring quality. The ceramics, the pottery that had preceded this, that had been characteristic of the early culture, certainly remains in place, but is now supplemented by the emergence of bronze and the adoption of bronze for a variety of purposes. This brings us to the real first historical state in Chinese history, which is called the Xia. That's spelled Xia in modern Western romanization opinions of spelling Chinese words. The Xia. The Xia is referred to as a dynasty by the Chinese. In their traditional historiography, the Xia dynasty is where Chinese history really begins. The Xia itself is actually sort of a transitional period. We don't possess actual written text from the Xia itself. We do have a lot of text that talk about the Xia from the next period, but we don't have items that come directly from the Xia itself of a written nature. There is, however, clearly a sharp demarcation that takes place in the archaeological record that indicates the emergence of a very different order of political entity. And this is what we conventionally now refer to as the Xia period. And the Xia period begins roughly 2200 BCE, 2200 years before the current era, a little over 4,000 years ago. The archaeological record of the Xia consists of a number of significant features. Perhaps most imposing most striking is the emergence of what are called palace forms of architecture. Large structures, large buildings built up on rammed earth platforms. That is to say, rammed earth technology is very important, not only in building platforms, but in building walls around settlements. And this is a technology that involves putting up wooden frames, filling them with dirt, and then using flat stones to pound down the soil, create a very compressed and firm layer. And you put in more dirt on top, ram that down, and you build up layer after layer after layer of very, very tough, resilient material. So building these rammed earth platforms and then walls made of rammed earth surrounding either particular complexes of buildings or entire settlements, this becomes characteristic of urban places in Chinese history, and its emergence at the beginning of what we call the Xia period marks a real shift in settlement. Most people, ordinary farmers, ordinary peoples, continued to live in the partially excavated structures that had been characteristic of earlier. The palace architecture that emerges is exactly that, at least apparently. Buildings which were used for the ruling elite, buildings that were used for ritual or ceremonial purposes, for sort of public functions, not as dwellings for the vast majority of people. Nonetheless, the appearance of these buildings suggests that there's a further development in the degree of social hierarchy, degree of social differentiation. The domestication of grain, the development of an agricultural society, of settled communities, what that gives rise to, one of the things that gives rise to, is the development of a surplus. That is to say, more grain, more food is produced than is necessary to sustain the farming population. What this allows for is the emergence of groups within society who don't engage in farming, who can devote their time and their energies to other activities. Some of these people become artisans, craftsmen, specialists in different kinds of handicraft production. Others perhaps become warriors, military specialists. Some become political leaders, initially probably ritual or spiritual leaders, but eventually, as time goes by, they become more and more purely state-oriented or political in their nature. The large-scale buildings, sort of ritual centers that we see in early Xia archaeological sites were probably used by these newly emerging political elites for the performance of public activities that cemented and legitimized their rule. The performance of public rituals probably was a way for them to display their power, but also for them to sort of perform actions which made people believe in their power, made people accept their power, accept their leadership in society. And it seems that the central feature of this was worship, was a spiritual practice. Early culture, early communities in China participated in what we sometimes call totemism, a form of shamanism, where animal spirits are associated with particular tribal or clan groups of families. The Xia state, if we can call it that, the Xia dynasty, seems to have been a period where the worship of the totems of one particular family is transformed into a sort of royal ancestral cult. That is to say, the spirits not only of nature, but of the ancestors of the present-day rulers came to be seen as divine powers who could affect life in the present world. Okay? The leaders of the Xia appear to have performed public sacrifices in the memory of their ancestors, and perhaps, we don't know this for sure about the Xia, but we'll see how it develops in the next period of the Xia, perhaps engaged in a ritual interaction with the ancestors, in which they asked the ancestors for help or for advice in terms of how to deal with the problems of the day-to-day world. One of the centers where this seems to have taken place is a site called Arlito, which is in the west of modern-day Hunan province, and possesses one of the most elaborate of the early palace complexes. A number of buildings. These buildings are built with what we call a post and beam system of construction. That is to say, up on the rammed earth platform, a series of upright posts would be erected, and then beams laid along the top of those posts, and then a roof built up on the surface on top of that. This is a very useful form of architecture for North China. It uses a relatively minimal amount of timber. Timber was not in great abundance, so you couldn't build big elaborate structures out of it. But by using this post and beam system, you could create a framework which then could be filled in, often with what's called wattle daub, kind of woven organic fibers plastered with mud. And that allowed the walls to be very light, not to have to carry a lot of weight. All the structural weight was borne by the posts. And it allowed you to enclose a fairly extensive interior space. And that allowed space where people could be assembled inside to observe and perhaps participate in some of these ritual activities. Now, a lot of what we think about the Shah period is based upon a sort of projection back in time from what we know much more concretely about the Shah. There are a lot of features of the Shah and the Shang civilizations that look pretty consistent. The difference being that when we get to the Shang, we have written records. So we have a much more detailed understanding of what goes on during the Shang period. The Shang begins roughly about 1500 BCE. The traditional date, the Chinese have a very elaborate and precise traditional chronology, which says that the Shang begins in 17 river curves in North China that time. They could also be fairly good times. These shoulder blades of oxen or plastrons of turtles were dried out until they became very brittle. And then they would have little indentations carved in. And then at the appropriate moment, sharp, very, very hot object, perhaps a bronze poker. Some scholars believe these may have been thorn branches that were burned and then just blown out. But a sharp object is pushed into this carved little pit or crater on the surface of the bone, and that causes the dry bone to crack. And they cracked in a very specific way that either pointed up or pointed down. And based on the way that the crack pointed, the bones, the ancestors were believed to have spoken, to have communicated. The oracle bones were produced as part of a royal ritual cult of the Shah, in which they asked questions of the ancestors. They would ask questions of very specific ancestors. They would ask King Cheng, who had reigned 200 years earlier, about a very specific problem. And they asked all kinds of questions. This kind of divination seems to have gone on almost on a daily basis, usually early in the morning. The king would go to a ceremonial hall, and there would be lots of officials, and then it would be the official diviners. And the diviners were the people who could read and write. They were the people who seemed to have deployed written language. As I said earlier in the last lecture, when we get a written language, it's fully developed. As soon as we have it in the historical record, it's a fully developed language. We don't have transitional sort of intermediate stages of development in the record. We just have now full text. And what these texts consist of are questions posed to the ancestors. The answers, which are read from the cracks, and then, because already the Chinese are emerging as good historians, they write down what actually happened. Now, to give you an example of a particular morning, they might ask, is the harvest going to be good this year? Okay, so they would ask this question. They would write this down. They would carve this into the bone. Will the harvest be good this year? And then they would crack the bone, The diviner would read the crack, and he would say, yes, the harvest is going to be good, and they would write that down. And then later, after the harvest came in, if the harvest was good, they'd write down, and it was good. If the harvest wasn't good, they'd write down, but it wasn't good. And so they kept a record of questions, answers, and actual outcomes.
Word.
Sort of like they were keeping track of how
Like
the
science.
It's a fascinating set of materials to work with. They did this over
It's
and
cool.
over
It's
again.
like
So
they
you
were
didn't
like,
just
well,
ask the question
we don't
once,
fucking
they would
know.
ask it
So we're going to
5,
ask
10
our
times.
ancestors, but we're going to keep
And they
track and
seem to
see
have
if they're
taken
right or
sort of
not,
an
because
average
who the fuck
approach.
knows anyway?
If they got 6 good answers, 6 bad answers, well, that wasn't a very clear outcome. But if they got 8 good answers and only 2 bad, then it was probably going to be. So they kept these records. They recorded all kinds of information. I mean, they asked about whether the queen would have an easy delivery of a child, whether a toothache would go away, whether it was an auspicious time to send off a military expedition. They just asked all kinds of questions. Now, the function of this seems to have been, again, to legitimize, to authenticate the power of the present-day kings. They were not the kings merely because they had control over certain resources, because they were the most scary guys around. They had power. They were the leaders because they could consult with the ancestors, because they had access via this process of divination to the spiritual world. And they could use that access to guide the affairs of the community, to guide the affairs of the state. Okay? We know a lot about these oracle bones because they've been dug up in huge quantities in the 20th century. Back in the 1890s, peasants living in the area where these were buried in the ground had been digging them up. They knew there was something important about them, powerful about them, but they didn't understand. They couldn't read the text. They didn't even know they were text. And they ground them up and used them for medicine. And it was in a marketplace at a traditional medicine shop that an archaeologist saw one of these and said, oh my gosh, this is really important, and found out where they had come from. And then began the process of excavating them. And now there have been tens of thousands of them dug up. And they've become a tremendous source of information about the Shang period. Now, the royal cult, which was at the center of this process of divination, was also maintained in other ways. The divinations were very important, but there were other ways in which the ancestors could be worshipped that were perhaps equally important. And this is where, to a great extent, the bronze culture comes into play. Ritual bronze objects of very great beauty were produced for a whole variety of particular ceremonial functions. Wine cups that were used to offer libations to the ancestors, which would then be poured out on the ground. Particular kinds of cooking vessels that could be used
like
for
pouring out a 40.
grain, other kinds that were used for cooking meat. All these kinds of offerings were prepared and presented to the ancestors. Again, these things, all these activities taking place in these large monumental halls. The sacrifices would be made, the offerings presented, and the ancestors would come, the spirits of the ancestors would come, and they would take the essence, if you will, of the offering. And then the food that was left, the empty, sort of non-spiritual remains of the food that were left, would be consumed in a great feast. This was a way in which the royal family also displayed its wealth and power by hosting banquets. Well, the king, the central players in all this were the Shang king. And probably the Shah had operated in the same way, but again, we know very concretely for the Shah, the monarch was the central institution in this political system. Now, in those days, life expectancy was not very long. Most people, probably even wealthier, better off parts of society, most people didn't live much past about 30. As a result of this, it was often the case that ruling king died before his children were old enough to succeed him, before his son, his eldest son, would be old enough to succeed him. And apparently, because of the Shang monarchy was not organized on a basis of the kingship passing from father to son. Instead, the kingship passed within a given generation from the older to younger brothers. So, in the first generation, or in a given generation, the eldest son would be the king, the eldest brother would be the king. And then, if he died, his younger brother, his next younger brother, would become king. And when he died, perhaps even his younger brother might become king. Sometimes 3 kings in a single generation. When the last died, the eldest son of the eldest brother would become the king. So it would sort of go parallel for a while and then kick back over to the eldest line. And this went on for a number of generations. There, I think, something like 26 kings in the course of the Shang period. The Shang also built royal capitals. The Shah model, the city of, or the settlement in Arlito, where these early palaces emerged, and the Shah archaeological record were continued under the Shang. The Shang built fairly large capital cities, but they didn't seem to stay in them a very long time. The Shang period lasts 5 or 6 centuries, and in the course of that time, they had 9 capitals. So they seemed to move them with a fair degree of regularity, although the last of the Shang capitals at a city, small city today called Anyang, seems to have remained the center of the Shang state for the last 200 years of existence. So perhaps they were settling into a more permanent capital center. The Shang was a federation of people. That is to say, there were the people formerly known as the Shang, who were the ruling family, and people who were linked to them by various ties of blood, people from the same clan, the same tribal grouping. But there were other peoples who were not blood relations of the Shang, not members of the same tribal order as the Shang, who were part of the Shang state, part of the Shang, I suppose we could say, empire. And these people formed a sort of periphery around the central territory of the Shang. What united them, what they had in common, was their participation in the royal cult, their participation in a literate civilization. Reports would be sent in from various parts of the territory that were written down. Communications from the king to his subordinate leaders were written down. So it's a state which now operates on the basis of written communication, not only the oracle bones and maintenance of divination records, but the day-to-day operations of governance were carried out using a writing system. It was a fairly elaborate system, and perhaps the best way to get a sense of the high degree of sophistication of the Shang state is to think about the metallurgical industry. The bronze objects that were used in divination, used in the ritual cult, were, as I say, very elaborate, very beautiful objects. They were cast objects, that is to say, molds were made, and then molten bronze was poured in. It's a very sophisticated kind of technology. The whole metallurgical industry involved mining, smelting, refining, blending different metals together to produce the right kind of bronze, the design of the objects, making of the molds, pouring of the objects, finishing them. All this was organized by the Shang state, officially run. And that involved the organization of large numbers of people. It involved activities at a number of sites. The mines were not in the same place as the centers of Shang civilization. We know from the excavation of the last Shang capital, Anyang, that there were huge workshops, forges, places where the metal was cast, all kinds of settlement areas where the craftsmen, the artisans who worked in the different phases of the metallurgical industry were housed. A very elaborate system, clearly organized and administered very effectively by the royal state. To do that required both managerial skills, but it also required a capacity to feed people, clothe people, to house people, which meant that all these things had to be paid for. And this is how we know that the Shang had an elaborate taxation. You know, from the divination records and other inscriptions from the time, that so-called tribute payments were made by various subordinate peoples who were part of the Shang polity. And these, in effect, were taxes, were ways in which the royal center drew from the peripheral settlement the wealth that it needed to sustain its military infrastructure and the metallurgical industry. And of course, the metallurgical industry was critical to its maintenance of its own legitimacy, its own public authority. Right? Now, this system functioned pretty smoothly for a long time. We know, again, from the divination records that the peoples outside of Shang civilization, so-called barbarians, who lived north, south, east, west, all around the Shang, were a constant concern. The diviners are frequently asking the ancestors for advice. Should we launch an expedition to punish the people in the east? Should we expect that the barbarians from the north will raid at harvest time? All kinds of concerns, all kinds of anxiety are in evidence in the questions that are asked. And we know from the answers and from the outcome statement that there were frequent devastating that non-Chinese peoples intruded into the settled areas, intruded into the agricultural heartland, and carried off not only food and other kinds of supplies, but people as well were taken away and enslaved in these non-Chinese areas, or these non-Shang areas. So the maintenance of security was one of the critical functions of the Shang state as well. In that function, they ran into some problems as time went by. And these problems had to do with mobilizing resources and deploying force to secure the state, secure the territory, but that generated tensions and unrest within the Shang territory itself. What seems to have happened is that subordinate peoples, and there were many of them, became resentful as time went on of the tribute that they paid to the Shang ruler, particularly as security around the perimeter of the Shang territory seemed to be breaking. If they were going to be paying tribute, if they were going to be offering up wealth to the Shang king, then they expected to live in secure and stable conditions. But increasingly, as we get down to about the 11th century BC, those conditions were not being maintained. That led to unrest and frustration among the people, among many of the subordinate people who constituted the Shang polity. And that unrest eventually led to efforts by some of those people to overthrow the Shang and to establish their own power in succession, just as the Shang had emerged as the successor to the Shang. We'll turn our attention to the overthrow of the Shang, the emergence of the next dynasty, the Zhou, in the next lecture. We've been talking about the emergence of Chinese civilization. We'll trace this down thus far from its origins back in prehistoric Neolithic times to the first dynasty in traditional Chinese history, the Shang, emerged in North China, built up largely around bronze civilization, developed royal monarchical systems, worship of the ancestors of the rulers being a critical component of their early states. we've learned a lot about these early periods of Chinese history from archaeology, from the excavation of the oracle bones that we talked about last time, records of divination, the records of consultations, if you will, with the Shang ancestors. And what's interesting in some ways about this is the degree to which the archaeological record and the information recorded in texts like the oracle bones has confirmed, has agreed with the traditional mythological accounts of Chinese history. And before I go on to talk a little about the next dynastic period, rise of Zhou dynasty, I want to just mention briefly some of the contrast between the mythological record and the archaeological record, or the textual tradition that we've had emerge about the Shah and the Shang. The Chinese have a very elaborate account of their own origins. They don't have a creation myth in exactly the same way that many Western civilizations do. But instead, their traditions begin with what we sometimes call the sage king, sage emperor, figures of high antiquity, posited to be long before the emergence even of the Shah. Perhaps the most notable, a pair of early kings or early emperors, Yao and Shun. Yao being the first man to pass the throne on to his successor. Prior to that, there had been a number of critical leaders, but it's Yao who begins the process of continuous rule, of having a regular succession from one king to the next. What's interesting about Yao is that he does not pass the throne on to his son, nor, on the model of the Shang, does he pass it to a brother. But instead, Shun, the next emperor, the next sage ruler, is chosen because of his moral qualities, moral virtues. Yao's own son is considered to be weak, decadent, and so he searches around in the kingdom, in the empire, for a worthy successor. And Shun is brought to his attention, picked out, is given the honor of inheriting the throne. It's interesting because it's a contrast with the actual practice of all the historical dynasties that we know of, where succession was a matter of keeping the throne within, keeping power within a particular family. But it's important, it highlights another aspect of Chinese political culture, which is the centrality of moral quality. We'll be looking at the more elaborate discourse of morality, the way in which morality is articulated in early Chinese thought, when we come to talk about people like Confucius and Mencius and Lao Tzu in the next few lectures. But when we turn to the Zhou, we see the emergence, really for the first time in the written record, of a moralization of political events. And that really follows on very nicely from the allegories or the early mythical accounts of rulers like Yao and Shun, who made the state, made political power something that was not just the property of a family, but involved the moral character, the moral quality of the ruler. That kind of moral critique is at the heart of the story of the transition from the Shang to the Zhou. The Zhou people, the people who found the dynasty that we call the Zhou, were one of these subordinate communities within the Shang Empire. They were located on the western side of the territory that the Shang controlled, and they had a very interesting mythological history of their own. Their early history involved a change from a hunting and gathering society to an agricultural society, and then a reversion to a hunting and gathering period before they finally settled down and became farmers on a more permanent basis. This probably reflects the unsettled environmental conditions in the northwest of China 4,000 or so years ago, when the environment was wetter than it is now, sometimes cooler, sometimes warmer, but things had not stabilized, or at least had not reached the conditions which we've come to think of as as characteristic during historical times. The Zhou people did eventually settle and become an agricultural community, and they became affiliated with the Shang order. But they were resentful of the power of the Shang. They were resentful of the dominance and leadership of the Shang. And they began somewhere around the late 12th century or the beginning of the 11th century BCE to conceive the ambition of overthrowing the Shang and of establishing their own leadership. They felt that they were in a better position, that they were at least more deserving of the power which the Shang rulers were not exercising as well as they should, were not performing the leadership roles as well as the Zhou leaders thought that they should. A leader of the Zhou people, a man named Kai, articulates
how you
this
doing, big
ambition
dog?
quite explicitly and puts in place a plan
Cobra, how do you
over
like
the next 3 generations.
this coin going to the moon? Absolutely, just like Cobra and Rabbi. How's life, baby? I'm in agreement with you. So, are we hitting $69.42? In the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu community, one of the goals in the fantasy football league, somebody's got a fantasy football team that's named the Sproto 69ers 69.42 to the moon, so it's like 69.420. Well, a bunch of people become millionaires in here when Bitcoin hits $1. I know, isn't that funny? I mean, I just think it's wonderful. And we're just going to continue. Keep that pump going and keep going viral. That's all we can do. Oh, hell yeah. So this is a sleep mask that I use all the time. And then I've got the I've got my Sprotos. Yeah, all good, man. How are things with you? Excellent. I appreciate it, Cobra. Anytime, man. Excellent. Well, hey, come back whenever you have time, and let's keep this coin pumping. Excellent. Take care, Cobra. Peace, baby. Shout out to Cobra, everybody. We got Cobra here, and we got Cobra Commander.
Eclipses and things like that, and correlating them with events that are described in the historical record.
Hell yeah, making people millionaires. We're making people millionaires.
Based on references to things like lunar eclipses. The range of possible dates for when the Zhou war with Shang took place to within a few years around 1045. So we can't select amongst a few dates, but we have a pretty good idea. It was right around 1045 that these events took place. What happens is that the Zhou army and their allies march to the area of the last Shang capital, which is by the modern-day settlement of Anyang, and draw themselves up on the west side of a river. The river is still there, although its course seems to have changed since the time of the battle. And in the morning of the day when the battle takes place, King Wu, although he's rather a young boy, he's not a mature individual yet, gives a speech calling for the overthrow of the Shang, and then leads his armies forward into the Shang capital. There are a number of ancient documents that describe this conflict, describe the conquest of power by the Zhou. In one of the most sacred texts in China, a book called the Classic of Documents, There are several texts that relate to this. The purported transcript of the speech that King Wu gives. There's a number of other texts that relate to the political rationale for the conquest, and we'll be returning to those in a minute. And then there's a description of the battle itself, which is really quite graphic. It talks about the wailing, screaming of combatants, and the idea that in the streets of the Shan capital, the blood flowed so deeply that blocks of wood floated. It was a very violent battle, being fought, of course, with bronze weapons, lots of swords and axes being wielded. And at the end of the day, the Shang king had been killed, the Shang state had been destroyed, and the Zhou were in control. Zhou were in command. Now, King Wu, as I say, was the leader, was the ruler of the Zhou people at this time, but he was still rather a young boy. And in fact, probably the most important individual in this process is his uncle, who we know simply by his formal title, which is the Duke of Zhou. The Duke of Zhou was the younger brother of King Wen, but unlike the Shang, the Zhou people passed the monarchy, passed their leadership along from father to son. They did not pass it from elder to younger brother. The Duke of Zhou has always been seen as a sort of virtuous leader, a paragon of restraint, because he did not usurp the throne. He did not take power when he probably could have in a moment of great political turmoil and great political crisis, but instead simply acted as sort of sagely advisor to his nephew, King Wu. The Duke of Zhou becomes a prototype for the sagely advisor in later Chinese political culture. Now, I mentioned the idea of the Zhou conquest, transition from Shang rule to Zhou rule, as being the first instance where we have an elaborate moral context or moral rationale involved, and how this in some ways links back to the mythological traditions of figures like Yao and Shun. The rationale that is deployed for the Zhou conquest comes to be one of the central doctrines, central ideas in Chinese political culture ever after, all the way down, indeed, to the present day. You still hear it talked about in Chinese political rhetoric and discourse today. And this is what we call the idea of the mandate of heaven. The mandate of heaven. Now, to understand the mandate of heaven, we have to think a little bit about the Chinese concept of heaven. The Zhou people worship what we translate as heaven. In Chinese, the word is tian, and it's a difficult concept to translate, as many Chinese spiritual and philosophical concepts are when we put them into English. But if we think of tian not as a heaven, as a place, as a sort of spiritual realm, the way that often I think we use the term heaven in Western, but rather as a sort of natural operating system. It's sort of the overarching mechanism that governs the function, the operation of everything in the universe. Okay, so it's an organic system rather than it's not a divinity or a deity. It's not an all-powerful God, but it is an all-encompassing system. However, it does have the capacity for action. And perhaps the most significant action that heaven performs from a human perspective is what we call bestowing the mandate, or conversely, withdrawing it. Now, the mandate of heaven, the doctrine that the Zhou developed to justify their conquest of power, said that there is a proper way for society to be organized. There's a proper way for people to live together in human community. And central to that proper way, central to a well-ordered community, is a good ruler. The king is the focal point of society. focal point of the state, of the community. And the king has to be a good king. Okay? Heaven bestows upon someone the right, the power to rule. Okay? And once that is done, that right, that authority, that legitimacy remains with that individual and with his descendants. Okay, so a king can pass the throne on to his son, and it goes to the grandson and the great-grand. It can just continue. This is how we get the phenomenon of dynasty. Dynasty is a ruling family, a ruling house, which maintains a succession of power from generation to generation. And a dynasty is legitimized based in the fact that it possesses the mandate of heaven. Heaven has bestowed the mandate on a particular ruling family. But the mandate is not just a grant. It's not like the Western doctrine of the divine right of king. In the doctrine of the divine right of king, the king rules by divine right, and whatever the king does is basically okay. The mandate of heaven is more like a performative contract between heaven and the rulers. The rulers must be good rulers. The rulers must create and maintain conditions of peace and prosperity for the people so that the people can pursue their livelihood without fear of external invasion, without fear of domestic unrest, and also without fear of cruelty or exploitation by the rulers. Okay, the kings have to tax people. They have to levy various kinds of duties on people. They have to mobilize military resources. They have to organize the metallurgical industry. But they have to do all these things in a way which maintains the livelihood of the community. They can't just make people do whatever they say and take everything from them and crush them with exploitation. If the rulers do that, if the rulers become cruel and exploitive to excess, then heaven will withdraw the mandate. Heaven will take the mandate away from the current ruler. And then heaven looks around, basically, and bestows the mandate somewhere else. Okay? Now, what the Zhou say, what King Wu says in his speech before the battle at Anyang, is that this is exactly what has happened. He says, this is not something I choose. We're not here today because I want to overthrow the Shang, because I want to increase my power. We're here today because heaven has withdrawn the mandate from the Shang and bestowed it on us, on the Zhou people. And I, as your leader, have to guide you in this effort. Okay? The Shang, he says, were legitimate. The Shang received the mandate of heaven. And at first, the Shang ruled well. They guided the affairs of the country. They guided the affairs of the people in a proper way. But then, as time went on, they became corrupt. They became decadent. The last ruler of the Shang, he's a tyrant. He's cruel. He stays in his palace. He indulges his decadent passions, and he doesn't care about the safety of the people. He exploits the people to enrich himself. Heaven has withdrawn the mandate, and it has bestowed the mandate upon us. Now, the doctrine of the mandate of heaven is really a lovely system for justifying political transition. It's a system that validates success. Okay? If you challenge the power of a ruling dynasty, and this becomes the pattern throughout the rest of Chinese history, as we'll see, if you challenge the power of a ruling dynasty, or a ruling house, and you succeed.
Yoda, did you say something? Oh, that is in the background. Apologies.
Obviously, you have received the mandate of heaven, and they have lost it. If you challenge the power of a ruling dynasty and you fail, then obviously you didn't have the mandate of heaven. So it's a perfect system. It's got perfect feedback, because if you win, then you have the mandate. If you lose, then you didn't have the mandate. So it's a very nice self-validating rationalization or rationale for the transference of political power. Now, in the historical records, in the texts that we have about Chinese history, the doctrine of the mandate of heaven is used, it's projected backwards, and there's actually, in some sources, there's discussion of the Shang overthrow of the Shah, or the replacement of Shah rule by the Shang period, as an earlier instance of this. But those are clearly later reconstructions. Those are texts that are written during the Zhou as a way of legitimizing their own actions on the basis of historical precedent, as well as on the merits of the doctrine of the mandate of heaven itself. So the mandate of heaven becomes the fundamental explanatory mechanism for political change. And as I said, it remains a powerful concept all down through later Chinese history. You'll see references to it in talking about the revolutions of the 20th century, talking about the death of Mao Zedong, we'll be getting to much later. It's still an idea that's very powerful in China today, and it comes directly from these experiences around 1045 BCE when the Zhou overthrow the Shang. Well, they successfully carry out this transition. They successfully destroy the power of the Shang state and replace it with their own. And then they set about creating a new order. Now, one interesting aspect of this is that although the Shang people have been defeated, the Zhou people continue to sort of respect them. The Shang are moved away from the capital area at Anyang, their final capital at Anyang. They're moved off to the south and east a bit, and they're given a territory of their own. They are, in effect, made now a subordinate people within a political order dominated by the Zhou. But they are allowed to retain their own customs. They are allowed, for example, to continue the ancestral worship of the Shang royal family. And indeed, there are territories in southeast China today, what's called Anhui province today, where certain families trace their ancestry all the way back to the Shang period. So they're not wiped out and destroyed, but they are incorporated into the order that the Zhou set about building. The Zhou shift the center of the state away from Anyang, away from the old heartland of the Shang territory, off to the west, off to their own ancestral homeland, into the valley of the Wei River. And they build a new capital at a place they call it Shenyang. It has a number of names in history today. The city of Xi'an, which is the capital of Shanxi province, and is one of the great historical sites. We'll be talking a lot about this particular location because it serves as a capital for a number of later dynasties. But it is the Zhou who make it the first capital city. And the Zhou establish a pattern for the building of capital cities, which itself becomes the standard for all later dynasties, just as the mandate of heaven becomes the theological standard for the assumption of power in later dynasties. The design, the physical design of a capital city laid out by the Zhou becomes the standard. And it becomes such because it has cosmological significance. The city is designed to be a physical representation of a well-ordered world. For one thing, it's laid out as a square or rectangular space surrounded by a wall. It's oriented on a north-south axis. It has a compound in the northern part of the city along the central axis, which is the residence of the ruler. And then in the southern part of the city are residential areas for ordinary people, markets, activity centers of daily life. Surrounding the city at the four cardinal directions are ritual complexes, altars, where the emperor comes out from time to time in the course of the calendar year and performs sacrifices or other ceremonies to regulate the agricultural cycle. Okay, so the city, the capital city, becomes a model of order in human society and the connections between a well-ordered human society and the natural world around it. And this concept of rulership, this concept of the emperor as the link between human order and natural order, becomes a much more sort of rationalized and abstracted phenomenon with the Zhou, but it's clearly a continuance, a refinement of the ways in which spiritual power, the ability to communicate with the natural and spiritual world, has been linked to political authority going back through the Shang and the Shah before them. Now, I mentioned in talking about the doctrine of the mandate of heaven that the Zhou people worship heaven. And this is a little different from the spirituality of the Shang, who worshipped the royal ancestors. The Zhou people also worshipped their ancestors, and indeed, ancestor worship becomes, perhaps the most characteristic feature of Chinese civilization overall. It spreads from the political elite out into ordinary society, and as time goes by, certainly over the last 3,000 years or so, most Chinese participate in the cult of ancestor worship to one degree or another, usually to quite extensive degree. The Zhou people also worship their ancestors, and royal ancestor worship is part of their state as well. But they worship heaven as a transcendent power, as a system, an all-encompassing system. And this is important because it's part, again, of their political legitimization. They are not merely one family exercising power over all others. They are that, and there's no way to get around what a dynasty is. But they exercise that power in the name of a larger, more all-encompassing order. And that order is what is, in a sense, characterized by their worship of heaven. Okay, heaven covers everything. One way to translate the term heaven, one very concrete way to translate the term heaven, is the blue vault of the sky. One of the meanings that the word has specifically referred to the sky, and the way in which the sky extends over everything in which Zhou rule is to extend over it. The realm of the state, territory the ruler governs, is referred to as all Tianxia, everything is under the sky. And so it's an all-encompassing order which Zhou created. They do this very successfully. The first 2 or 3 centuries of Zhou rule are a period of expansion, a period of population growth, territorial expansion, particularly in the south and the southeast. The state, by say the 8th century BC, is 4 times large as the territory held by China at the time of the conquest. The success of Zhou in expanding their territory and increasing their population leads to new challenges in terms of administration. Zhou kings cannot govern the entire realm themselves. Instead, they create new administration. They do this by appointing local rulers, local power holders. Those local power holders are initially quite close to them. As time goes by, those bonds weaken, and local strongmen start to emerge, pursuing their own from that of the Zhou rule. The tension that creates in the Zhou system leads to a breakdown, and that is what we will turn to next year. The Zhou dynasty was founded when the Zhou people overthrew the Shang around 1045 BCE. And as we talked about last time, they set up and created a new order, a new empire. The Zhou dynasty was a long time, founding 11th century BC, finally extinguished only around the year 253 BC. So it has a very long run in psychological terms of the historical Chinese dynasty. But as a really effective state, as a state that actually controlled and administered a integrated empire, its reign is considerably shorter. The formal extent of the Zhou dynasty and the actual rule rule of the Zhou king are two very different things. What I want to talk about in this lecture is the process of breakdown, process of fragmentation, really brings to an end the period when the Zhou kings were the real rulers over China, and takes us into a period of chaos and confusion and turmoil, which lasts a long time, but becomes also one of the most creative intellectual cultural, looking at those intellectual and cultural developments. This time to really concentrate on to the Zhou state, how it winds up becoming what we might today call a dysfunctional empire. The administering China, of administering the seas from and they performed quite well in the early centuries of their rule. Talked about a little bit last time. They were able to extend the territory under their control, particularly by extending to the south and the southeast. They brought Chinese rule, or their own rule, to the river valley and even beyond that, and to the very rich rice rivers of the southeast coast. As they did so, they also presided over a period of population growth. In part, of course, that's a result of geographic expansion. More territory, more control, brought more and more people into the Zhou Empire. But they also were successful in creating a stable and peaceful domestic order, which allowed for the economy to develop, allowed for the population to grow. So they fulfilled the terms of the Mandate of Heaven. They fulfilled the requisite provision of conditions of peace and prosperity, which were embodied in their own ideological justification for seizing power by creating conditions in which people could pursue their livelihood, in which the agricultural cycle could move along, and harvests were brought in regularly, and all this. They successfully lived out their own political ideals, their own political rationalization. But they also, in the success that they achieved, they also faced problems. There were things they had to do which the old order, the way that they had, the way of governing that they had seen under the Shang and that they had used in the early days of their rule, were no longer adequate. The empire became so large, so extensive, that they couldn't administer the Zhou king right from their royal court. They could exercise pretty direct, effective control within a certain geographic range, but once the empire got larger and larger, simply the time it took to communicate with people out there in various parts of the territory made it less functional, less possible to make all the decisions, monitor and manage all the affairs from the royal court. So they had to appoint local administrators. They initially began to delegate power to members of the family. The Zhou royal family was a large, extensive clan. And so initially they were able to sort of delegate power to brothers, cousins, nephews, sons, and share the administrative burden. Right? When that sort of reservoir was fully used up, and they still had more territory, they appointed a lot of military individuals who had proven their loyalty to the Zhou in battle, in the process of conquering new territories. Often it became the practice that the military commander of forces who brought new territory into Zhou control would be appointed to be the political supervisor of those territories as well. In the first 3 or 4 reigns of kings, this system worked very well. The personal relationships between the king and the individuals that they were appointing to administer local territories were quite close. But as time went by, changes took place both at court and out in local circumstances. At court, the monarchy became an established thing. The dynamism, the charismatic leadership of the early Zhou kings gives way to a more routinized political center. The kings who come along after the first century or so of Zhou rule have grown up in conditions of power and prestige. They've grown up in the palace, in the capital. They accept the leading role that they have and that the Zhou have almost without question, and they become perhaps a bit complacent. At the same time, out in local society, local communities around the powerful there are the descendants now of the individuals who were initially appointed by the early Zhou. Often these positions of local leadership became hereditary, and they begin to ask themselves why they're acting as subordinates, why they are forwarding, for example, large amounts of wealth to the royal court. Particularly in the south and the southeast, the territories that are now being brought under Zhou rule are very productive, very rich agricultural areas, and yet most of the agricultural surplus that's being generated is being shipped off as tribute payments to the royal court. And local administrators now start to question, now start to say, why, we're doing the work, we're out here on site, in location, why are we sending all this wealth off to the capital? Why don't we retain more of it here in our local environment? And so they began to, in fact, decrease the amount of tribute that they forwarded to the court. At the same time, they began to also question on the one hand, but on the other hand, actually subvert the order of hierarchy that had been in place up till this time. And what we can see most clearly, or perhaps the way we can see this most clearly, is in the use of terminology, in the way that they referred to themselves. These individuals, these local strongmen, were appointees of the Zhou ruler. And the Zhou ruler at this time, the term for the chief leader in China at this time was the king. In Chinese, the term is Wang. What we see certain individuals exercising power theoretically on behalf of the Zhou king begin to refer to themselves as Wang, as king, okay, in their writing, particularly in the documents using in their local context. They make themselves in terms when they report messages to the court, but in their own local setting, they start to call themselves kings. Okay. What should have happened in some sort of theoretical model is that sometimes this Zhou king should have said, if he heard about it, Zhou king should have said, you're not allowed to do that. You can't call yourself a king. I'm the king. There's only one king. There can't be two kings. So stop it. And then sent out sufficient force to compel whoever was doing it to stop. It doesn't happen because the Zhou, right at this time, early in the 8th century BCE, suddenly have to face a different kind of problem, a different kind of challenge. And this is the beginning of insecurity, the beginning of unrest on their own western frontier. Actually, in the very territory where the Zhou people themselves had first originated, out in the far west of the River Valley, what's now southwestern Shanxi province. A new people begin to emerge in that area, historical identity, people called the Qin, which in pinyin system is spelled Qin. The Qin people. Now, we'll hear a lot more about the Qin people in about 3 lectures from now, because the Qin will become one of the most powerful people to rise up during a period of great chaos and warfare. And we'll follow it. But for right now, what's important is the stirrings of the Qin people back in the 8th century. They began to pose a threat to the rear guard of the Zhou people. And in fact, the Qin began to raid into Zhou territory, and around the middle of the 8th century, the Zhou decided that they needed to move their capital. So they abandoned the capital that they had built at the beginning of the dynasty, where modern, and they moved east, down the Wei River Valley to the Yellow River Valley, and out onto the very edge of the North China Plain at the site of what is today the city of Luoyang. Now, Luoyang, they also build as a great imperial capital on the model they had developed back at Shenyang of a square city with a north-south axis and all the other attributes of sort of the cosmic diagram that the Chinese capital is meant to embody. And Luoyang becomes a capital city for the Zhou. It's a subordinate capital, a secondary capital in a number of later dynasties. It remains a very, very important political and cultural center in later times. But in the 8th century, its significance is that it represents a shift in the center of Zhou rule. And it represents a weakening of the Zhou state because they're forced to abandon what had been their capital, what had been their ancestral homeland, and move into a more secure area in the heart of the agricultural core of China. Because of the extending on the rise of Qin people and the move of the capital and trying to stabilize their system at the center, they're unable to attend to some of these developments taking place out in more peripheral areas where local strongmen are usurping for this the terminology. Now, in some ways, this change in rhetoric, change in terminology might not seem to be particularly significant, but what's important is that it constitutes a challenge to the it constitutes a erosion, a subversion of the power, and so it's called question the legitimacy of Zhou power itself, the legitimacy of the Zhou kings. Now, for the next few hundred years, China becomes a sort of schizophrenic political culture because the Zhou rulers remain in place. They remain in Luoyang. One king follows another on the throne. There's legitimate success, power, and authority. And most local strongmen, most rulers, as they emerge around China, continue to pay some sort of formal lip service to the supremacy of the Zhou. But the political reality that Zhou do not control territory beyond maybe 30 or 40 miles outside their capital, and all the rest of China begins to break down into small local states ruled by independent kings. Okay? What we get here is a period from the middle of the 8th century down to about year 500 or so, 480, somewhere in there. You see different chronologies of this, that we call the spring and autumn period. The name comes from a particular text, a book called the Spring and Autumn Annals. The annals are records kept describing the events that take place year to year in one of these little local states. The particular one that we're concerned with when we talk about the Spring and Autumn Annals is a state called Lu, state of Lu. The state of Lu is very important. It's very significant in a number of ways. For one thing, it is the ruling house in the state of Lu claims that it is descended from the Duke of Zhou. Remember, we talked about the Duke of Zhou at the time of the Zhou conquest. He was the younger brother of King Wen, who had planned the overthrow of the Shang, and he was the uncle of the young King Wu, who was actually on the throne at the time, or takes the throne at the time of the Zhou conquest. The Duke of Zhou, the sage, the advisor, the wise counselor, the individual who exercised restraint, didn't seize power for himself, but instead served the greater interests of his people. Well, the ruler of the state of Lu descend from the Duke of Zhou, so they are what the Luoyang sort of as close as any of these minor states can be. The other thing that's important about the state of Lu is that it is Confucian. Now, we'll be talking about Confucius and his ideas and political philosophy and how those develop. One thing that's interesting about these annals is that Chinese traditionally, that Confucius himself had edited this work, that he selected the particular entries from the historical records of the state of Lu and compiled them into this book form. The Spring and Autumn Annals is a quirky text. The entries in it are very short. They're often as to why they're even in there, what they mean, what their significance is. And that is believed traditionally by the to be an indication of Confucius thinking. He selected particular instance, to illustrate his moral philosophy. We'll make more sense of that when we talk about that moral philosophy next. But is a record, year by year, of how the state of Blue in particular was governed and how it interacted with other states around it. And it's just one of a number of similar texts, others coming from other states, but it is exemplary, this kind of record. And what it describes, and what the other annals from other states describe, is a process of breakdown, process of fragmentation, where the unified, integrated order Joe had worked so hard to create at the beginning of their simply falls apart. Local rulers call themselves kings, even though officially they should be referred to as dukes. The whole hierarchy nomenclature that is formally used in the official records of the Zhou kings, but which everybody else starts to ignore. And as they assume these titles, they basically set up in their local administrative centers sort of mini royal courts. They begin to perform rituals, certain kinds of rituals, which are really only appropriate for the king. But now that they're calling themselves king, they feel it's appropriate for them to perform these rituals. So they start to perform the kinds of royal ancestor using bronzes and sacrifices and all this, which really only the king should do. But now we have lots of kings. And so we have lots of royal courts and lots of individuals performing these different rituals and adapting them to their own particular needs or sentiments or particular tastes. They start to wear the clothing that's appropriate to a king. They start to sit in court and have their subordinate officials come to them and perform the kinds of ritual gestures that are appropriate for a king. There's a whole emulation, whole appropriation of royal regalia and royal ceremonial in these local courts. Well, not only do they launch a military attack and he conquers this, he launches a military attack and he conquers this. And once that starts, once you get violence becoming a legitimate means of political activism, then things break down quite rapidly. And you get the emergence of a phenomenon that we call the hegemon. In Chinese, the term is the ba. And when you read Chinese accounts of this period, when they talk about these so-called kings, they consistently use the phrase or the term bawang, which means a king in power but not in right. Okay? Kings rule because they have the power to do it, but not because they have legitimate authority. There's only one king who really has legitimate authority, that's the Zhou king. So these other individuals we refer to as hegemons, people who have power but don't have legitimate power. Well, the hegemons begin to fight amongst themselves, and for a couple of hundred years, we have a process where the number of states constantly increases. You go from a state of one, single Zhou empire. By the time we get down to around the year 500, there are perhaps 250 small states scattered all over the territory of China. Obviously, some of these are quite small. Some of them consist of perhaps only a single fortified town and the agricultural fields necessary to support it. Others are larger and more extensive. But each of them claim the power and legitimacy of being a sovereign government. Again, they may continue to acknowledge on some level the overlordship, the supreme position of the Zhou king, but it's merely a ritual exercise. Zhou kings exercise no substantive power, no real political authority outside of their domain. Now, while all this is going on, while power is fragmenting and kings are popping up all over the place and royal courts are proliferating, there's a very significant development that takes place, I suppose we could say, in the political society. And this is the emergence of an elite strata society that we call the Shi. The Shi become the class of professional political administrators. Okay? Now, they develop, in a sense, out of what we saw back in the Shang period, the royal diviners. The royal diviners in the Shang period were the people who were literate. They were the ones who knew how to read and write Chinese language. They were the ones who recorded the questions and the answers and the outcomes on the oracle bones. They were the ones who maintained the records of state administration. When we get to the Zhou, there are at the royal court similar individuals, ritual specialists, people who know the traditions, who read the text of the past. But as the number of royal courts proliferate, the number of individuals required to perform these functions, not in one single royal center, but in some 250 different sort of mini courts all over China, grows accordingly. And so we have the shi now as a much larger class, perhaps something like 4 or 5% of the Chinese population eventually becomes involved in this social group, in this social formation. And the shi are, as I say, the professional administrators. They are literate. Their command of the written language is perhaps their single most identifying feature. They act as advisors. They know history. They know the texts of the past, the classics, books that we refer to in later times as the Confucian classics, books of documents that record the events of early history, books of poetry in which the folk songs of ordinary people were written down, which were believed to be a way of understanding the sentiments of the people. And if you're concerned about maintaining the mandate of heaven, you want to know what the people are feeling, if people are content, or if they're unhappy, so that you can regulate your government behavior. Other kinds of documents, other kinds of texts, ritual texts about what the proper way to conduct sacrifices to the ancestors, what kind of music should be, what kind of movements and organization should be. All kinds of written materials embodying knowledge about the past, embodying the records of present administration. These come to be the province of the shi, of these professional administrators. The shi at first are simply, in a sense, the courtiers of these various local strongmen. But as time goes by and the ranks of local strongmen grow in number, the shi become sort of a free entity in their own right. And indeed, we see as the number of courts proliferates and as they compete with one another, they compete not only militarily, but they compete politically. And we see certain rulers trying to recruit the best and the brightest amongst the shi to come and serve them, to come and work at their court. So the shi now become sort of a mobile. They're not fixed and attached all the time to one particular place, born in a particular place, spending their whole lives there. Now, at least some of the shi become truly professional in the sense that they can market their services to a variety of strongmen, a variety of certain individuals may serve 3 or 4 or more different lords, different rulers in the course of their career. This is a very important development because the shi, as an administrative elite, come to embody political values, political ideas, which are in some ways independent from the power of particular rulers, particular kings or strongmen. And that leads them to have a sort of independent critical perspective on questions of government, questions of what the good life is, what the good society is. And this gives rise, particularly after about the 6th century BC, to a very creative period in Chinese thought, because what we see as this fragmentation, this era of disorder, this era of chaos and conflict in China continues year after year, decade after decade, century after century. We see people beginning to question the fundamental order of China. After the turn of about the year 500 or 480 BC, the process of fragmentation starts to, in a sense, reverse itself in that stronger states begin to emerge, which start to eat up the weaker states. And the number of states goes from perhaps 250 or so rapidly down, maybe to 100, then maybe 50, until by the time you get down to the 3rd century, there's only perhaps a dozen or so states still contending amongst themselves. As that process goes on, thinkers emerge amongst the Shur to ask themselves, what went wrong? How did things get so messed up? How did such chaos and violence and conflict come to China when we had a well-ordered society in the early Zhou? What went wrong? And as a corollary of that, how can we fix it? How can we seek to create and maintain a well-ordered society? These are the fundamental questions that structure Chinese political thinking and political culture. And we'll turn to the individuals who begin to answer them in the next lectures.
Amazing.
The Warring
Oh,
States
what's this
period
motherfucker?
Chinese
Oh,
history
dude, I'm so happy. I just found a fucking logger bot that tells me everything that I need to know when this fucker who comes in to wake me up every single day comes in. It'll tell me how long he's here, at what time he comes in, and I'll be able to ban his ass. That's wonderful. I'm so happy.
during what we call the Spring
Fuck
Awakening
you, man.
we talked about
Fuck
last time.
that guy.
And then around the year 500
I mean,
BC
look,
or 480,
you can't hustle a hustler and game respect game. I understand. I'm doing this to everybody on every platform, so I get it. But I'm happy I'm going to be able to end that motherfucker.
states declines again, so that we go from a peak of
Oh,
maybe
that's
around
great.
250 down to smaller and smaller numbers, 150. By the time we get down to the 3rd century, there's perhaps only a dozen fairly large states still fighting out amongst themselves. We'll see the culmination of that process in the next lecture. But today, I want to take a little time to talk about the philosophical response, the questions that people ask, the way that people tried to make sense of the chaos that was taking place around them in China during this period. We talked before about the rise of the Shur class of professional political administrators who emerged during the spring and autumn period as the number of local courts, local royal establishments grew, and people were needed to carry on the administrative activities of government. The literate class, the group of individuals who read the records, wrote the records, used the historical precedents, the knowledge of the past to advise their rulers on government policy. These individuals reflected on the problems that were confronting China, confronting the many states that constituted China. And they asked questions about why things had gotten to be as difficult as they were. What had gone wrong with the order that had existed? The early Zhou dynasty had been a period of great success, great expansion, growth. Why had that gone wrong? Why had that broken down? And as a corollary of that, what could be done to put the world back into order? What could be done to fix things? There were many, many responses that different individuals came up with. And we'll talk about some of those today and some of those in the next lecture. But I want to concentrate first on perhaps the most influential figure in Chinese intellectual and philosophical history, and that is Confucius. There are two important schools that remain linked to one another throughout Chinese history from this period on. Confucianism and Taoism. They emerge about the same time. They in some ways represent a polarity of thought about government and good society and a properly ordered world. Confucianism is the one that I'm going to start with, not because it's more important or because it's right and Taoism is wrong or anything like that, but simply because you have to start with one of them, and I'm going to start with Confucianism. We don't know a lot about the historical individuals who started these schools of thought. Confucius lived between about 550 BC and 480 BC. Exact dates are hard to determined. There aren't really contemporary records of him, but we do have information about him written down by his students and their students in later generations. We know, for example, that he spent a fair amount of time traveling around in eastern China, essentially offering his services to the rulers of different states. As we mentioned in the previous lecture, Confucius was from the state of Lu, in what is today Shandong province. It was a very successful state, one of the more prosperous states. It was a state that was ruled by a family which traced its descent back to the Zhou, so a very prestigious ruling house in the state of Lu. And that was where Confucius grew up. That's where he learned his craft, if you will, of politics. He was, of course, a member of the Sure elite, professional administrative class. And as we talked about previously, by this time it was possible for members of the Sure class to not simply serve in the place where they were born, but to offer their services to travel around to different locations. And this is what Confucius did. But he wasn't very successful at it. He never seems to have achieved the kind of position that he was looking for, to really be an influential advisor, to guide the affairs of state, to guide the actions of a ruler. He had a number of relatively minor positions, and eventually he gave up this effort to try to achieve political success through serving in administration. He went back to his home state of Lu, and he settled into a longer career as a teacher. And it's from his role as a teacher that we really know about his ideas, because his students, later individuals that they passed their knowledge on to, wrote down many of the things that he said, many of the talks that he gave, and that's the information that we have about Confucius. Confucius' teachings, the core of his ideas, are about human relationships. When he looked at the world around him, when he looked at the problems facing China, and he asked these questions about what went wrong, why are things so messed up, what can we do to put things back in proper order, his response was to say, people need to understand the relationships between human beings in society. If we want a well-ordered society, if we want a society in which people can live together peacefully and in prosperity, then we need to recognize that society is a network of human relationships. He saw the family as sort of a microcosm of this. The relationships within the family served for Confucius to represent the kinds of relationships that were desirable in society as a whole. They were relationships that involved, on the one hand, obligations, duties, responsibilities, and on the other hand, bonds of affection and compassion and caring. Confucius defined a set of what we call the 5 great relationships, which were not meant to be an exhaustive catalog of all possible relationships, but were sort of archetypical. They represented how human relations worked in general. But he defined 5, that is to say, in each pair, one side plays a leading role, and the other side plays a following role. One side is dominant, one side is subordinate. The ruler is dominant over the subject. The father has a leading role in guiding the development and training of his son. Subordinate learning. The husband and the wife, the elder and younger brother. Even in the relationship between friend and friend. This sounds like a more egalitarian relationship. People are just friends. But in Confucius' vision, even in the relationship between friends, there will always be, in any given set of circumstances, one of the two will be older, wiser, more sophisticated, a better baseball player, and there'll be some way in which one of the two plays a more leading role, and the other plays the role of sort of second fiddle, of following along. That isn't to say that given two individuals, they will always be in the same relationship. It may be that in one circumstance, friend A is the leader and friend B the follower. In another set of circumstances, maybe particular traits of friend B might put him in the leading role, and friend A in the following role. But in any particular situation, there will be a hierarchical relationship. So these relationships have a hierarchical dimension, but that's not the totality of it. They also have an aspect of reciprocity, which is to say that they're not just top down. It isn't the ruler is the ruler and the subject is the subject, and therefore the ruler can do whatever they want, and the subject is uniformly obligated to obey, or the father and the son, or the husband and wife. The ruler, or the father, or the husband must be a good ruler or husband. They must fulfill their role in a proper way. They have to do the right thing. If they abuse their role, if they are cruel, they are exploited, they are negligent, then the subject, the son, the wife, is released, in a sense, from the bond of obligation. The reciprocity of these relationships is what makes them, in many ways, really work. Because otherwise, it's just a power thing, just a dictatorial thing. And top-down power may be effective in certain circumstances, but it's not the basis for building a long, living, functional society. It's not the basis for viable relationships. So for Confucius, the dual nature of human relationships is central to his ideas. They're hierarchical. People should, in normal circumstances, understand their role, whether they're leading or following, and they should fulfill that role. They should act that role out appropriately. But it's based upon the necessary fulfillment of these reciprocal obligations. The subject has an obligation to the ruler, but the ruler has obligations to the subject. If both sides are fulfilling their roles properly, then society will function smoothly. Everything will be as it should be. Now, these relationships structure society, but to make them work, obviously, people need to know where they stand. People need to understand the system of relationships as they encounter it, as it actually exists out there in the world around them. To do that, to make it easier to enact relationships properly, Confucius relies on ritual. He sees ritual as central to the operation, sort of day-to-day operation, implementation of this order of relationships. Ritual it can be anything. It can be something very simple. When two people meet on the street in our society, they shake hands. And that action of shaking hands is a ritual gesture, a gesture which in our system indicates, hi, we're on a level of equality. We're on a level of mutual interaction. But it's a ritual gesture. Or a ritual can be something very elaborate, a college graduation or a presidential inauguration, something like that, which involves large numbers of people performing certain actions in certain ways, music, colorful uniforms or costumes or something like that. Ritual can be very elaborate, very simple. It can be anywhere in between. But ritual serves to facilitate the enactment of the relationships that Confucius suggests are central to a well-functioning society. Now, in looking back at history and looking at the condition of China during the Warring States period, what Confucius says is, this is the key. This is where things went wrong. Things went wrong when people violated the proper ritual order. Ritual structures the way that we interact. Ritual marks the relationships of a properly ordered society. So he looks back and he says, as we talked about before, back there in the 8th century BC, when people started taking for themselves the title of king, when people started performing at their local courts the rituals of royalty, when people started wearing the garments of the Zhou king, they violated the proper ritual. They broke with the right way of ordering society. All the chaos, all the warfare, all the suffering that has been afflicting China stems from that violation of the ritual order. And so for Confucius, the initial action, the basic program, what Confucius advocates as how to fix it, he talks about returning to the rites, returning to the ritual order of the early Zhou. Not necessarily in terms of going back and figuring out exactly what color robes they wore in the year 1000 BC or something like that, but returning to the properly ordered ritual system, which was characteristic of the rather than the chaotic order or lack of order, chaotic disorder of the Warring States period. He also advocates something called the rectification of names. At one point, Confucius was asked, what would you do if you were given power? Of course, going around looking to be an advisor to the ruler, one of his students says, what would you do if you were given power? He says, well, the first thing I would do would be to rectify names, to make the names fit reality. And this is a reference, of course, to the usurpation of the title of king by the first of the hegemons back in the 8th century. They should have stuck with their proper titles. If everyone used the proper terminology, then the world would be a properly ordered place. So ritual order, linguistic order, human relationships understood, properly defined, everyone acting out the role in which they belong, this would lead to the restoration of a properly ordered system, properly ordered society in China. A critical individual in this process is what Confucius calls the gentleman. In Chinese, it's the junzi. The gentleman is the individual who acts sort of as a model. He models the correct behavior. He models the proper ritual order in himself. He engages in learning. He learns about the past. Obviously, he's an educated gentleman, a member of this sure elite. And he seeks to approach what we call the proper way. There's a very important term here, the Tao. The Tao means the way. The word literally means a path, a walkway. But it means the way of proper order, the way that we should live in the world about us. By promoting and seeking to manifest a proper order, by seeking to embody the way, the gentleman provides an ideal role model that everyone else can then learn from and emulate. Well, Confucius died around 480 BC. About 150 years later, a man named Mencius came along who picked up on many of the teachings of Confucius and further developed it. He elaborated more fully the doctrine of the great relationships, and he specifically turned his attention to the relationship between ruler and subject and developed these concepts in a way that emphasized the performative obligations of rulership. He talked about the necessity of the ruler to do the right thing, and that when the ruler violated the people had a right to overthrow him, change the government that they had. And of course, in some ways, this is a Confucian expression of the old doctrine of the mandate of heaven. Mencius talks about it in terms of the human relationship between ruler and subject, but it is deeply embedded in the conceptual order of the mandate of heaven. If the ruler abuses his relationship, his role, he's going to lose the mandate. And we can tell he loses the mandate, people have the right to overthrow him. Well, Confucianism, as you can tell from the way I've just described it, has a fairly positive vision of the world and how to deal with it. Confucianism tells us that there is a proper order for society, that we can know what that proper order is, and that it is the obligation of the individual, particularly the gentleman, to seek to restore that order, to seek to create, to foster that order. Taoism is rather in contrast with this. Taoism takes a position or a set of positions that form sort of the opposite end of a polarity with Confucianism, where Confucianism is very proactive, Taoism is very skeptical. Taoism, you can say this, Taoism advocates inaction. Okay? Now, Taoism emerges from the thought of an individual that's called Lao Tzu. Lao Tzu, the term just means old master. We know even less about the life of Lao Tzu than we know about the life of Confucius. Indeed, it's not 100% sure that there ever was a historical individual who was Lao Tzu. We have a text which is called Lao Tzu, which is purportedly written by this individual. He supposedly lived about the same time as he was reportedly from one of the other minor states. There are legends that at one point Confucius and Laozi actually met, had a debate in which Laozi made Confucius look like something of a chump. These stories obviously were mostly told by the Tao. The text that we have by Laozi, and then just as Mencius developed the ideas of Confucius at a later time, Laozi has a later follower, a man called Zhuangzi. His writings as well develop a perspective on society, on government, on morality, which is radically at odds with that of Confucius, in that it is based on a skepticism about knowledge, a skepticism about epistemology, our ability to know things. For Confucius, yes, we know things. We can never know things in their entirety. We can never know everything about any particular subject or situation. So our knowledge, the basis for our action, is always partial. It's always limited. There's always a lot of stuff that we can't take into account because we simply can't know it all. The capacity of the mind to comprehend things is finite, is limited. So our knowledge is always partial. When we act on the basis of partial knowledge, there are going to be consequences which we can't anticipate. And of course, Western thought we have this common sort of common sense idea about the law of unintended consequences. When you do things, there's always consequences that weren't what you meant. Well, this is in some ways, a very Taoist idea, that when we act, we don't know what the result of our actions is going to be. And indeed, often, in trying to make things better, we simply wind up confusing things or making things worse. Zhuangzi, the follower of Laozi, who develops these concepts down around the 3rd century, spends a lot of time. Zhuangzi likes to tell fables. He likes to tell stories. And he spends a lot of time playing with the idea of knowledge. He writes about a great bird, soars so high in the sky that when it looks down on the ground, it just sees sort of patterns of color. It doesn't see individual trees or rocks or animals or anything like that. And by contrast, a little sparrow hops around on the ground, never gets up very high above the tops of the trees. It sees everything up close. It sees all the little grains and stalks of weeds. It sees all the little ants and bugs around on the ground. Who's right? Well, neither one is right and neither one is wrong. It's simply a matter of your perspective, where you're looking. Zhuangzi also has the very famous story of a dream. He dreams that he's a butterfly. But then maybe he's a butterfly dreaming that he's Zhuangzi. And when he wakes up, he's not sure whether he's the Zhuangzi who was dreaming of a butterfly or whether he's now the Zhuangzi that's the butterfly's dream. So he's this questioning of knowledge, this questioning of our ability to know things. This is fundamental to the Taoist position. This has further implications for politics, for government. I don't want to suggest that Taoists aren't concerned with the problems facing, because they are. In fact, Laozi, in one of the final chapters of the book that has his name, lays out a vision of a well-ordered society, which in some ways resonates quite nicely with that of Confucianism, but in other ways it's very different. Laozi writes that the ideal society, the ideal life in some way, is one in which you live in a village. It's a small village, it's just a regular Chinese village. And you can hear the dogs barking, the roosters crowing in the next village. But in your whole life, you never go there. Right? And the reason you never go there is because everything you need, everything you desire is right where you are. It's right in your own village. Why go to the village next door where you hear the dogs barking and the roosters crowing. You have dogs and roosters in your own village. Okay? All the things that you should want, all the things that you need, food, shelter, human relationships, are to be found in your immediate community, in the place you already live. To want to go to the next village is just like wanting to conquer the world. It doesn't lead you anywhere. All it does is take you out of the proper order, the proper environment where you belong. So Taoism presents a view of things which undermines, which negates the positivism of Confucianism. One of the critical terms or concepts in Taoism, in Chinese, is Wu Wei. And Wu Wei is really hard to translate. Again, it's one of these situations where taking terms out of Chinese and plugging it is a little problematic. What it basically means is don't do it. It means it's generally translated as inaction. But that's a little misleading. It doesn't mean don't do anything. It doesn't mean, you shouldn't get up in the morning and have breakfast and go out in the fields and do those things. What it means instead is don't act in a way which goes against sort of the natural flow of things. Okay? There is a natural order to things. There's a sort of natural community, a way of being, a way of living, which exists by itself, sort of functions by itself, the way that your village does, the way that a naturally occurring community of human activity does. The people in the village live their lives, raise their crops, have their dogs and their roosters. That's a natural order of things. Doing that is just being. Okay, the term in Wu Wei, the term Wei, means acting in a conscious way, acting in a making sort of way, a way that goes out and seeks to make new things. Okay? That's what you don't want to do. You want to act in a way that's just in harmony with the natural order. Okay? So for the Taoists, the point isn't to make the world a better place. When you set out to make the world a better place, you're just going to mess it up further because you don't know what's going to happen. You don't know all the necessary information. Skepticism, aversion to a vision of a positive order, this is what comes to characterize Taoism. And that's just a polar contrast with the positive that Confucius articulated. Now, these two systems, well, it may be a little early to call them systems, but these two sets of ideas emerged during this Warring States period, and they represent a polarity of response, one very positive, one very negative, or not negative, skeptical, two ways of thinking about restoring a proper order and what the nature of that order would be. They share a lot. They share a lot of ideas about the order. In fact, I mentioned for Confucius that he's concerned with the Tao, the way, the proper way of being. And that's exactly what the Taoists talk about. It's called Taoism, the same word, the Tao, because they're also concerned with the way, the proper order. The difference between them simply being that for the Confucian, the Tao is something that we go out and actively seek to foster and create and develop. Whereas for the Taoists, per se, the followers of Lao Tzu, the Tao is simply something which we have to let be in and of itself. We have to let it sort of go with the flow and do its own thing and be its natural order. That polarity remains deep in Chinese political culture ever after. It's not the totality of the range of ideas that emerge in the Warring States, but we'll turn to some others in our next lecture. We've been talking about a period in Chinese history of great intellectual ferment. This era is sometimes referred to as 100 schools. It takes place during the Warring States period, which is the second half of the long age of fragmentation, the breakdown of the order of the Zhou dynasty. The first half, the spring and autumn period, an era where the number of states grows and proliferates, and the second half from around 500 down, the period where stronger states start to heat up and absorb the weaker states, and the number of overall states begins. Because of this chronic conflict, the warring states era is an appropriate name for it, a period of great instability, of great uncertainty, a time when people were very disturbed, very agitated about what was going on in the world around them. Many people, particularly individuals from the mature, professional administrators that we've talked about, asked questions about the order of the world, about how things had gone so wrong, and how they could be put right. Last time we talked about two of the most important responses to these questions, the ideas of Confucius and Mencius, the ideas of Lao Tzu and Zhuangzi, schools of Confucianism and Taoism. While those schools persist and become very, very important and long-lasting in China, there were many other schools of thought, many other individuals who put out ideas during this period, which perhaps didn't become as dominant, didn't become as obviously a characteristic feature of Chinese culture, but contributed in various ways to the development of Chinese political life, Chinese philosophical discourse. And I want, in this lecture, to look at a couple of other schools in particular, but first just reflect a little bit about the range of ideas, many of the different schools that were around at this time. Some were very concerned with issues of knowledge and language. We've talked already about the Confucians and the Taoists, and how knowledge, our ability to know things, the way that language affects that and shapes that was important for them. There were other thinkers, other philosophers at this time who really focused on language, on linguistic issues as questions in themselves. They would speculate on, for example, whether when we talked about a white horse, we were talking about something which was essentially white or was essentially horse. Which linguistic term was the primary determinant? Were they describing reality? How were they creating reality? Playing around with words and language and the way that structures our understanding. This was important for a number of thinkers during this period. Other individuals, particularly a fellow that we call Sun Tzu, were concerned with military strategy. Obviously, in a period of chronic warfare, ideas about how to wage war, how to organize war, strategy, and combat, these were critical concerns, and rulers were very interested. Sun Tzu was somebody who had no problem finding employment, was unsuccessful in his efforts to really achieve great influence at various courts. Sun Tzu, on the other hand, his ideas were very much in demand because he was concerned with the practicality of waging warfare. And Sun Tzu's ideas relied a lot upon concepts of outwitting your enemy, defeating your enemy through the cleverness of your stratagems rather than simply the application of superior force. These became characteristic of Chinese strategic thinking in later times as well. Still, other thinkers during this period explored cosmological ideas, ideas about metaphysics, ideas about how the unseen world, the phenomena in the universe around us that were not immediately perceptible, might affect or shape the experience, the lives that people live. We'll see some implications of that in later talk. But I want to focus right now on two schools that were quite influential during the Warring States period, but which later, although their texts survive and we know about them, they remain part of intellectual discourse. They cease to be as significant in terms of what people are actually doing, in terms of the practical activity of Chinese times. These are the schools of what's called Moism, after a thinker that we simply call Mozi, Master Law, and the doctrines of legalism. Legalism will prove to be a a practical philosophy, the practical aspects of which remain with us, while the philosophical side tends to be suppressed or put aside. Moza and the Moet, people who followed his ideas, are remembered for basically two aspects of their thought and activity. First was that they advocated a doctrine of universal love. They advocated the idea that we should love everyone equally, that you should treat everyone essentially in the way in which you would like to be treated yourself, emphasizing, again, we can see certain commonalities of rhetoric with Confucianism, Taoism, emphasizing the relationships among people and how those should be properly ordered and regulated. But the emphasis on universal love was, on the part of Moza, a response, a critical response to some of the ideas of the Confucians. The Confucians emphasized a society which was ordered and regulated in networks of relationships, but within which some relationships were more important than others. And in particular, we've talked about how Confucius was very concerned with the primacy of the family. Indeed, in some texts of Confucius, there are situations where Confucius actually puts the interests of the family above those of the state. A very famous anecdote in which Confucius is told about a situation where a young man testifies in court that his father had stolen a sheep. And Confucius sort of shakes his head and says, where I come from, a son does not testify against his father. Implying that although it certainly wasn't right to steal a sheep, it was more wrong for the son to testify and betray his father. So Confucius emphasized the primacy of the family. The Mohists, the followers of Mozi, said that sort of division, that sort of priority given to one's immediate family was part of what divided society, was part of what made one royal house want to fight against another royal house, because the royal houses were families, were clans themselves. And so unless you had a doctrine which said that you needed to treat everyone equally, you needed to love everyone equally, you would always have these kinds of divisions and conflicts. The Mohists are interesting because not only did they have a philosophical position which said, which advocated the doctrine of love, but they also took a very practical response to the conditions of crime warfare in the Warring States period. And this was that they became experts in defensive warfare. Their thinking was that if you could build up the defenses of smaller and weaker states so that they could effectively resist the aggression of the larger and stronger states, then aggression ceased to be a profitable course of action for the stronger states, and they would stop fighting. They would seek probably still to pursue their interests, but through peaceable means, perhaps diplomatic or economic. So the Mohists trained themselves in the techniques of defensive warfare, and then basically went around and offered their services as consultants or advisors to states which were at risk. Now, obviously, they did not succeed in completely eliminating the practice of aggressive warfare. The Warring States period continues on down, and it is brought to a close through the aggressive acts of various states. But the idea of using the practical approach of defensive warfare to make aggression unprofitable was quite engaging at the time. There were a lot of people who did apply this, and there were certain instances in which it actually proved quite effective. Once the Warring States period came to an end, the ideas of Moza sort of faded away, remained, as I say, part of the textual tradition. But in the absence of this kind of chronic conflict, his teachings and his practical activity were no longer quite so relevant. The legalists, on the other hand, had an approach to the questions of social order, the questions of good government, of politics, which was rather different from any of the ones that we've talked about so far. The doctrines of legalism are associated particularly with one state of all the warring states, and that's the state of Qin. We've mentioned the state of Qin earlier because it was the beginning of the rise of the Qin people back in the 8th century, which caused problems for the Zhou court and forced the Zhou to move their royal capital from Qianyang, around the modern city of Xi'an, out in Qi, to Luoyang, to their secondary capital, moving east into the heartland of China. The Qin people continued to rise in power, to develop their state out there on the sort of northwest periphery of China. And they, as the warring states era developed and conflict became more endemic, they developed a very effective military state. They developed a system in which the whole society was mobilized and directed towards the objectives of expanding Qin power and taking over and conquering other states. These ideas, the system, methods that the Qin used began to be articulated in a more self-conscious way back during the 4th century by an individual called Shanyang, chief minister of the state of Qin at that time. And the key to legalism, the key to the practice of legalism, and later to its theoretical elaboration, is very simple. And it's the idea of rewards and punishments. Rewards and punishments. What Shanyang did was to begin a process that goes on over more than a century and a half of promulgating laws, promulgating codes, regulations, which were meant to give people, first the officials of the Qin state, and then all the people of Qin society, a clear understanding of what their obligations were, what their duties were, what their responsibilities were, what the law was, and of what the consequences of failing to perform their duties, failing to observe their obligations, and failing to obey the law would be. The idea is that if you have clear laws, clear rules that everybody knows, and if everybody understands the consequences of not obeying, then people will behave properly. People will behave according to the will of the ruler. Now, of course, in order for this to be effective, it has to be applied equally to everyone. You can't have some people who are privileged and some people who can escape punishment. It has to be applied to everyone. And this was where the Qin proved to be truly effective because they were very diligent about this. They made sure that if a high government official broke the law, he was punished. If an ordinary farmer broke the law, he was punished. It didn't matter what your status was, what kind of prestige you had, what kind of wealth you had. The law had to be enforced absolutely equally to everyone. And the laws were fairly harsh. Punishments were severe. They often involved the amputation of body parts, death, banishment, things which were meant to be very, very serious deterrents, even simply for relatively minor offenses. So it was a harsh system. But the harshness, at least in theory, the way that the Qin thought about it, the harshness was mitigated by the fact that everybody knew in advance what was going on. You knew that if you stole a sheep, go back to the Confucian story, that you would be severely punished. So you couldn't say, well, I really need the wool. There's no mitigating circumstance. The law was very black and white, very cut and dry. And it was a system that proved to be a very effective technique for motivating people. Now, as I say, this began to be developed more consciously, more elaborately by Shanyang, chief minister back in the 4th century BC. In the 3rd century, it gets a sort of philosophical rationale developed by a thinker called Han Fei. Now, Han Fei was, sure, a member of this sort of professional elite. He had worked in a number of states before coming to Qin, He's recruited by the leaders of Qin because of his idea, and he then lives out his life, the rest of his life, as a servant of the Qin kings. And Han Fei gives a philosophical gloss, if you will, to the doctrine. Han Fei develops a theory of human nature, which says that basically people are selfish and greedy, that left to themselves, they will pursue their own self-interest. They will always seek to maximize their own personal gain and to minimize their personal pain, personal discomfort. And so if you use that natural feeling of a desire for good things and an aversion to bad things, then you can motivate people. You can get people to do basically what you want them to do. This is a very modern sounding concept in some ways. It's linked in the Qin state to an idea of rulership, an idea of the nature of the political order, though. That's a little different from what we see in most other circumstances in China, because in Confucianism, in Taoism, in Moism, and many of the other doctrines, there's a sense that there's a natural order, a proper order to the world, that everyone has a place, in their place. We should all be performing our various roles. In the Qin state and in the doctrines of legalism, the state exists for the ruler. The ruler is essentially the owner of the state. The state is like his private property. He can do with it as he pleases. There's none of this sense of reciprocity, none of this sense that the ruler has to behave according to certain standards or guidelines. The ruler is absolute. The doctrine is absolute power, and it's one in which the state is used then as a mechanism to motivate people not to achieve the greater good, but to do what the ruler wishes. If you have a good ruler, this may be a perfectly reasonable system. But if you have a bad ruler, then obviously you're going to have an unpleasant condition for people. Now, so long as the Warring States period persisted, so long as Qin was one of a number of states fighting amongst themselves, contending for power, the doctrines of legalism served it very, very well. Indeed, it's not surprising that when we get down to the 3rd century BCE, we see in the final decades of the Warring States period that it is the state of Qin that one by one takes on, defeats, and absorbs its enemies, its final remaining foes. This process reaches its conclusion in the year 221 when the state of Qin defeats the last remaining other state, which is a state called Chu, a large state in South China centered in the Yangtze River Valley. And the state of Chu is defeated, is conquered, is absorbed by Qin in 221. Now, the leader of Qin at this time is a very famous king. We call him Qin Shi Huangdi. Qin Shi Huangdi. Qin, the state of Qin. Shi is a word that means the beginning, the first. And Huangdi is a word which now enters into the Chinese vocabulary in this meaning for the first time, and it means emperor. So Qin Shi Huangdi is the fellow that we identify as the first emperor of the Qin. And the adoption of the term Huangdi to mean emperor is a very significant act. Up until this time, the leader, the ruler, the head of a dynasty was called the king, and the term in Chinese is Wang. Huangdi was a very ancient mythological figure back there in the age of Yao and Shun that we talked about earlier, who was not necessarily even a fully human figure, a sort of spiritual being who guided certain of the affairs of mankind. For the king of Qin to, in 221, now adopt the title of Huangdi was a claim to a kind of rulership that had not been seen in China previously. It was a claim to total power over all of China. Now that the last of the other states had been eliminated, entire territory of China was under a single rule, Qin Shi Huangdi proclaimed himself essentially to be the Lord of all. And it's a pretty grandiose claim. It's ironic, too, because as history plays out, the Qin dynasty only lasts 14. It lasts 221 just down to 207 CE. In that time, and in particular in the early years after unification, the Qin undertake dramatic transformation. They have established a single state controlling vast territory from the mountains in the north, on the north side of the plain in North China, all the way down into almost the tropics, almost into what is today Vietnam, out into the west a little bit, not quite down to the southwest too far. Sichuan is part of China at this point, but the highlands further southwest have not quite been brought in yet. But it's a very extensive territory, larger than the Zhou state had been at its height, bringing in some areas that go beyond territories traditionally controlled by the Chinese. Qin Shi Huangdi continues to pursue expansive warfare on the frontiers. Within China, he sets about to create a single administrative system. And he pursues a number of policies, a number of campaigns, which are very significant because they create the conditions for an integrated empire to persist even after the Qin dynasty itself collapses. In the first place, this has to do with what we might call standardization. Standardization of many different phenomena. When China had been divided during the many centuries of division, the spring and autumn period, the Warring States period, when the Zhou order broke down and as many as 250 different states were scattered all over China, local circumstances had diverged quite a bit. Early in the Zhou, with a single royal system, China had been fairly coherent. But during these long centuries of fragmentation, different parts of the country had sort of gone their own way in some very mundane and practical things. For example, wagons and carts had axles of different lengths. In one state, in the state of Lu that we've talked about, for example, your axle might be one length, and the wheels, when you run the carts down the road, of course, the wheels would carve ruts in the dirt road. When you get to the border between the state of Lu and say the state of Qi next door, the state of Qi might have parts with axles that were a different length. So the ruts in the road would be a different width. And so you'd have to, when you got to the border, take stuff out of one cart, put it in another cart, and go on your way. This was very effective for the warring states, for the different small states, because it meant that they could control trade across the borders. It was, in fact, desirable in some ways from the point of view of these many different rulers. When you're presiding over a unified empire, and you want an integrated system of commerce all over your territory, it's a bad thing. So, Qin Shi Huangdi decrees a proper length for axles. Of course, it's the axle length of the state of Qin. So all carts, all wagons throughout China have to now have the same width of axle. And this makes, after a certain amount of time, for an integrated transportation and communication. Coinage was another example. States had made their own coins, and they differed in shape. Some were shaped, there's some that they call spade-shaped, and some were made like little knife blades. Some places just used sort of lumps of copper. In the Qin state, the coins were round with a square hole in the middle so that they could be strung on string or rawhide. And the Qin coins were made the standard for the whole empire. Writing. The Chinese writing, individual states had sort of developed their own particular techniques for producing written characters. Characters were essentially the same, but they were written a little bit differently. The style of the strokes composing the characters. Now, the characters of the state of Qin are prescribed as the national norm. So standardization will be imposed from the center as a way of bringing the whole system into consistency. But it was not simply a matter of material things, carts, coins, writing. It was also important from the Qin point of view to establish a standardized ideological system. The Qin were not particularly enamored of the ideas of Confucius or Lao Tzu or Mozi or other people like that. For Qin Shi Huangdi, it was his idea that counted. It was the doctrines of legalism that counted. And this led, in the year 214, to one of the great traumatic events in Chinese history, which was the burning of books and the burying of scholars. Basically, any books that were not either teachings of legalism or practical texts, books about how to build agricultural equipment, or certain mathematical texts and things like that, books that were of purely practical utility, or books that reflected the teachings of legalism, were allowed. All other books were banished. And banished meaning if you owned the copy, you needed to turn it in. Take it to your local government official and turn it in. And then they were all assembled and they were burned. Thousands and thousands of copies of books were burned. And of course, this is at a time when it's before the invention of printing in China. It's at a time when books were hand copied. And the destruction of these manuscripts was very, very thorough. The penalties were severe. If you were caught with a proscribed book, not only was the book burned, but so were you. So it was a system that meant to eradicate ideas other than those which were officially authorized by the Qin. Now, given that it was a time before printing, books, written texts, were only part of the way in which knowledge was transmitted. Perhaps even more significant was the oral teaching, the verbal teaching by scholars of their students. And so, to ensure that these doctrines were eradicated, Qin Shi Huangdi ordered that the scholars, the teachers, who knew these texts by heart, be rounded up, and they were buried alive. So, a very, very severe effort to eliminate non-orthodox ideas and teaching from the state, okay, from society. And it was very effective. We have very few texts which date from before the fall of the Qin dynasty. Most of the books that are older than this, which we have today, are versions that were written down after the fall of the Qin. There's a very, very active period once the Qin collapses and a new dynasty replaces it. There's a very, very intense period of trying to recover these texts. And of course, sometimes that results in alternate versions. One guy remembers it one way, another guy remembers it a different way. So there's alternate versions of text sometimes emerge. This trauma was so severe that it led to a renewal. Ironically, I don't think this was what the Qin had in mind, but it led to a renewal of thinking about the problems of society and government in the next century, which we'll be talking about a bit later. Well, the Qin state, very powerful, very ruthless, very effective. The Qin system was a perfect mechanism for gaining.
I said, what's good?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you had.
No, what's good? That's what I like to hear. I was thinking about you. Dog, interesting thing happened.
Hey, is that my brother asking you up, man?
Oh, yeah, it is. Dog, Jin is going to be a Chinese history expert by the time I'm done with it. We're watching this 35-part series on 5,000 years of Chinese history, and we know all kinds of shit. How's Caspian Sea? What's good in your neck of the woods? Dog. We're learning about Taoism right now, the difference with Confucianism, and feng. We're learning about feng shui. Very cool. So, we were learning about this. We were learning about this aspect of ancestor worship, like how 5,000 years ago in China, they didn't know how to predict the future, not like we currently do, but they didn't have any way to predict things. So they would ask their ancestors through a process called a what do you call it? Um, or something like no oracle boning or something like that. Basically where you break the bone, and whatever way the bones break, it's supposed to essentially guide the future or tell you the future. And it was just like fascinating. But here's the thing. This is the cool part. I thought. Well, actually, Jim this one. Okay, so they would look at the way that a bone broke, and then they'd be like, okay, the bone broke such way. That means we have to do A, B, and C. And they're like, okay, but they would keep track of how often the ancestors were right and wrong, so they know that it was like, well, even though we are gonna do what they say, we recognize these motherfuckers aren't always right, and for some reason we don't understand why. Eventually, they would. Yeah, I mean, they would talk like, if it was like a 4-5 decision, they might keep going, but if it was like 8-2, it was pretty clear what they were gonna do. And but even the fact that they were like keeping track of it was very interesting. That not even they could. Um, okay, so I awoke this morning. Oh man, this pissed me off so much, and it's always been an issue that I've had, and it's this: when somebody comes in here and does something bad, I don't know. Okay, really, I'm not always so quick to be able to ban someone, and a lot of times if I'm asleep and I have my glasses off, I'm legally blind. I have very bad cataracts. That's why the lighting is so dark in here, is because my cataracts are really bad, and it's even hard for me to use the computer. So when I do have to very quickly get out of bed, put on my glasses, and see who it was to ban, that person's long gone. What would they have done? Played a lawnmower, played a leaf blower, played like really wild music, just said N word a whole bunch, and they leave. And I didn't have a way to track that. And so finally I got this logger. You can even probably see it since in the moderator chat. It tells you everything that everybody does. Basically, like how long they've been here, what if they post anything. And I don't really give a shit about that. All I want is when these assholes come in who are like just awakening. Literally, there's one guy. Shout out to this guy because He's gotten me 2 days in a row where I've been in deep sleep. I think where I've been in deep sleep. This motherfucker has come in and awakened me 2 days in a row. I'm gonna let him do it for 3 days. I'm gonna let him do it this next time. Why? Because that's the last time this motherfucker's gonna do it, and I'll be happy to awake to be able to finish it. And that's the only way I can do it. It's not like unless somebody else caught him, but no. I think I know what his name was, but um yeah, I worked all fucking day to get a good logger like that tells you every fucking thing that you want, and I think that's a good one. If you see it, it tells you how long someone's been in here, if they joined, how long we've been. And then also, so I know I talk about these bots all the time, but they're really important to me, and obviously they're the bread and butter of this battleship. And um, I am running into the issue, which I think is an interesting issue, is that basically how do I put it? And Caspian, see, you understand. It's like you'll get it, but there are little things that go wrong, and you have to find where they would go wrong and troubleshoot them. Like extend the time, or make it click in a different spot, or make it see a different image, or whatever. And I'm at the point with these things where they're getting to the point where they're running pretty smoothly. It takes me like a month to really fine tune them, and I mean, they're like, because they've changed the whole tick um user interface, and that I had bots that were working really really well, but then when they changed the interface, it fucked me. But these bots are much better. They're much more efficient. What I didn't realize previously is I was having these bots search the whole page for like an image instead of saying, "Hey, look in this small little image," and it does it much faster that way if you just tell it a limited area. So yeah, I'm excited to see what these bots can do, and then I'm starting to get them on a phone. Now, here's the thing on the phone. There's a program that I want to use, but it's like $7 a month, and I just hate paying for stuff that I know I can hack and get. So, I got it on one phone, but it doesn't work that well. Anyway, I may have to just shell out and do it, but I know if I need these for like 2 or 3 months, that's going to add up to 21 and 28, and I just don't want that. So what I'm gonna do is try to get it in other ways. What this thing does is it's an image detector for a phone, and so it will just walk through everything that I needed to press on a phone. So I can create one to create an account. Then I think I can also do it to like follow and spam and do all the other shit. As of right now, I do have accounts on these phones that are spamming, but they're just spamming clips because it's easier to do. So that's what we've got going,
That makes sense.
which I think is phenomenal. It's really, really fucking sexy. All right, back to China, baby.
I for another with the new dynasty. So by 589, all
Hit.
of China.
What is your question? Oh, I don't know. Let me see.
I don't know.
Yeah, what's that?
I think I'm
Cool. I'll take it.
gotta be channel now. Again, um, I know
Excellent.
better honest time. I
Oh, it's phenomenal. I am
after that guys after that one
a flaxlight.
yeah. No, I was actually just on the all of it. Oh,
Oh, shout out to Pro. Oh no, you're good. I am gonna make myself as possible. I liked it there. People were good. Right. Dude, it had to come from there.
Why he wasn't.
Oh, that
I
no
was
no
like,
no no.
why?
That's right.
Right.
That's what
I
it
was
was.
like, why the hell does this guy have so many displays that I clicked on his profile, added him, and then I see he had like links and bios. I followed him on all his platforms. I see he had a server, so I was like, he must be in here talking to everyone. And I came in that one night,
Jinos is smart.
and then
Jin,
I
you're so smart.
met your fuck right after. I was just kind of curious,
Yeah,
and
dude.
we are where we are now.
Exactly. That's
No,
100%.
that's exactly how it happened. It was a full circle.
Yeah.
Whatever. IRL streamer, I got it. Got by trolls on the troll server. On the troll server, and half of them are saying, "Hey, let me talk shit."
Right. I'm nice to people there. Well, I'll tell you this. Music Biz Marty has only ever been nice to me. Even though I know he tried to troll me, but that's fine. I mean, I give people shit too. I understand how bad. And I've watched a lot. Oh yeah, definitely. Um, I would say Music Biz Marty, his content is a lot of, I'll just say, a lot of it can be like lowbrow, what I've seen, where he maybe goes after some people who either maybe they deserve it, but he just needs content. He's always looking for content, and that's so. While I don't always appreciate maybe the people after whom he goes, I appreciate his hustle and I appreciate his drive, and I understand he's looking for content. Exactly. Well, I would say to him though, whatever he's doing is working. At least it worked with me because it was like the second most amount of people I've ever had in my channel at once, and it was just a huge amount of um, really excitement that he brought. And I met a lot of really great people there, and not including Caspian Sea, but Caspian Sea certainly has been the largest addition. Now, can I name those people right now off the top of my head? I don't remember all their names and stuff, but I can tell you this: I texted with those people. Um, we would play all kinds of trivia. We put all kinds of games together, and they were really smart and they were really fun. And so we had like a little like group going. And so I know if ever Music Marty and those people are watching his stuff, they'd still certainly be aware. The thing is, I didn't have a Discord. So at the time, we were just playing through the YouTube chat. And the reason why I didn't have a Discord was I was afraid no one would come here. And that would still be true. I would still feel that way. But for the fact that I have Kick to promote the Discord. So like instead of me being in here and looking at how many people were in here and like organically maybe like 300 or 400, it would be like 8. It'd be like 9. Like, oh, I would be begging people, please join my Discord, like going to individuals and like that they would just get so annoyed with me. Instead, I spam the shit out of Kick and people come in here. That's true. Oh no, never. I wish I could. It's very Kramer. Yeah, dude. Oh, absolutely, that too. Um,
sit up, left, left, and there's about
Yeah, exactly. Let me look. There's a psychological like phrase that we need to learn, and so we're gonna go to ChatGPT. There's a certain point in a human brain. I imagine like a triangle, and if you are trying to get into someone's brain, it's like going up the hill of the triangle. But then you reach the apex where you make an impression on them that sticks, and then after that, it's downhill. Then you're like someone in their life. Then you're like a known figure. Then you're like an actor or a synonymous point. And so I need to find out what is that point called. Okay, so here we go. What is the psychological term for describing the point at which a person recognizes another person and does not confuse them with others and essentially puts them in their memory bank? What is that point called? I'm sure they're going to say, well, it's like the memory point or something like that, but there's got to be a name for it. Recognition. Yeah, I want a better name. That's face recognition. I get that. Maybe they don't have a word for it, or maybe it's not published like widely, but it should be. That point of recognition or whatever. There's like a point of recognition that is very, very important to get in someone's head. Like, here's an example. Um, you with Ali Boba, I think is an example of this, or the other girl, Jordana, whatever.
I'm not
No, 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 no. But you're starting. You're like moving up the triangle or like a pyramid. You're like moving up. They've said your name. So you're like at the very base of that. But eventually they see a picture of you somehow. Like, how could you, if you wanted to? If you wanted to, like, if you were going to do this the organic way, how would you do this? How could you do this? Okay, and they're a creator, and they don't know you. They're on the other side of that pyramid, basically. How do you get past that point of recognition? It's they say your name a couple times, they recognize you. You might go to their Discord and put your picture when they say like, selfies or whatever, and you might be able to have a nice conversation with them. But there's gonna be a point where they recognize either your face, or they recognize your username, or they recognize something about you, and that's really, really important because now you've differentiated yourself from everybody else. That's a really, really important point psychologically. At least is what I'm trying to do. Like um it's not normal it's normal. This is a very unique social interaction. I think people want to study at length, particularly at the university level, but in particular it's like under normal social conditions, you meet someone face to face or there's like an obvious point of recognition. There's enough in um there are enough impressions immediately that you're never going to forget the person if it's face to face, perhaps. But when you get into the online space, you have to essentially make yourself a marketing tool to be able to ambush people with impressions or information so that they eventually have that past that point of recognition, and then they're just you're in their head. Basically.
first point of now, might be describe it like the actual phenomenon.
Exactly. That's what I was thinking too. Perhaps this is being a phrase that's used in academia that we just aren't privy to at the current moment. But it is. It's a point of recognition where you get over that hump, and then they start to think about you when they're in the elevator and they're washing their hands. Like, why? Because you're just one of the fucking things in their mind, and it's really fucking hard to get to that point. But once you do, like you're in mind. I was thinking about you earlier today, and you said that you were thinking about me. Like we're past that fucking point, like pretty easily. Now exactly the people in music biz, Marty, they don't know who I am, so they're just like working at the very bottom of that pyramid, working their way up. But maybe they'll do what Jin did in Pussies and hop on in. You know what's interesting? Um, Pussy banned me from that chat and or from that Discord, and nothing against him. I think he just perhaps didn't necessarily want to. Did I just see a pair of breasts? I know I did. Yeah, there you go. I was right, dog. I know titties when I see them, dog. Did you see that? Even through these cataracts, baby. Yeah. No, I'm watching them. I'm watching Gigi. This is tight. That's why. That's why I got this fucking logger, so that I can find out who these people are. No, leave everything. Leave everything. No, it's not that. It's not that. I give nicknames all the time. No. I give nicknames all the time. But that's a relationship that I have with the person, perhaps. When someone comes in and they say, I want to be known as this, and you change that just because you think that you're funny, that demeans the other person. I know because I've had this personally done to me when I go into people's discords and they change my name. The one that sticks out in my head, is official. I think it's called like official Mirage Jew Simp, and it's like, dude, I didn't do anything wrong. What is the official Mirage Jew Simp? It's the Mirage chat. That's the name of the Discord. So it's official Mirage Jew Simp is what they're saying. I've never said anything wrong to anyone there, and I just don't think that it's nice, frankly. Now, I can understand if you want to change someone's name because, well, like, what would be offensive or confusing? I mean, that's when you get into impersonation and all kinds of other shit. And as I've said, I've been impersonated. I was impersonated with the guy's name is Santa Maria. He's the head admin at Kick. He's like the top dog at Kick from a server standpoint. And somebody sent him a candle of my middle finger, of someone's middle finger. I don't know who did that. I didn't do that. So in that case, I have to kind of clear my name. And generally, like, I don't like impersonation of me, but and then again, impersonation is the highest form of flattery. So I lean into it. I embrace it. So long as people don't come in here and it's not confusing, I don't really care what your name is. Now this guy GG, uh, I didn't see. I just saw the avatar was boobs. Is that correct?
Yep.
So I don't even think they were necessarily. They could have been. Um, they could have been perhaps trolling, but couldn't they have also? I'm just asking. Couldn't they have also just come in here and just joined and left real quick and joined and left real quick, and just because their thing is boobs, we think, oh, they're showing boobs, but not really. They just joined and left and joined and left. I do that all the time to people. We keep we'll keep an eye on it.
That funny. That guy. At least be funny. I was funny. I was no you. I just read it. That's when I read
GG.
that man. So
Yeah. So if you go to we'll wait. You'll get these privileges eventually. But in at least the moderator only we can see more information on him. So
it's on the welcome center.
Yeah, that's true. He can just see him and welcome. What I'm saying though, this person's account is 7 months old, so it's not like they just jump. Like people who control don't have 7-month-old cows. Does that make sense? Now they left. Why would they leave? I don't know. They just want to see what it's like. They saw the spam and they came in and left. But I don't necessarily think that they. Well, keep this in mind too, guys. Similar. Now keep this in mind, guys. All of the links that I send come right into this Discord, into this VC. So you don't even get to like most VCs are different than mine. Mine, or like most you have to like accept some rules and like take a tour and shit. Fuck that. Mine, you come right into the VC and we're gonna start talking immediately. And because of that, people aren't ready for that. So they press OK and they enter. And then all of a sudden they're not expecting 4 people face to face, so they leave really quickly. I understand that. And then also, mine says you have to be 18 years old, and if you're not 18, then I expect a lot of people to hop in and leave, and I appreciate that. Well, I'm absolutely thrilled that we have this fucking logger bot that I can fucking find out who these fuckers are, because this guy got me up out of the wrong side of bed, and it wasn't just, it's not just that. It's not just that. He got me, and he's gotten me 2 days in a row, and I'm dying for this motherfucker to get me 3 days in a row. Why? Because once I ban his ass, my head hits the pillow again. I know it's smooth sailing. And if he wants to come in with alternate accounts and all that other bullshit, the reason why we're in Discord, believe it or not, guys, I know the internet better than most people, and I can tell you that Discord has the absolute most amount of features. It's the best castle, basically. You can hunker in here. Exactly. It's even better than Telegram, and Telegram's very good too. But Discord has Discord has so many customizations that, like, so long as
Reminds me of MySpace.
yeah, it does. It does.
And it made a couple underground.
Word.
Yeah. A bunch of underground communities. And if you don't know the exact, that you flash, you don't have that, you might not know how to find.
Right. I can't stand that. I hate that. I absolutely hate that. I want to open it up.
I actually have a jobs. I have to interact with those talent. You should know that. And I got an entire fucking company.
Yeah, I heard that. It's not
I mean,
ideal, but if you need to communicate, why not?
I had another note. I had notes organized. I was invited. Um, all my philosophy, all the all of it. But I know where but bucket certainly happens. I just like it. Again, that on a paragraph. So, but like, so I didn't.
I was reading. I agree.
Works at spread.
I agree.
Love spread.
So I thought about this like from the internet perspective. And like right where you are right now, I feel is the center of the internet. And I think I'll be able to prove it in the future. Basically, per capita, per person, there's no one who's transmitting more data than I am. Like, no one. I mean, even the Neuralink guy isn't fucking live streaming his life. They're working like office hours. Now I understand they can study that guy's data a lot better than mine currently, but in the future you never know. Okay. Uh, with, with that said, um, basically I've learned where the most difficult places are, like uh like how am I trying to say? This is like a fort. I hate to say it, but it is, and we have to keep it defended. But basically, so long as this gets defended, we'll be able to bring in people and kick out people who we don't want, obviously. But um, I don't kick out that many people. Additionally, it's like a it's like a mothership. It's like people fly. That's what it is. It's a fucking mothership. It's like Joe Rogan's fucking mothership. It's like a mothership on the Navy. It's like a mothership for aliens, where you go out and you go live your life, but then you come back to the mothership when you're done, and you tell us about your day or whatever. That's like it's like a central hub, and it's the best, easiest one to defend from external threats. That's why I've chosen Discord as opposed to Telegram. And I was suggested, people said, Rabbi, you should make a Discord a long time ago. But I just, then it would be like any other, like, I knew when I was going to do this, I had to do it better than anybody else. Welcome, welcome. How are you? Bronze kicks ass, takes names. That's cool. That's cool. That's fine. So long as they're here, the odds that they'll come back, either today, tomorrow, as opposed to it never coming, are much higher. What was it? Damn. That's right. Oh, that's another thing too. This is generally, I mean, we'll speak any language to you, but as you notice, we get a lot of people here who don't know English or English isn't their primary language, and so all of a sudden they hop into a PC with a bunch of English speakers, everything's in English. They just they get scared. Now I don't know if they want to have a profile picture with literally a guy killing himself while getting killed. That's your own thing. Oh yeah, you're right. Right. Yeah. Excellent. That's 100. Yeah. Damn. Yeah. But his hand wouldn't look like that. What if he did it like? Yeah, no, exactly. That's the thing. I see these guys and I'm like, oh, they don't speak English probably. This guy came in here from fucking Belarus and was like, what the fuck is this? And left. I understand. I mean, I would do the same thing. I would do the same thing. Yeah. Is it right? I think that's interesting. Right. Wow. Okay, so
companies are talking about, like, you guys can talk about, like,
Caspian Sea, did you see what happened to Jack Doherty? Caspian Sea? He crashed his McLaren live on Kick.
Oh, Jack Doherty. He was filming.
We're done. Dude, I can't.
When Paul Walker died, he died on the 405 way about a mile and a half north where my house was. If I would have walked a mile and a half north, I would have smoked. I would have seen it. And I was in my house 1.5. Like, driving fast cars. And again, Paul Walker was the fucking trained driver. He was not the driver that day. And his friend was driving, and probably trying to do a fucking dumbass. Paul Walker would have not crashed that car in my opinion.
I do. Well, Jack Doherty was texting, he was reading his fucking chat, and phone in his hand, while it's raining hard.
Yeah.
And he's got a passenger who's filming him. It's everywhere. Just put it in Twitter, you'll find it. It's on Twitter, it's on Reddit, it's on YouTube. It's on everywhere but Kick. Kick banned. Now this one, I don't know how long his ban is, but I bet you it's a while. And the reason why is this was a very, very public, very, very public accident. And here's, in addition to why he totaled this McLaren and everything. Eddie Craven, the guy who owns Kick and Steak, was doing an AMA, basically weekly AMA at that gamer, and they were doing that thing at whatever that fucking hackathon thing was in Atlanta. Anyway, DreamHack. And so all of a sudden the chat blows up. Hey, Jack Doherty just fucking got in a car accident, and he was like smoking vape. He was vaping while also on his phone and shit. And so the chat starts going nuts. So they mentioned it. So basically, what I'm saying is like Eddie, the owner of Kick, knows personally that Jack Doherty was fucking up on his McLaren and was like, "Oh, we hope everything's okay with him or whatever." And I understand, and they banned him. But now to let him back, it's like it's not like he just randomly got banned. It's like, no, everyone knows you got banned. It was very public, and the top person on the platform knows you got banned. Like, there's no hiding it.
I can't believe the one who broke I have to watch it. The longest video. Like,
just go to Twitter, dog. People have it kind of all over to Twitter. 30 seconds.
I'm watching it right now.
Oh, okay. All right, you got it.
In the rain.
Yeah, exactly. It's very dangerous.
During the hurricane. Fucking Hurricane Milton driving.
It actually, I think, would have been a rain like a week ago. Oh, you know what? Perhaps. I don't know. The thing is, he tried to get insurance to pay for it, which, whether they'll cover it or what, but he was saying, like, it's like obvious, dude, you're a car hydroplane. And he's like, I don't know if somebody hit me. It's like, dog, no one hit you. You have more video evidence of this accident like anyone ever. You fucked up.
I'm screaming at the for a while.
Sure.
Fucking idiot.
Dude, the passenger ends up bloody. The passenger ends up really bloody.
Yeah, everybody get hella talked about.
Dude, I'm talking about it.
Blown away. Biggest streamers who haven't dropped their videos yet are putting together scathing reviews right now. Why I think they're gonna go back and talk about small history. They're gonna like one more day. We're gonna see a lot more.
Dog, it already happened. It's like 10 days old. It's so long. It is pretty old. It's pretty old. This happened Saturday. Okay, no, not 10 days. Okay, you're right. It's still pretty new. I was thinking it was like more than a week old. No, this happened Saturday. You're right. Well, I just remember when Eddie was doing his thing, and I think it was Friday or Saturday. It might have been Friday, but yeah. You're right. It probably is that her thing. Anyway, the only thing that could have made it better. I thought he was. Hold on, no, he's in Florida, which is also getting hit by Milton. Anyway, he's a prick, and he sucks for some of the behavior that he has. Okay, so here's the 411 on this fuck. This is what he does. He contacts chicks when they're 17, or he has them contact him, and he says, "Hey, I'm gonna have a birthday party for you when you turn 18, and it's gonna be a yacht party in Miami." So all these girls go down there, they get drunk. He has them sign these contracts for OnlyFans that he says that he will represent them for 50% of their earnings. He's pimping these bitches out. And then he promotes them, and then they make a lot of money, but basically they're tied to him for X amount of time. And they didn't really do it on their own volition. And he does it to them on their 18th birthday. I think that's shitty behavior. Okay, whether that sucks or not, that sucks. But then the other thing that I can't stand that this fuck does is he just goes and fights with people and has his security just defend him. Yeah. There's like dozens of videos where dozens of videos. He just goes up to people in Las Vegas, in LA, in Miami, and then he'll just be like, he'll like shout his mouth off at him, and then they'll want to whoop his ass, and then he'll have his security jump in.
Yeah, no, I've never followed him. I've never time I've seen action. So for some reason they proud of the worst behavior in the live stream. Just a popular guy with kids.
Wait, definitely. Ask anybody over age 30 if they know who he is. Very few people do.
Yeah, I mean, young,
Seems to.
without an audience of children, Daniel Larson, okay?
Dude, I honestly think it has to do as well. They look very young. There's something about the ability to look young. Like Neon looks like he could be 12. Jack Doherty has a baby face. So all these people they attract young people.
Yeah. I like my women.
Milks.
Milks. Right?
Dog. I have consent. Baby, I heard you're twice the age of consent. Hell yeah, girl. You're working on your third age of consent, girl. You can say yes, 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 baby.
Ooh, postmenopause.
continuation of the Han Dynasty. In northern China, a man named Cao Pei founds a kingdom called Wei, the kingdom of Wei. Now, Cao Pei is very interesting. He's the son of a man named Cao Cao. And Cao Cao, who was himself the adopted son of a eunuch. So we have a military strongman, the adopted son of a eunuch, sort of bringing together some of the conflicting interest groups. It's a very fascinating historical figure. Cao Cao was one of the people who had been jostling for power, contending for power in the final decades of his life, and carves out a large territory in North China under his control. He also dies in 220, just coincidentally, at the end of the Han Dynasty. And it is his son, Cao Pei, who then sets up the kingdom of Wei. In southeastern China, a third state is formed. This is ruled by a man called Sun Wu. And the state itself is also called Wu. That's a traditional, ancient historical name for that part of China. So the kingdom of Wei in the north, Shuhan in the southwest, and Wu in the southeast. Now, what makes the Three Kingdoms period so fascinating, so interesting, is that it becomes an age of great heroism and romance. It is looked back upon by later Chinese as a sort of golden age. Not a golden age of good government or flourishing poetry and art in the way that the Han or later the Tang Dynasty was thought of, but an age of great adventure, an age unlike most periods in Chinese history. And the reason for this, in part, is that the heroes of this period are not the kinds of scholars, the kinds of political officials, the kinds of emperors that we normally see portrayed as the great culture heroes in later times, but are military men. Military men noted not for their strength, not for their ability to just crush their opponents, but for their cleverness, for their wit. This is an age, the age of the Three Kingdoms, where deceiving your enemy, outwitting your enemy, winning a fight by not fighting are considered to be the great talents, the great successes, the great accomplishments of the heroes of the age. In addition to the individuals I've already mentioned, I want to mention one more fellow, a guy named Zhuge Liang. Zhuge Liang was a general. He never becomes a ruler. He never seems to have had the ambition of seizing power for himself. But he comes to be known as one of the greatest strategists, along with Cao Cao. Exploits all take place before the actual fall of the Han. But Cao Cao and Zhuge Liang during this whole period, the second century, are often held up as the great exemplars of clever strategy. The division of the empire into these three states, of course, sets up conditions for continuing warfare. It's not the kind of fragmentation and breakdown that we saw back when the Zhou polity begins to go around. You don't get a continuing fragmentation. You don't get dozens, even hundreds of states. You just have these three. Once they are established, they contend with one another, but they don't break down beyond this. The three families, the three groups that control these are fairly stable among themselves. They also have, of course, the experience of administration and government of the Han Dynasty to fall back on. And they all present themselves as good Confucian regimes. They all employ a Confucian bureaucracy in their administration. They all are concerned to maintain the kinds of proper order within their own territory that are characteristic or have come to be thought of as characteristic of good government. So it is a period of fragmentation, and yet there's a lot of cultural continuity, at least in the political culture, from the Han into the Three Kingdoms period, with that it is the military heroes who are seen as the great figures of the day. Now, as I said, what makes these guys great, what is looked back on, what becomes characteristic of them, is their cleverness. And I want to just give a couple of examples of what I'm talking about. In one instance, a general has brought his army to the south, and they've camped on the bank of a great river. Their army is on the northern bank of the river. On the southern bank of the river are the enemy's forces. Now, the army on the northern bank of the river has come a long way. They're far from home. Their supply lines are extended. They're in a tough spot, but if they can hold out, they can inflict a decisive defeat on their enemy at this point, they may gain everything. So it's a critical moment. But they're in a tough spot because in the fighting that has gone on up to this point, they have used up almost all their arrows. Bowmen, archers are a critical component of warfare. If you don't have arrows, your archers aren't going to be very useful. So, what to do? Well, decide to take advantage of a particular circumstance in their location, which is that there's rivers that flows between the two armies. And evening tends to become covered with fog. Time of year when at night air cools down, air rising from the river condenses in a thick layer of fog over the river. So they go upstream and they commandeer boats as they go along. They take all these boats, and then in the boats they build dummies. They make little mannequins out of straw. They put uniforms on these mannequins, and then they tie the boats together, push them out into the stream, and they float downstream in the evening, just as the fog is descending the river. Well, on the southern bank, the sentries are very alert, watching out, and they know that particularly under the cover of fog is a dangerous time because the enemy on the north bank may try to slip across the river and attack. So they're very much on the alert. And they see coming down the river through the fog these boats. In the boats, they can't see very clearly because of the fog, but they see all the soldiers lined up waiting to attack. And so they think, aha, we've figured out their clever stratagem, trying to sneak up on us under the fog. So they unleash a hail of arrows on these boats. And of course, the arrows stick in the straw dummies. On the north side, they haul the ropes in, they draw the boats back, and they've resupplied themselves with the arrows they need to carry on their campaign. This sort of story becomes legendary. It's passed down when you study Chinese. It's one of the little texts that you learn very early on. Straw boats borrow arrows is the title of it. Another example, this one involves Zhuge Liang. He's sent out to control a certain territory, and he has a large army, and then he has a little advance party. And he's led the advance party to occupy a particular town. His main force is probably 2 or 3 days' march behind him. He's come and he's occupied this particular town. And at this point, the enemy army is approaching, and the enemy army is only about a day's march away. And they've sent their scouts out ahead, and they're sort of checking out the situation. And they come up onto the ridge outside this walled town, and they spy down, and they see that here's Zhuge Liang's forces, but it's just his bodyguard. And they're delighted, so they ride back and tell them, we've found Zhuge Liang, he's in this town, and if we attack right away, we can defeat him. Well, Zhuge Liang is no fool, and of course he's had his own spies out, and they detected the approach. And his advisors come and they say, we got to get out of here. The enemy's just over the hill. They're going to be here in a matter of hours, and we just have our little small detachment. We must get out of here. And Zhuge Liang said, oh, I really feel like playing some chess. And he calls to his second in command and he says, let's go play some chess. go up on the city wall, right over the main gate, a little sort of terrace there, and they set up a table, and they sit down in a couple of chairs, and they start to play a game of chess. The other commanders are all very upset. What are you doing? We've got to get out of here. No, don't worry about it. In fact, open the gates to the city, and let's have the market take place as usual, and have a squad of soldiers go out and march up and down outside. That'll be. And the commanders appalled, but they follow their orders. Open the city gate. Traffic's going in and out, and business is going on as usual. Soldiers, this one little squad of soldiers are marching up and down. Well, the enemy commander comes up with the advance party of his forces. Come up on the hill in the town, and they look down. And his scouts say, "See, we told you. Here's Zhuge Liang. We have a chance. He doesn't know we're here. We have a chance to defeat him and capture him." And the commander looks very carefully. Sees Zhuge Liang playing chess up on the wall. And there's this little group of soldiers marching. The gates are open, and it's obvious that it's completely defensive. The commander thinks for a minute. He says, turns around, he orders the army to withdraw. And his subordinates are like, "What are you doing?" Zhuge Liang would never allow himself to be in this sort of situation. It's obvious. We know how smart he is. We must have his forces concealed nearby. As soon as we attack, we'll be destroyed. Our only hope is to run away. And so, by a clever deception, by appearing to be unconcerned, Zhuge Liang convinces his opponent that he's involved, when in fact, he could have been captured. So these kinds of stories are the ones that become characteristic of the Three Kingdoms period. They're written down, there's poetry about them, they become the subject of plays, operas. There's a great romance novel called The Romance of the Three Kingdoms that evolves over the centuries and becomes one of the great bestsellers. If you spend time in China today, you turn on any TV show, any night, or any TV channel, any night, you're likely to see dramatization of stories of the kingdom. They're very, very popular in China today. Well, the Three Kingdoms period runs on for just 45 years. It's not a very long period in Chinese history. And eventually, China is reunified briefly. In the year 265, up in the state of Wei in the north, another family, not the Cao family, which has been the ruling house of it, but a family called the Sima, seized power and managed to field an army which is able to defeat the forces of both Wu and Shu Han. And from 265 to 304, a short-lived dynasty called the Jin dynasty replaces the Three Kingdoms and brings another period of unity in China. But that doesn't last very long. It doesn't last very long because around this time, events which we don't fully understand out in Central Asia are taking place that lead to great migrations of people. Around this time, a little bit earlier than this time, there's a great movement of people from Central Asia down into northern India. People called the Kushan, who become a great civilization in what's now northwestern India. At the beginning of the 4th century, large groups of people, Turkic-speaking people who will later evolve into the communities that today we call the Turks, Turkish people, start to move into northwestern China. This leads to all kinds of changes, all sorts of transformations in Chinese history, which will be taken up in a later lecture. But before we turn to that stuff, I want to take an opportunity in the next lecture to talk about the arrival in China during the second half of the Han Dynasty of the religion of Buddhism, which comes to China from India and which finds a place in Chinese civilization, which is rather unique because it's the only major thought system, major spiritual system to take root in China, which comes from outside. So we'll take up the story of Buddhism, its arrival in China, and adaptation to Chinese culture in the next lecture. The Qin dynasty collapsed
Awesome.
in 207 BC. First emperor Qin Shi Huangdi presided over the unification of China, conclusion of the Warring States period, the defeat of the state of Chu, the last of his rivals in 221, had lived until 210. After his death, his son took over as the second emperor, but proved unable to hold together the empire that his father had assembled. The harshness of rule, the legalist doctrines of rewards and punishments, the view of the state as essentially the private property of the emperor, proved to be a system that, while it was effective in gaining power, wasn't a good way to hold on to power, wasn't a good way to rule the empire. And so rebellions began to break out. People rose up against the harshness, cruelty, extraction of the Qin. And the second emperor was killed, the dynasty was overthrown. And then a period of about 5 years of conflict followed, where different contenders emerged, trying to create a new order, trying to establish a new dynasty. To maintain the large imperial state which the Qin had established, but to found one now with a more viable, long-lasting basis. Fairly quickly, two principal contenders emerged in the struggle to succeed the Qin. The first of these was a man called Xiang Yu. Now, Xiang Yu was a general. He had been a commander of the armies of the state of Chu prior to the unification in 221 BC. He was a very competent individual. If Las Vegas bookmakers had been around to bet on the outcome of a struggle to succeed the Qin, Xiang Yu probably would have been the favorite. His principal opponent was a man named Liu Bang, and very few people would have put their money on Liu Bang at the beginning of this process. Liu Bang was a relatively minor figure. He was not even a member of the official elite. He was not a sure. He was a jailer. His job under the Qin, he had a minor position in the local administration. His job was to escort groups of prisoners from the local jail to sort of the next highest level, the county jail. When things began to fall apart, just around the time that the Qin was collapsing, Liu Bang was embarked on one of his missions, and it involved an overnight journey. And in the night, while he was camped with some of his prisoners, when he got up in the morning, several of them had escaped. Well, he knew that this meant that he had failed to fulfill his duty, to perform his task, and that under the Qin system, he would be severely punished. So he took what at the point seemed to be a viable alternative route. He assembled his remaining prisoners, told them he would set them free if they would follow him, and this became the core of his army. He then became a rebel, became a fighter against the Qin, and after the collapse of the dynasty, he continued to mobilize forces to raise followers, and eventually was able to rise up and become a serious military challenger for power. But he was a very unlikely contender to begin with. Xiang Yu and Liu Bang eventually came into direct conflict with one another. In the year 204, there was a great battle in which Xiang Yu defeated Liu Bang's forces, inflicted a very strong defeat, and pretty much everyone thought that Liu Bang was all washed up. But that proved not to be the case. He carried out a very clever strategic withdrawal, moved away from the sort of center of the arena of battle, off to a small river port on the upper Yellow River, where there was a granary, a place called Ao. And he seized this granary, this storehouse, was able to feed his troops, was able to recruit new followers, pay wages in grain to people who would come and fight in his army, and was able very quickly to rebuild his forces and resume the battle, resume the conflict with Xiang Yu. 2 years later, it was Liu Bang who finally emerged as the victor, defeating Shang Yu in a very dramatic siege, where at the very end, Shang Yu, realizing that his situation was hopeless, Liu Bang had surrounded Shang Yu's encampment with soldiers from the former Chu army who sang folk songs of their native places. And when Shang Yu heard the songs of his homeland being sung by the troops surrounding his own camp, he knew that his cause was lost. He had a final evening with his favorite concubine. They drank wine together. Then he killed her, leaped on his horse, and rode headlong into the enemy line. He was cut down. So it's a very dramatic, romantic ending to this conflict. And it leaves Liu Bang in control of the field of battle and in control of the empire. Liu Bang then proclaims a dynasty. He calls this the Han Dynasty. Han was the name of the district that Liu Bang came from. And the Han Dynasty becomes one of the great ages in Chinese history. It lasts for over 400 years. It's contemporary with the Roman Empire in the West. And it is about as extensive. It's a large and expansive territorial empire that in size and population and wealth certainly was a match for, if not indeed somewhat greater than the Roman Empire. Liu Bang establishes his Chizren directly from the imperial capital. The emperor appoints officials directly from the imperial capital. The emperor appoints officials. They go out. They serve in local government. They serve at the pleasure of the emperor, and they serve for relatively short fixed terms of office, and then they're rotated around to different places. And this allows the imperial court to maintain direct control, direct intervention in the operations of government throughout this part of the empire. But in the eastern half of the empire, power is given to military leaders in Liu Bang's army who had secured these territories, secured these areas, and who have pledged their loyalty to the new dynasty. Now, there's a certain element of familiarity about this because in some ways it's similar to the situation that evolves in the Zhou dynasty. You have a royal court, but farther away in the more marginal areas of the state, you have rule exercised by local strongmen who have connections to the king, but those weaken over time. And there's the potential for that here in the early Han. Liu Bang and his successors control the western half of the empire directly, but the eastern half has been granted out as fiefs to these military. And that does indeed become a problem. Nonetheless, Liu Bang has a successful foundation to his empire. He lives down into the 190s. He passes the throne on to his son. A stable succession takes place for the next few rules. There are some challenges that emerge in the second century to the early Han state. But they managed to survive them. In the 180s, for example, the family of the empress, the emperor's wife, Empress Lu was her name. Her family seeks to develop influence at court. They seek to dominate the court, to control the succession of which of her sons will be the next emperor. And in 180, when the next dynastic succession takes place, the next emperor comes to the throne, there's a great confrontation. And the Liu family managed to prevent the Wu family from exercising power. They're pushed off, returned to a more subordinate position. So the Liu family survives that challenge, that effort to be manipulated by imperial in-laws. By this time, the descendants of the original military leaders who had been given land to control out of the eastern part of the are starting to become a little restless. And there are a number of efforts by the emperors to maintain and extend their control over the east, which are resisted by the local strongmen out there. This comes to a head in 154 BCE when a rebellion takes place. Several of the military rulers in the eastern part of the empire rise up and challenge the power of the Liao family. But not all of them. And the Liao family proves to be very adept at manipulating the strongmen in the east against one another, so that some of the states are weakened, some of the local rulers are weakened and defeated, and then those territories are absorbed into the direct imperial administration and used as a base for further operations against the remaining strongmen in the east. Within a few years, all of East China is removed from the control of the military of these sort of autonomous states and integrated into the imperial administration. And this is a really critical development because it indicates that, for one thing, that the Chinese have learned a lesson from the history of the Zhou, recognized the threat that independent power, or semi-independent power in eastern China represented, and were able to effectively counteract that when it began to become a serious problem. So by mid-century, by around 150 BCE, the Han Empire is a single administrative entity, no longer with this division between East and West. And that sets the stage for the emergence of one of the greatest figures in imperial history, an emperor who comes to the throne in 141 BCE and reigns until 87 BCE. So a nice long period with a single ruler. Now this is a man that we know as Wu Di. Di is the abbreviation for Huangdi, the term for emperor that Qin Shi Huangdi was the first to employ, and Wu is simply the honorific title that he has. This is called his temple name, posture. Emperor Wu or Wu Di, who presides over the Han Dynasty at the period where it really matures, it really comes into its own. He carries through, he brings about what we sometimes call the Han synthesis, which creates and consolidates an imperial order, an administrative order, and also an ideological order, which remains the foundation, remains the basis for imperial politics, the imperial political system, for over the next 2,000 years. The system that's put together in the 2nd century BC, particularly under Wu Di, is modified, evolves, it changes, it adapts to changing circumstances, but its essence, the core of it, as it's forged at this time, remains pretty much stable for the remainder of imperial history. Now, the Han synthesis, what's the Han synthesis? It's a weaving together, a blending of three basic components. One, Confucianism, the political philosophy that we've talked about earlier, focusing on human relationships, focusing on both hierarchy and reciprocity, focusing on the ideas that a properly ordered society, regulated and facilitated by the use of ritual, based on moral self-cultivation of gentlemen who learn, study, educated in the teachings of Confucius, in the doctrines of the way. But this is the foundation for a good society. This is the foundation for a well-ordered community. Blended with this are elements of legalism. Not legalism as a philosophy, not the philosophical explanation of legalism developed by Han Fei, but the practical operations of the state. The idea of a system of law, the idea of rewards and punishments. These are still carried on by the Han state, but they are mellowed, they are softened, they are made more humane with the philosophy of Confucianism. Laws, regulations, rewards, punishments, meted out, dealt out in a system which recognizes the centrality of human relationships. In a sense, it's the idea of Western discourse of justice tempered with mercy, of a system of law and order which also recognizes the humanity of all the people who are involved in it. And finally, a third element, along with Confucianism and legalism, is what we might think of as a more Taoist element, or perhaps a cosmological element, which is to say that Confucianism and legalism, Confucianism and practical administration, are very concerned with the day-to-day operations of the world, very concerned with the mundane social life that people live in the community. But there are larger systems, there's a larger world, there's a whole universe out there, a natural world of unseen phenomena, spiritual dimensions of human life, and these need to be dealt with as well. And the cosmological aspects of the Han synthesis seek to situate human society within this larger cosmic order. One particular manifestation of that is in the teachings, the ideas of a man called Dong Zhongshu. And Dong Zhongshu teaches, he brings together a number of ideas that have been around in China for a long time already at this point. But he brings them together and sort of systematizes and creates what's sometimes called a system of correlative cosmology, which is to say that it's a system that seeks to explain correlation, connection between phenomena that can be observed in the natural world and actions taking place in human society. Basically, this is a doctrine of the interpretation of omens, you might say, interpretation of signs. If there's an earthquake, if there's an eclipse or a meteor shower, if there's a flood or a drought or something, any sort of natural phenomenon may be interpreted as a sign that the natural order of things is disturbed. Okay? And so it may be a portent, an omen of a coming event, or it may be an indication that something's wrong, that something isn't right in the world, in human society. Human misbehavior, and most importantly, relates to the behavior of the ruler, the emperor. If the emperor is doing something wrong, not necessarily intentionally, not necessarily the emperor is corrupt or the emperor is a bad guy, but maybe he's doing something which he's not even aware isn't right. He needs to become aware of it. And the interpretation of these omens is one way in which the imperial advisor can alert the emperor to some of the problems that may be out in society. So this situates human social activity within a larger natural and cosmic order. These are the three dimensions of the Han synthesis: Confucianism, political philosophy, legalist administrative practice, and the cosmological embeddedness of human society. Wu Di also, in addition to this sort of political cultural, presided over a number of administrative initiatives. He was a very proactive emperor. He had a vision of the state as an instrument for doing good. A vision of the state which was consistent with his understanding of Confucianism as a mechanism for pursuing the good in society and in life. On the one hand, this may have been just a convenient rationale for his desire to expand his power. The period of Wu Di's reign is a period of great military expansion. Chinese forces push into the northern part of Korea, push south down into what's now Vietnam. They project Chinese power far out into Central Asia. Chinese force, Chinese political control is extended over territories far beyond what had been encompassed in previous states, even in the Qin, when it was in its expansive phase. So Wu Di creates the largest empire for the Chinese up until this time. Within the empire itself, he also has a very new kind of governance style in that he wants the government, wants the state to solve problems for people, to get out there and to be directly engaged in social and particularly economic life. And one way in which this is manifest is in the creation of government monopoly, certain critical commodities, things that everybody needed, salt, iron, the tool, alcohol, things that were produced not necessarily everywhere, not like grain, which could be grown just about everywhere, but commodities which were produced in certain places and then distributed to a market. What Wu Di was against was the manipulation of the market by private interests to enrich themselves. In other words, he was against mercantile profiteering. And so he set up government monopoly where salt, iron, alcohol, a few other critical commodities were regulated by the state. Their production was controlled by the state, their distribution was controlled by the state, so that prices could be kept low enough that these things which were needed by everybody could be afforded by everybody. And in this way, a stable order, some of the conditions of peace and prosperity which were desirable under Confucian ideas could be maintained with the active participation of the state. The state becomes an agency for fostering and creating the good life. He also began some practices that evolved quite extensively in later times, but have their origins under the of recruiting, developing new mechanisms for recruiting educated gentlemen into government service. In particular, he began the practice of holding examinations, having tests at court, whereby individuals could come in and be given certain questions and write out their answers and demonstrate their scholarship, demonstrate their learning, their wisdom, their erudition. And if they were sufficiently qualified, if their answers, if their writing was considered sufficiently worthy, then they would be appointed to positions in government. Now, this initially is a pretty small-scale undertaking. It's not a major mechanism for recruiting people to government service. People came into the service of the government during this period largely on the basis of what we might call recommendation or reputation. Known competent individuals, or if someone who was already a part of the government said, I know someone who would be a really good candidate for this task, then they would be brought in. It was still a relatively small circle of acquaintance at the top of it, and people were recruited largely on the basis of pre-existing relationships. But the search for more objective, more neutral means of recruitment, as testing talent and merit begins
What up, baby?
of his sense of a government which is morally of a high moral quality.
Absolutely, it's beautiful.
Pure morally by seeking out the best right of the community. Well, Wu Di dies in 87 BCE, having presided over a long era of peace, expansion, and prosperity, having crafted his government, established this posture of active.
GB, were you talking to me? Oh, no shit. Yeah, definitely. Oh, no, I don't have that. I don't have the HBO. But I could probably figure out how to get it. So why don't you come in tonight and we'll get it. Excellent. Yo, dog. Can I blow this motherfucker's mind? Alright, just one moment. I'm coming, baby. I'm over fucking my dog. Alright. Watch these nuts. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. You know who I am? Like 24/7, 365 for world peace. We're taking Harry Potter on Sonic to the moon on the back. Here we go. I'm live streaming 24/7, 365 for more than 3 years. I don't want war anymore. I stream for world peace. I want everybody to get together and buy Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. We talk about some things on this stream that aren't normally discussed in society, like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, life extension technology, where we utilize things like stem cells and human growth hormone and ambrosia therapy using the platelets of younger people for the benefit of older people. We utilize things like nootropics and platelets, basically to extend your life to age 80 to 100, 120, even further. But there's something then called mind uploading technology that we want to do to perhaps allow you to live forever. So when I tell you this, Elijah D's nuts, I mean this. I don't think you're going to die. You are going to be able to afford the technology that is necessary for you to be able to utilize mind uploading technology. Where we scan Elijah D's nuts and brain into a computer, store that for later download into an avatar, an android, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, an ethereal being, a robot, whatever you want to be, an avatar, anything. Yeah, it'll probably be on Amazon Web Services. No, not. You'll be able to pay for the good version or whatever. The people who rule the world. You'll be one of them, and you'll be able 100%, and you'll be able to live your life essentially using a digital immortality. And if no one's ever told you that, you're going to be able to do it, and the way that you're going to pay for it is through Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Enix, which is Bitcoin, baby. There you go. Thank you for allowing me to interrupt. Oh, some other things that we talked about on this stream that aren't normally discussed. Do you know what de-extinction is? Where we are taking extinct animals and bringing them to new life, essentially through hybridization. If you don't know, de-extinction already successfully took place in 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex. The Pyrenean ibex. Look, I'm going to tell you, this is already done. So whoever told you that doesn't have their facts right. We brought back the Pyrenean ibex in 2003. Fast forward to 2021, there's a company called Colossal Bioscientific. They have made it their goal by 2028, less than 3.5 years, to reintroduce through de-extinction the woolly mammoth. Following the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger and the dodo. This is on their website. Now, I know what you're saying. Yeah, but what about the DNA of a far off uh, animal such as a dinosaur? That isn't preserved in amber, it's not preserved in ice, it's not preserved in mud or fossil record. Okay, we have their genetic offspring, essentially their descendants evolutionarily here on Earth today. While we don't have a raptor, we have a gecko. We have essentially everything that we need to make a bigger version of that. And using AI and what we know from a fossil record, I imagine we'll be able to get within 99.9% of exactly what a raptor would have been, or brontosaurus, or dariosaurus, or any of the other things that you would have wanted. Yeah, so you're only looking at this from a human perspective. I look at it from a universal perspective. We don't know, but there are other, perhaps extraterrestrials, who have been observing Earth this entire time. Additionally, there's something called the Looking Glass. In fact, Project Looking Glass, which is allegedly a gift from an alien species that was given to President Eisenhower in 1954, that allows you to look in the past or in the future. So there are ways to perhaps observe this. Additionally, if you really want to be able to observe what Earth looked like millions of years ago, all you need to do is develop technology for faster than light travel and essentially faster than light observation, and you can watch the light hit from millions of years ago, and you can actually know exactly what the makeup was physically of all of these animals, including dinosaurs. So while yeah, we're limited in some ways, don't let that stop you when you start to think that we may not be the only species in the universe, that there may be other species that have a record of this. Agreed. Well, we have to recognize that we may not be the only thing that does. Okay, so a feather is off on a dinosaur. Who cares? It's a dinosaur. We're gonna be able to have a 10-foot dinosaur? That's gonna be amazing. Yeah, they make movies about a lot of shit, dog. They don't actually have that. They made movies about everything under the sun. Yeah, didn't they make a movie about it? Yeah, yeah, they made a movie about it, and they wrote books about it too. That doesn't necessarily mean that you should be impressed when it's brought to life. It's a lot of work. Word. Okay, exactly. Dog, you you don't have to do anything with AI. You throw super you throw out artificial super intelligence. It'll map the thing better than anything. You can choose the version that you want. Do you want one with genetic defects, or do you want the most Yeah, dog. Where the fuck have you been? It's called the CRISPR system. CRSPR. Look it up, man. People are genetically. People are. I know you've heard of it. I'm telling you, there are people who I know have utilized it. You're able to today genetically alter your child or a lot of things. Yeah, exactly. And you will have two different kinds of people. You will have genetically altered people, and then everyone else. And then eventually they'll make it illegal to not be genetically altered. Hey dog, dude, hey dog, dude. I have more data online than any person in global history. Data is Earth's number one resource. I've been live streaming for more than 3 years. So when it comes to money, data's worth more than petroleum or air or water or anything else. I'll be able to afford all this shit. Right. Agreed. Agreed. And I have the world's largest compilation of human data in global history. And not only is it on one platform, it's on 33 different platforms. I'm live everywhere right now, including Twitter, Twitch. I'm live on Discord. I'm live on Telegram. I'm live on YouTube. I'm live on Rumble. They would not give me an OnlyFans account. They rejected me twice. They don't like my social media. You heard me, right? No, I won all those. I dated girls who worked for Tinder. They were employed by Match.com. I already hacked those apps. I got all the girls to like me on that. Oh, that's different. That's different. I mean, all they have to do is essentially pay attention to the world. And when I go viral, I'm taking Harry Potter, Obama Sonic 10 easy to the moon. GB, this HBO documentary is on Harry Potter, Obama Sonic 10 Inu. Gotcha. I gotcha. Solid. I overheard GB saying that it's like a CIA front. I'm willing to believe. Absolutely. Yeah, let's name the other one. We've got Asher, Bundy, Carnegie, we've got Collins, we've got DuPont, we've got Lee, we've got the Merovingian bloodline, we've got the Reynolds, Russell, of course, Rothschild, Rockefeller, Van Dunn, Vanderbilt, the House of Windsor, and the House and Warburg. That's about if you control that, you control the world. Exactly. They're really German. Their last name isn't Windsor. It's Saxe Goldberg Gotha. It's Saxe Goldberg Gotha. They changed it during World War One so it didn't sound so German. Well, they're dead. But yeah, I know. Well, let me just tell you this. We're all related, and I can tell you, you can follow my bloodline to the Bible. I don't know about theirs. Well, No, I get that. I mean, I can follow my mother's bloodline, like six generations to the Zagelmeyer family. Zagelmeyer is the pet. Zagel is the Yiddish pet name of Betzazel, who was the chief architect of the Mishkan, the traveling tabernacle, and then Meyer is enlightened, is Yiddish for enlightened. The Zagelmeyer is like a an enlightened version of this line from the Bible, which is quite interesting. So,
The Sui had integrating China and establishing a unified dynasty after 3 centuries of division, and had come up with a number of institutional innovations that were quite useful in stabilizing, developing the economy, military control, and creating a more effective and efficient government. Li Shimin continues these practices. One consolidation, I suppose you could say, institutionally, that he presides over, fixes the number of ministries, the number of leading institutions in the central government at 6. And the system of 6 ministries, which had begun to emerge under once it is formalized, remains the basic institutional structure of the imperial administration, all the way down to 1911, when the imperial age, the last dynasty, collapses. Fisherman also begins the practice of having a separate bureaucratic institution to manage the affairs of the imperial household, sort of creating a division between the personal finances, personal activities of the emperor and the imperial family, and the affairs of the government. And it's an important development because it makes governmental finance and the operations of the state more manageable, more discreet, not as uh, uh, not as intermingled with the particular activities of the ruler. Not as much opportunity for simple indulgence use. Creates a more bureaucratic structure to manage both public affairs and the private affairs of the emperor, which are not really all that private, but are separate from the activities of the government. Fisherman also continued the military campaign, which had been begun under his sway, the efforts to extend Chinese power into Korea, into Southeast Asia, Vietnam, back into direct Chinese control, and most significantly, out in the far west. Indeed, under Li Shimin and his next couple of successors, Han armies project Chinese power much further west than had ever been the case before. They established direct Chinese control, the operation of the imperial administrative system out into what is now Xinjiang province, western China, to cities like Hami, and even beyond that, far beyond, out into what is now parts of Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan, even Afghanistan. local rulers accepted the overlordship of the Chinese emperor and a series of protective status where Chinese travelers, merchants could go freely and in safety and security. And this helped to contribute to the great economic expansion of the Tang Dynasty. The capital of the Tang was the city of Chang'an, a city that we're familiar with by now as having been a political center under Han, Qin, even under the Zhou. Was the capital is the site of successive dynastic capitals, and once again, the Tang established their principal capital there. They also continue to use the city of Luoyang, further east, as a secondary capital, and at certain times the emperor is in residence there. But Chang'an is the main center. It is in some ways the terminus or the starting point of the Great Silk Road, the long overland trade route that connects China with India, Persia, the Eastern Mediterranean, and both through overland trade coming from Inner Asia into China, and from maritime trade coming around through Southeast Asia from the Indian Ocean, South China Sea, and in from Korea and Japan. Trade routes from all over East Asia, South Asia, Southeast Asia, and Western converge at Chang'an, and it becomes probably the greatest city in the world up to that time. A population of 2 million people. It was vastly larger than the nearest rivals, Baghdad and Cairo at the time. And it was a city in the streets of which you could encounter people from civilizations all across Eurasia. It became a cosmopolitan center that was unrivaled and probably unprecedented at that time. Economic growth, fueled in part by this vast international trading system, but also simply by the peace and prosperity that a stable dynasty brought to China through a unified and integrated China. Economic growth was quite rapid in the first century of the time, and demographic growth as well. The population expanded considerably. The population growth was in part a result of territorial acquisitions, the expansion of the realm, growth of the territory directly controlled by the Chinese, but largely a result of domestic natural increase. The lack of internal warfare meant that people had a greater probability of surviving, and the prosperity, the growth in agriculture, growth in the circulation of commodities, raised the standard of living for people, and that too contributed to both longer life expectancy and to a greater willingness to bring children into the world and greater probability that the children would survive. So a number of factors to yield a significant expansion in population during this time. In the course of the Tang Dynasty, the population of China goes from perhaps 120 million people up to perhaps 250, or some go as high as 300 million people at its peak. By far the largest empire, the largest country in the world. The social order in the Tang Dynasty is a continuation of the aristocratic system which had emerged back during the Han. The basis of wealth and status, the ownership of a large estate, great families which had now many of them been in place in possession of these estates for hundreds of years. The Tang sets about formalizing and regularizing to an extent even greater than what we've seen previously. Indeed, the Tang established at the capital a registry of a sort of genealogical registry that maintains a list of the great families and maintains genealogical records showing who's a member of it. And it is from these great families that officials in the imperial government tend to be recruited. If your family was recognized as one of the clans recorded in the registry, then you were considered sort of automatically eligible, if you were otherwise qualified, for recruitment in the government administration. If you were not from this elite strata, it would have been very, very difficult for an individual to enter into public service, public life, to be employed in the imperial administration. administration. And there are some very practical reasons why this should have been the case. On the one hand, it's a matter of aristocratic privilege, but there are also some practical elements that make this somewhat reasonable. Most notably, that in order to obtain the kind of education, the mastery of the textual tradition, the writings of Confucius, the histories of China, the body of precedent and historical knowledge that was necessary to function as a member of the literate elite culture, you needed a certain amount of economic resources. An ordinary peasant family, a family that had to deploy all the available labor resources at its command simply in the production of food, wouldn't be able to spare a young man for the many years of study that would be necessary to achieve the kind of learning that was requisite for employment by the state. So the elite families, by virtue of their control of agricultural wealth, also had the resources to support the educational undertaking of preparing young men to serve in the government. Li Shimin's reign lasts down to 649. He passes the throne on to his son. A series of descendants follow him on the throne. But in 690, a very interesting development takes place, a completely unprecedented event in Chinese history. And this is the assumption of imperial power by a woman. Never before in Chinese history has there been a woman emperor. But in 690, a woman named Wu Zetian assumes the throne. And she is a unique figure. Never again will a woman reign in her own name. Never again will a woman be emperor of China. In Chinese, Chinese is not a gendered language. The consorts that he had were retired into nunnery, into Buddhist nunnery. And because it was felt inappropriate for a woman who had been partner of an emperor to then become the partner of anybody else, even his successor. So all the women, all the court ladies were retired nunnery. On the first anniversary of Li Shimin's death, however, his successor, his son, visited the former court ladies and was totally captivated when he saw Wu Zetian. Now, still only been perhaps 15 years old at this point. And he fell in love with her. And he contrived then, of course he was the emperor, to do this thing, to bring her back to the palace. And over the next few years, he makes her his favorite, and eventually he displaces his actual empress, his wife, casts her aside, and makes Wu Zetian the empress. So this is how she gets to direct proximity to the throne. Now, as it happens, he doesn't have sons who inherit the throne, but rather nephews who inherit the throne. So Wu Zetian does not become the mother of the next emperor, but she is the aunt of the next emperor, and indeed the next two emperors are both nephews. And in 690, she sets aside her nephew, who is a very young boy and not a very competent individual at that, and she assumes imperial power herself. She reigns for 15 years. Formally, she changes the name of the dynasty. She calls her dynasty the Zhou dynasty, echoing all the way back to ancient times. And in 705, after 15 years on the throne, she steps down. She abdicates the throne, and a member of the Li family, actually one of the nephews that had reigned prior to her, returns to the throne very briefly, a few years. And then Wu Zetian dies of natural causes. Not assassinated or murdered or anything like that. And this brings this episode to a conclusion. Now, the reign of Wu Zetian is a very unique moment. And if one reads the traditional Chinese historiography about it, it's a pretty bleak story. The Confucian gentlemen who wrote the stories down didn't like it. They thought it was completely inappropriate for a woman to have this kind of power. And so they did everything they could to blacken her reputation. But if one looks, instead of at the sort of direct discourse looks at the records of these 15 years, what one sees is that she perhaps was not the greatest ruler in Chinese history, but she was far from it. She presided over a period of stability, of economic prosperity. She initiated policies that caused particular problems. She was not a great innovator either. She was a ruler like many others, with the sole difference of having been a woman. But her reputation, the way, the position that she holds in the official Confucian historiography remains very negative. And this is largely, I think, an artifact of who gets to tell the story rather than an accurate reflection of the kind of rule that she carried out. She was noted for a couple of things, and she's been noted, her reign has been noted historically for a couple of things. One was her patronage of Buddhism. It's not unique. The Li family himself had been great patrons of Buddhism, but Wu Zetian seems to have been very strongly influenced by her spiritual advisors. Of course, there are all sorts of scurrilous stories about her relationships with the monks who were her advisors, and they were supposedly inappropriate in various ways. We don't know to what extent that may be true, or to what extent that too is an artifact of Confucian historiography. More significantly, perhaps, it's clear that in attempting to consolidate her own position, strengthen her position vis-a-vis the Confucian bureaucracy, who she knew distrusted her, that she consciously undertook to recruit individuals into government service who came from less significant families. She didn't go out and recruit farmers out of the fields, but she appealed to, turned to parts of the aristocracy which had not been the traditional center, traditional core area for recruitment in government. She went to minor families, to families from more remote parts of China, and brought in individuals who were certainly well-educated, competent individuals, who were not beholden to the established interests of the capital. And in this way, she was able to surround herself with at least some officials who were more directly responsive to her will. It was a very clever political maneuver on her part. It indicates that she was far more than just a sort of opportunist, but had a very, very clear sense of how to work with the institutional structures of the time. Well, after her abdication, a few years of brief reign until the year 713, when another emperor comes to the throne, an emperor that we know as Xuanzong. And Xuanzong reigns until the year 756, so he has a nice long time on him. And he's one of the great emperors in Chinese history. He presides, it's more a matter of the era over which he presides than any particular thing that he does. But he is fortunate to be the emperor of China during perhaps the peak period of the Tang Dynasty, a time when the economy continued to flourish, when the role of Chang'an as a cosmopolitan center continued to be quite significant, when Buddhist culture flourished, great monasteries were built, great translation projects to further adapt Buddhist scriptures to the Chinese language, to further embed Buddhism in Chinese civilization and culture took place. And when Chinese culture itself achieved one of the truly great moments, particularly in literature and poetry. The first part of the 8th century is an age when some of the greatest poets in all of Chinese history lived all at the same time. They knew each other, they wrote in response to each other, and this created a moment in Chinese literary culture that was incredibly rich, incredibly dynamic. Figures like Li Bo, Wang Haoran, names that any Chinese school child today still call up and recite their poems from memory. These were individuals who were the giants of poetry. Named, they are still looked back upon by later Chinese as cultural paragons. And they all lived during the reign of Xuanzong. Now, Shenzong, for most of his reign, was a pretty active emperor. He was pretty much a hands-on type of emperor. He was engaged, involved in day-to-day activities at court. He managed the affairs of state, managed the empire in some pretty good, pretty competent ways. But as time went by, as he got to be older, he became more concerned with perhaps the inner life of the palace in two ways. One was that he became concerned with the quest for immortality. In China, during this time, particularly during the northern and southern dynasties, carrying on down into later times, a spiritual practice that we call religious Taoism, to distinguish it from the philosophical Taoism we talked about earlier, developed. That was very concerned with seeking out immortality, seeking to be in communication with a spiritual realm which was populated with immortal beings. And part of the way that this was done was through taking various chemical substances into one's body, producing heightened states of spiritual sensitivity, or maybe it was simply a matter of taking hallucinogens. But however you may interpret it, it worked for the people involved, and they believed that they were having encounters with these immortal spiritual beings. And the spiritual beings would communicate to them various techniques, various recipes for better and better concoctions, which would help you to pursue your spiritual quest. Well, Shenzong becomes interested in immortality as he gets older, not surprising development, and he gets somewhat involved in these aspects. More significantly, at least as things play out historically, he becomes very enamored of one of his consorts. This is a gal known as Yang Guifei. She's from the Yang family. Guifei is not a personal name; it's a title. It means precious concubine, precious consort. So Yang Guifei is chosen, is selected out by Shenzong from the ranks of the court women, and she becomes his favorite. She becomes his fairly constant companion, and she comes to play a role in his life beyond that of simply a palace lady. She becomes a partner. She becomes an advisor in some ways to him. She shares in discussions with him about the affairs of the state and about his other concerns. And this makes her a very powerful individual. Indeed, it makes her such a powerful individual, or at least such a potentially powerful individual, that it excites the jealousy of Confucian officials, of the regular officials at the court. And this, as we'll see in a few moments, can become a very problematic thing. In the Tang Dynasty, one important political concern is frontier security, maintaining the defenses along China's border with Inner Asia. The Tang Dynasty comes up with some very interesting strategies to deal with it. They continue the policies inherited from the Sui of establishing agricultural colonies, military colonies out along the border. But they also come up with some new policies, some new techniques, and one of them is to employ military forces from one part of the frontier in the defense of another part of the frontier. And a very concrete example of this is the use of Uyghurs, Turkic people from Central Asia, on the defense of the northeastern frontier of China, where the people against whom they were defending were not Turks, but were other non-Chinese ethnicities. One individual, a Uyghur Turk, who was so employed by the Tang, was a man called An Lushan. An Lushan is the name in Chinese records. The Turkic name seems to have been something like Rakshan, but that becomes An Lushan in Chinese. And he was in charge of a Chinese garrison near where the modern-day is located. Well, he was a very successful military leader. He was a very competent general. He defended his part of the frontier quite effectively, and he became something of a popular figure at Xuanzong's court, and indeed he was a favorite of the emperor himself. Every so often, these commanders would come to the capital and make a report to the emperor, and when those occasions took place, when Lushan was involved, he was received quite warmly. He was entertained personally by the emperor and got to know him. They got to be very good associates. I don't know if anybody ever really established a close friendship with him like that, but they came to have a relationship of trust. Well, Lushan also came to be good friends with Yang Guifei. This was entirely appropriate in context, and indeed in their correspondence, preserved in the historical record, he refers to her as, he uses the term mother when he writes to her and addresses her, which would be appropriate since she was a consort of the emperor, whom he would have addressed as if he were his father. So the relationship, as it's recorded in their correspondence, appears to have been perfectly ordinary, but jealous officials at the court chose to slander both Yang Guifei and Lushan by claiming that they were having an illicit sexual relation. The emperor didn't believe this, but he was so persistently fed these rumors that eventually he began to perhaps have his doubts. And it may be that his state of mind was somewhat affected by the chemicals that he'd been taking in his pursuit of Taoist immortality. At any rate, he comes to at least have suspicion. He summons Lushan to come to the capital. And Lushan, who is not unaware of the slanders that are circulating in the court, resists this. He doesn't want to do this. He doesn't want to come to the capital and deal with this. This is taken by his enemies at court as evidence of his perfidy, and the emperor asks him again to come, and Lushan finally decides that he has to do this, and he leaves to go to court, but he takes his army with him. And this triggers, in the year 755, what we call the Lushan Rebellion. The Lushan Rebellion becomes the great dividing line in the history of the Tang Dynasty. From its founding around 617 up until 755, the Tang has been a great success story. But with the outbreak of the Lushan Rebellion, the dynasty was shaken to its foundation. The rebellion lasts from 755 to 763, so it takes 8 years for the situation to play itself out and be dealt with. When Lushan leads his forces south, a number of battles take place, and sieges, and in every encounter, he emerges victorious, his forces grow, and it appears that this may be the end of the Tang Dynasty by the roadside imperial entourage moved on. The emperor dies the next year. Lushan himself dies in the course of the rebellion. A new emperor and his son continue to fight things out for a few more years, until finally, in 763, the stability is restored. Unfortunately, certain compromises, certain deals have had to be cut. The court has had to surrender, for example, the control of revenue from certain parts of the empire to win the loyalty of military commanders. So although the dynasty is restored, it never fully regains the wealth and power, the dynamism that it had possessed in its past. It will continue for another 150 years, but never really quite with the power and glory of the first half. We'll take up the story of the second half of the Tang in the next lecture. The Lushan Rebellion was the greatest challenge faced by the Tang founded early in the 7th century. When the rebellion broke out in 755, the court is thrown into quite a bit of panic as Lushan leads his armies towards the capital. bringing him down from his garrison on the northern frontier. He defeats various imperial forces that are sent out to try to stop him. And this leads, as we talked about last time, to the flight of the emperor from the capital, capture of Chang'an by the rebel forces. But eventually, after 8 years, the rebellion is suppressed and the Tang dynasty is restored. In order to accomplish this, the court was forced to seek new resources, to find new strength. The existing resources, the existing imperial army had proved inadequate to stop on march from the north. And so now, from his remote location where they had fled to the province of Sichuan, the emperor needed to put together a new sort of support system, find new ways in which he could rally military forces to support the dynasty, resist rebels. When Xuanzong died in 756 and was succeeded by his son, when An Lushan died and his forces were taken over and led by his son, the rebellion, the civil war continued. And the dynasty had to continue to seek these new forms of support, new sources of support. The main way, the main method that they used to draw in and secure the resources that they needed to defend the dynasty was to make deals, make compromises with powerful military officials who were largely found in the south and the southeast of the empire. These areas had not been directly affected by the rebellion. The military forces in those areas were pretty much intact. And so the emperor called upon these generals to bring their armies to his defense. But the generals saw this as an opportunity to negotiate. And so they obtained concessions. The court was forced to, for example, relinquish certain payments of taxes to allow the taxes that were collected in various parts of the empire to be retained in those areas, to be utilized ostensibly for local administration, but often for the enrichment of generals and military strongmen who were in place. These kinds of deals were successful in that they brought military support to the dynasty, and they allowed the family to preserve its rule. They allowed the Tang dynasty to defeat the An Lushan rebellion and to survive as the reigning house in China. But in granting these concessions and making these compromises, the dynasty weakened itself. It weakened itself in ways that had long-term consequences that were perhaps unavoidable, because otherwise the dynasty would probably have fallen, but which nonetheless meant that after 763, after the end of the An, although the Tang survives for another century and a half, it never is able to regain the dynamism, it never has quite the power and the glory and the grandeur that it had possessed in the first half of the Tang period. Instead, the court directly controlled the area in and around the capital cities of Chang'an and Luoyang, and certain areas, particularly in northwest China, that were more traditionally the sway of the imperial center. But large portions of the empire, although they continued to recognize the power of the Tang emperors and continued to submit certain amounts of revenue, certain amounts of tribute to China, kept greater and greater proportions to themselves and became increasingly autonomous in reality. Now, while this was going on, and indeed even before this, in the century and a half prior to the rebellion, another phenomenon had been developing, which also had some fairly critical implications for the stability and viability of the dynasty. And this had to do with the situation of what we might call institutional Buddhism. Buddhism as a spiritual doctrine, as a religion, had, of course, grown and developed in China for centuries by this time. And central to Buddhism, as a social religion, was the practice of monasticism, withdrawal of some people from society to become monks, nuns, to live in communities that were separated from society, that had great ritual centers, large building compounds, to support Buddhist monasteries, or the Buddhist monasteries to support themselves. They needed income. They needed money. They had to have food. They had to have clothing. They had to pay for the buildings that they constructed. And one mechanism that emerged in China fairly early to allow these religious institutions to survive was that land, which was owned by the Buddhist monasteries, was exempt from taxation. This is, of course, parallel to the experience of churches in Western history. Church land traditionally was exempt from taxation in European history as well. And this was the case with Buddhist monastic landholdings in China. Now, the Tang Dynasty, as we've talked about from its inception, was a period of fairly extensive patronage and support for Buddhism, in part growing out of the strong official patronage of Buddhism from the Northern Dynasty, use of Buddhism as one of the cultural mechanisms for reintegrating the empire during the Sui unification, and then through the Tang period, the further encouragement of great translation projects and ongoing construction of Buddhist monastic centers. This was a very important component of Tang political culture. And there's another dimension to this as well, which was that many of the great aristocratic families, whose basis for their wealth and power and prestige was largely their own ownership of land, their own control of agricultural resources, many of these families began to figure out that there were certain ways, certain legal mechanisms that could be used to essentially commend some or all, not usually all, but part of their land to monastic institutions. By making arrangements with a particular monastery, you might grant them a certain amount of land, which then would become, as monastic land, tax exempt. But you might, in that agreement, make an arrangement whereby, although the land belonged to the monastery, and you would pay a proportion of the harvest from that land to the monastery, you would also retain rights to some of the use of the land, some of the harvest from the land for yourself. So this was the way in which many wealthy families protected their own economic interests by formally granting lands to Buddhist monasteries so that it disappeared from the tax registers, but retaining the right to some of the revenue, the harvest from that land. This was a deal that worked out very well for the families and for the monasteries, but it didn't work out very well for the dynasty because they no longer received the tax revenue from these lands. So after the Amushan Rebellion, you have a confluence of these two phenomena where the military deals that have been struck to win the support of armies mean that revenues coming from various parts of the empire, in the south and the east especially, decline. And at the same time, you have this ongoing phenomenon of land going off the tax registers and into the control of Buddhist monasteries. So you have a shrinking revenue. Okay? Certainly the demands of the dynasty, the financial demands of the dynasty, remained constant or perhaps even expanded in the aftermath of war. And so in order to get a constant flow of revenue coming in, they had to increase the rate of taxation on those farmers who were left on the tax rolls, which was largely the smaller peasant farmers who didn't have the kinds of resources or the kinds of access that would allow them to make lucrative deals with monasteries. So you had a situation where the dynasty was facing fiscal constraints, increased taxation on the peasantry, which caused unrest and dissatisfaction amongst the farmers, and the ability of the dynasty to assert its political control outside the immediate vicinity of the capital was also. The latter part of the Tang is a very problematic period from the point of view of the imperial court. Now, late in the 8th century and at the beginning of the 9th century, there's a brief sort of revival in the at least in the spirit of the dynasty. It doesn't really go that far in material conditions of the dynasty, but there's a kind of spiritual uplifting that takes place. And this is in the form of what's sometimes called the Confucian revival, a movement which was concerned to restore the centrality and the dynamism of Confucianism in Chinese culture, the operations and functions of the Chinese state. And this comes to be centered largely in a movement called the Guwen. It's a literary movement led by, well, one of the chief figures in which was a gentleman named Han Yu. There were certainly a number of other individuals who participated in this movement, who shared some of the ideas as Han Yu set forth. But Han Yu is a good representative figure, and we'll focus on him in thinking about the Guwen movement. He was born in 768, died in 824, and like several of the Guwen advocates, he was something of a new kind of figure in Tang imperial government. He was from the aristocratic strata of society, but from a minor family, not one of the great families from the mainstream core of aristocratic political service, but from a minor sort of marginal family. He entered into government service by taking one of the occasional imperial examinations. And this is important because it meant that right from the very beginning, his qualifications were based not just on aristocratic status or privilege, but on demonstrated literary accomplishment. His capacity as a writer, his ability as a thinker were clearly part of his qualifications right from when he first enters the government service. Now, Han Yu and some of these others developed this theory, this movement that we call the Guwen. Guwen means old-style prose. Gu is old, ancient, and Wen is a word that has many very expansive meanings, but in this instance we can just take it referring to good writing, literary culture. So ancient-style prose, old-style prose, something like this is how we translate the term Guwen. And Han Yu, in his advocacy of Guwen, what he's talking about is a critique of the problems that are plaguing China at this time. It links together by talking about writing, by talking about literary culture. And of course, as a member of the educated political class, the educated political elite, he recognizes the centrality of literary culture to the functioning of the Confucian political class. Gentlemen, the sure that we talked about in earlier times. What Han Yu says is that writing, prose writing in particular, should be as clear and straightforward, as simple as possible. It should be expository prose which communicates the ideas that the author has in as straightforward a way as you can. What he's criticizing is the kind of flowery writing, the kind of very elaborate style that we saw develop in the Southern Dynasty during these centuries of division between North and South, between the 4th and the 6th century. That's a kind of writing in which people are more concerned with how they're saying than with what they're saying. And for Han Yu, this is part of the problem that has weakened China, that has undermined Chinese civilization. Now, he blames this largely that Buddhism and religious Taoism, quest for immortality that goes along with it. These things are bad influences on Chinese civilization, largely because they represent the rejection of the family. The family is, of course, central to Confucius' vision of a well-ordered society, a network of proper human relationships, and Buddhism in particular undermines that, indeed directly challenges it. particularly through the practice of monastic. Men and women who enter into Buddhist monastic life, monks or nuns, leave their families behind. They reject the immediate living community, but they also cut off the line of ancestral transmission, the line of ancestral continuity. Ancestor worship, as we've seen going all the way back to the Shang dynasty, was central to Chinese spiritual life. It is, in a sense, the trans-temporal form of the family. It's the worship of the ancestors extends the focus on the family, not just in the present, but into the past as well. And so, by cutting off the family line, by not having children, which monks and nuns, because they leave their families and they celibate in monasteries or nunneries, they're not having children, they're not continuing the family line, then who will carry out the sacrifices to the ancestors? The ancestors will be abandoned. This is clearly a bad thing from Hanyu's point of view. So Hanyu advocates a return to the values of Confucianism. In a very famous essay called Origins of the Way, Origins of the Tao, he explicitly criticizes Buddhism and Taoism and talks about how they've undermined the viability of Chinese culture. And his solution is to return to the values of humanity, of righteousness, of moral order, of good human relations that are expressed in the writings of Confucius and mentioned. He talks about the transmission of the way, how a knowledge of the way, the Tao, the proper order of society, had come down from antiquity all the way to Confucius and mentioned, but then seems somehow to have gone astray. And what he says is that by returning to the Confucian values and by returning to the kind of writing, the literary style that Confucius and Mencius themselves used, very simple, straightforward exposition, that will help to bring China back to the proper path. That will help to bring China back to a correct orientation. Another very, very famous essay by Hanyu is called, it's a memorial, which is a text that's submitted directly to the emperor. It's a communication from an official to his ruler, to the emperor. And Hanyu writes a memorial on the bone of the Buddha, called the memorial on the bone of the Buddha. And this has to do with a situation early in the 9th century when a Buddhist relic, supposedly the middle bone of the little finger of the left hand of the Buddha, is brought to Chang'an. And this is a great occasion in the community of Buddhism because it's a real relic of the Buddha himself. And of course, if we think about the role of relics in medieval Christianity in history, great pilgrimages were organized around these. The presence of relics could be the subject of warfare, bring relics back from the Middle East at the time of the Crusades, great undertaking. Relics can be very, very powerful in their psychological impact on people within faith communities. So the arrival of this bone of Buddha at Chang'an was a big deal, a major event. And the emperor himself had announced that he would go to the monastery where this bone was going to be housed and put on display and pay his respect to this relic of the great teacher of Buddha. Well, Hanyu thought that this was terrible. He thought that this was completely inappropriate and that indeed it reflected everything that was wrong in China at this time. And so he writes to the emperor and he says, very straightforwardly, good, clear, Wu-En style expository prose, he says, you can't do this. It's not a proper thing for you to do. How can you, the son of heaven, the emperor of China, go and pay respect to the rotten corpse of a foreigner? This is the kind of terminology that he uses to refer to the relic of the Buddha, the rotten corpse of a foreigner. And this emphasizes, of course, the rotten corpse emphasizes that this is just a physical object, just a part of a dead body. and there's a certain aversion to this in Chinese culture. People who handled dead bodies, undertakers, morticians, I suppose you'd say, were considered to be in a profane category, polluted category in society. So to go, for the emperor to go and basically worship part of a dead body, this was polluting for him. But even more so, even more problematic, was the fact that the Buddha was a foreigner. He wasn't even, well, the emperor was none too pleased with Hanyu's memorial. And Hanyu, in a couple of instances, of course, in his career, when he writes very outspoken things like this, gets in a lot of trouble. He does not suffer the ultimate consequences. He doesn't get executed. He gets sent off as an exile, an internal exile. He's demoted and sent to the far south, down to basically around where the border between China and Vietnam is now. Tropical locations like this were often sort of a death sentence because people from North China who went down there frequently came down with malaria or other diseases, all that. Hanyu does not. He survives his internal exiles and eventually returns to life in the capital, to life in the mainstream of Chinese administration. But his words and the writings of others like him become part of a moral critique, part of a call for a moral revival, a Confucian moral revival, which takes root, which begins to grow within Chinese political culture. It does not achieve dominance. It doesn't. It's not that these guys sweep the stage and they become the new in group and they set the agenda. They're not powerful enough to do that. There aren't enough of them to do that. But they create an intellectual position which becomes part of the ongoing discourse of Chinese culture, Chinese political civilization. And, as we'll see down the road a little bit, the ideas, the values that Hanyu is pushing at the beginning of the 9th century will be picked up and further developed, particularly in the 11th century by some later writers. Now, Hanyu dies in 824. About 20 years later, 845, there's a great purge of Buddhism. This is, in many ways, a response to the criticism that Hanyu has raised. But it is also a response to the fiscal problems facing the dynasty. Now, it's interesting that in his discussion of the problems confronting China, when Hanyu challenges attacks Buddhism directly, he doesn't talk about financial questions. He doesn't say Buddhist monasteries are bad because they're tax exempt. What he says is they're bad because they're foreigners, it's an alien ideology, it's anti-family, it undermines Confucian values, it undermines Chinese. These are moral arguments, and this is entirely appropriate to the kind of moral discourse that constitutes Confucian political culture. But there's an underlying reality, which are these fiscal issues that are plaguing the dynasty, which I think must have been in Hanyu's consciousness, must have been part of his thinking, but he chooses not to articulate his argument in that way. Nonetheless, in 845, when a new emperor comes to the throne, he issues edicts which prescribe Buddhism, which prescribe, in particular, the established Buddhist monasteries. And this results in a great rupture, great closing down of monasteries. All across China, Buddhist monasteries are simply closed. The monks and the nuns are ordered to return to lay life, to go back home, to return to their farms, their villages, crafts, whatever tasks, whatever work they had been involved in before they became monks or nuns. And many monasteries are physically destroyed, physically disassembled. Buildings are torn down, the building materials are put to other uses. And perhaps most importantly, the land holdings of Buddhist monasteries are confiscated and redistributed. Now, we can recall that fairly early on when we talked about the beginning of the Tang and even with the Sui unification, there's been an ongoing concern with these dynasties for keeping the farming population adequately supplied with land. So the confiscation of monastic land allows for a new stage of redistribution, and in some ways helps to defuse what may have been emerging tensions with the small farming strata. We talked about the intensification of taxation as a result of the Amishan rebellion. Now there's more land to be handed out. By handing it out to small farmers, of course, it goes right back onto the tax rolls. So the farmers are happy because they get more land. The government is happy because it's now got a revived source of revenue. This helps solve some of the fiscal problems of the dynasty for a while. Not permanently. It doesn't save the dynasty in the end, but it's a fix that is helpful for a while. Now, this ban on Buddhism does not last a real long time. It lasts about 5 or 6 or 7 years. By early in the 850s, the ban is lifted, and it becomes possible for Buddhist monasteries to be reestablished. And indeed, very, very quickly, many of them reappear. However, although they are allowed to revive themselves as institutions, they don't have their land restored to them. And without the extensive land holding, without that resource base, they are unable to reacquire the very large population of monks and nuns which they had had prior to 845. So Buddhism after 850 returns and continues to play a very important role in Chinese life, but it doesn't have the political clout. It doesn't have the economic resources. It doesn't have the population presence that it did prior to the purge of 845. Well, the latter part of the 9th century becomes a period of an increasing problem. The revenue fix generated by the confiscation of monastic lands doesn't really support the dynasty all that long. Different power groups begin to emerge at court. A lot of the same kinds of problems that we saw late in the Han Dynasty start to plague the Tang, and the final decades of the dynasty, it doesn't formally disappear until the year 907, but the final decades, again, are a period of a downward spiral as the empire sort of falls apart. And we'll turn our attention to that decline and fall of the Tang in the next lecture. As the 9th century came to a close, 10th century, the Tang Dynasty fell apart and disappeared. The kinds of stresses that we saw in the fall of the Han Dynasty seemed to reassert themselves. Very similar kinds of patterns emerged late in the Han. Different groups of military strongmen who had risen in power, of course, after the Amishan rebellion, have controlled as semi-autonomous fiefs various parts of the empire, grow more and more assertive as the imperial center weakens and declines. At the center, at the court, powerful eunuchs emerge, particularly in the course of the 9th century, dominating weak emperors, controlling access to the inner palace, manipulating political affairs of the court. The great aristocratic families, of course, which were in many ways the foundation of the imperial order at this time, themselves struggle to enrich themselves, enhance their power, or simply to retain their control over resources, which are increasingly threatened by the instability of the empire. By the 880s, China is once again convulsed in great civil wars. Generals seeking to seize control of greater territories or seeking to manipulate and influence affairs at court, fight amongst themselves. There's rebellions that begin to break out, weakness of the dynasty and the strength of local military and aristocratic power holders have allowed the exploitation of the peasantry once again to become more and more intensive, and this triggers rebellions, uprisings against both government officials and the estates of the wealthy. And finally, in the last years of the 9th century, military forces enter into the imperial capital. There's a massacre of the eunuchs at court, and the emperors, the final emperors, become mere puppets of military warlords. At the beginning of the 10th century, this sad process comes to its final conclusion. Year 907, the last rather pathetic claimant to the Tang throne is deposed and murdered, and the dynasty disappears, collapses. And the following 53 years become a period of division, fragmentation, once again, as we've seen in previous times in Chinese history when central power has torn itself apart. This time, the period of fragmentation is very brief. It's not long lasting. It's only 53 years. And when it comes to an end, it really is the last period where China breaks down into a multiplicity of small states. When order is restored in the 960s, it begins then a final sequence of great dynasties whose history, of course, we'll be tracing along. But it brings us into a period, the late imperial period, where imperial integration, unified dynasties are the norm, and where we don't have another repetition of complete fragmentation, or at least perhaps not until well into the 20th century, as we'll look at the warlord era in the 1920s. The period, this 53-year period in the 10th century, when China was broken up into small states, is referred to in Chinese historiography as the Five Dynasties, which in some ways is an understatement because there are many more than 5 states during this period. There's 20-some actual regimes that rise and fall in one part or another of what had been the Tang territory. The 5 dynasties that we talk about sort of officially are the dynasties which were considered by later historians to have passed along the legitimate imperial succession. There's a basic idea in Chinese political culture, which is called the Zhengtong, the legitimate transmission of authority. And so by tracing that from the Tang through these 5 minor states between 907 and 960, the Chinese maintain a legitimate line of succession. Other small states which rose and fell during this period are considered to have simply been sort of epiphenomena. They're not legitimate possessors of real imperial power, even though they may have been relatively strong and dynamic entities at the time. They were transient, and so they are relegated to secondary status. But the 5 dynasties do manage to follow one another along. None of them lasting very long. I think the longest lived state during this whole period only runs about 13 years. Some of them rise and fall within just a year or two. So it's a period of great instability. It's a period during which there's fairly chronic warfare. Their military power, once again, is the principal mechanism for seizing power, for holding power. Whoever basically can mobilize the military resources to conquer someplace, seize control of a political or economic center, can establish some sort of regime, establish some sort of government. They need, of course, to draw to them administrators, officials of one type or another to staff their government. There is an ongoing operation of these sort of administrative functions, but real power, the real control of the power is of military. Again, and of course, this had been true in practical terms for the last few decades of the Tang as well. Although there had continued to be emperors officially on the throne, real power had been exercised by military strongmen from at least the middle of the 9th century. The warfare, the constant fighting going on during the Five Dynasty period is, of course, very disruptive and destructive, and we'll see some of the implications of that, some of the ways in which that had very profound effects upon the shaping of later history in just a few minutes. In 960, the Five Dynasties period officially comes to an end. It is in the year 960 that a pair of brothers, the Zhao brothers, Zhao Kuang-yin and Zhao Kuang-yi, seize power in one of the Five Dynasty states, the last of the Five Dynasty states. And they overthrow a young boy who's on the imperial throne and seize power for themselves and proclaim yet another dynastic state, another entity in this vast, confusing field of political conflict that's been plaguing China. Their state, which they call the Song, again, it's a geographic name, it has to do with their place of origin. Their state proves to be the one which reunifies China yet again, brings back to China a single integrated imperial administration. And the Song dynasty, which they begin in 960, will persist down to the year 1279. Another very long-lasting dynasty. About halfway through the Song, as we will see, they lose half the dynasty. They lose the northern part of the country.
Welcome.
The political and military events that lead to that outcome.
It's good.
20s, a couple of lectures.
Daniel, Mirabal. What's good, Daniel? How are you?
From 960 down to 1279. It's one of the more long-lasting dynasties. And as we'll see, the Song dynasty is a period of tremendous change and transformation on a whole range of levels. Wide
solid mic.
History. The Zhao brothers,
Daniel wanted us to hear his air conditioning.
Ruler. Zhao Kuang-yin is the first emperor of the Song dynasty, and when he dies,
like
his younger brother Zhao Kuang-yi succeeds him, and together they share the throne. They're on the throne one after the other for about 35 years. When they come to power, they face a very basic problem, very basic question. They are military men. They have just seized power by military force. Going on for over 50 years. What's going to make their situation any different from the other little states that have come and gone on the stage of politics? How can they establish a political order which will be stable and viable and which will not be vulnerable to the kind of usurpation which they themselves have just carried out? How, in other words, can they gain control over the threat of military power? And how can they create a viable political organization which is not grounded on military power? Well, first, they have to set about the task of reunifying the empire. And they carry this out in a series of military campaigns through the 960s. By the end of the 960s, beginning of the 970s, they have either defeated in battle or won over by compromise and intimidation all the other states that are scattered around the territory of China. And they have reestablished an empire. Now, the Song state, even at its greatest extent, is smaller than the Tang dynasty. The Tang dynasty had been a very expansive geographic entity pushed into the north, into the south, and far out into Central Asia. The Song never regained all the territories which had been under control of the Tang. But it does control pretty much all of China proper. We'll see when we talk about the northern frontier in a couple of lectures that there's a narrow strip of land in the north which is controlled by non-Chinese. We'll turn our attention to that later. Basically, the Song control China proper, the heart well settled economic zone of China itself. Very extensive territory, a population of perhaps around 100 million people, a certainly very significant accomplishment. How are they going to control it? How are they going to manage it? How are they going to retain power and keep from simply being overthrown by some new ambitious military figure like themselves? Well, their basic answer to this problem is to establish a civilian bureaucratic government. Civilian government has been the norm, the ideal, since the establishment of the Han Dynasty. The Han synthesis, the ideological fusion, Confucianism, legalist administration, and cosmological thought created a stable bureaucratic system based upon civilian political authority, which lasted for the Han Dynasty some 400 years, and even during periods like the Northern and Southern dynasties when there were multiple regimes, they all possessed these same basic characteristics, bureaucratic civilian administration. So the Zhao brothers want to reestablish a civil bureaucracy to administer the empire. If they can do this successfully and get the military back into a subordinate role, they believe that they'll be able to have a stable and viable and long-lived dynasty. But they face a problem in doing this. For the previous 1,000 years, from the Han Dynasty all the way down to the Tang, the way that you assembled your civil administration was to turn to the aristocracy, to go to the aristocratic elite and say, basically, give us your sons. Young men out of the aristocratic families, educated in the Confucian political tradition, would be recruited into government service and would be used to staff the imperial administration. It was a very effective system. It worked for 1,000 years, but it's not there anymore. In the warfare in the late Tang, beginning in the middle of the 9th century, and in the ongoing battles, conflicts, and rebellions during the Five Dynasties, the aristocratic elite had literally been sort of ground up and destroyed. The physical embodiment of the aristocratic elite, many of the members of the aristocracy, many individual people, had died. They'd been killed in peasant rebellions. When the peasants rose up and marched on the landlord's estate, they often killed the family. Right? In warfare, who was it that was what centers were being fought for, who was being ground up, who was being killed? Well, certainly lots of ordinary soldiers, but members of the elite as well. When the estates were burned, land titles, charters, grants of land, aristocratic pedigrees, genealogical documents that families held, these were destroyed. When the great political conflicts at the end of the Tang and during the Five Dynasties took place, and administrative centers were fought over and captured and then taken by someone else, they often were burned, destroyed, documents, other kinds of information went up in smoke. So both the physical members of the aristocracy and the institutional documentary infrastructure of the aristocratic order, the registries of the great clans, for example, that the Tang had developed and maintained very carefully, they're gone. So the Zhao brothers don't have a stable, functional aristocratic order that they can simply turn to recruit individuals into government service. So what are they going to do? They're confronted with this problem. What they do is to look at the past, look at the imperial system as it has functioned in the past, and they see a particular mechanism which has been in place for 1,000 years, but which was never all that significant. It was used as a sort of secondary, at best, means of bringing people into government service. And these are the examinations. Talked about how way back in the Han Dynasty under Wu Di, examinations were begun to seek out individuals with exceptional talent and learning and bring them into government administration. In the Tang Dynasty, exams had been used from time to time on an occasional basis, but they had been very important. Sometimes Han Yu, that we talked about, for example, came into government service examination. So exams had been there as a minor component of recruitment into government service. What the Job Brothers do is they take the examination system, the idea of an examination system, and they move it to center stage. And they say, this is how we're going to find men of talent. This is how we're going to recruit the individuals that we need to run our administration. So they make the examination the mainstream of recruitment. Now, the exams don't replace other ways of getting people into government. They don't become the sole mechanism for recruitment. And indeed, lots of people continue to come into government principally by two other means. One is the system of recommendation. This is how most people came into government under the aristocratic order. If you're in the administration already, or if you're in a very prominent family, you may recommend to the court someone. It could be your son, your nephew, someone that you know, and say, I think this individual would be a good candidate for office. And after various vetting procedures, they might be recruited into government service. So recommendation continues to be important, continues to produce a fair number of people coming into service under the thumb. The other way that people were brought into service is through what's called the yin service. The term yin, one of its meanings is the shadow. So this is often rendered in English as the shadow privilege. If you are an official, you can extend the shadow privilege to your son, or if you're high enough in the pecking order, even to your grandson. And this means that they don't have to go through any other qualifying procedures. They don't have, for example, to take the examination. They can be brought into government service, brought into the stream, as they call it, of government service through the shadow. Okay, so recruitment and influence, examination is the way to get into government. And that remains the case down through the rest of imperial history. Well, the examination system becomes not merely the most important way to get people into government, but it generates a whole cultural apparatus around itself. It becomes, in a sense, the focal institution of Chinese elite culture. Preparing for the exams, taking the exams, being part of the examination system is what identifies it, what gives a sense of self and of community to the elite. The aristocratic elite had its sense of identity simply from being great families. You were listed in the registry of great families, you were part of the aristocracy, and it was hereditary. There was no question as to who were the leading people and who were not. From the Song Dynasty on, the system changes, and we now have a situation in which people attain prestige, attain elite status by participating in the examination system. To be an educated gentleman is what marks you as a member of the Shur. Term again that we've seen going all the way back to the time of Confucius and before, the professional administrative elite. It's had different embodiments over time, and now it takes on its sort of final stage, which is we now begin to translate the term Shur as the literati. Okay, the literati, educated gentleman. Well, the educated gentlemen know themselves and know each other. They recognize themselves, they recognize each other through their participation in a shared literate culture. And this extends to people who never pass the exams. Passing the exams is a very tough thing. Initially, when the school organized the exams, there's two levels. Sort of local level, and then a level based at the national, the imperial government. Eventually, a middle level, a provincial level evolves, and for most of the late imperial era, most of the last 1,000 years, the examination system is a three-stage system running on a 3-year cycle. The first year, there are exams at the local level. The second year, they'll be at the provincial level, and the third year, they're held at the national or imperial level. At each level, the pass rate is only about 10%. And in each level, you have perhaps, well, at the entry level, there may be, I don't know, maybe 300,000 individuals in locations all across the empire sitting for the exam. When you go up to the provincial level, once that system is fully developed, maybe in all the different provincial settings, there might be 30,000 people. And when you get to the imperial level at the capital, maybe 3,000 sit for the exam. And of those 3,000, 300 will pass. The figures vary. Sometimes only maybe 250 or so will pass. Sometimes I think the larger numbers are up to maybe a little over 400. But it's in a fairly narrow range. Okay, a few hundred individuals every 3 years or so, about 100 a year on the average over the long term of late imperial history. So it's not a huge number of people, and yet hundreds of thousands of people are sitting for the early exams, and there are hundreds of thousands more who never even make it into the first exams, but who have studied, who have educated themselves, who have been trained by teachers to prepare for the exams. To get into the first level, you have to pass a sort of preliminary qualifying exam. Some people never even pass that. And yet, by virtue of the studying, by virtue of the learning that they have acquired, they are recognized in their community as educated gentlemen. The ranks of the educated elite come to constitute perhaps 5 or 6% of Chinese society, the individuals and their families who are in this literati, pure, straight-edge society. Now, some elements within Chinese society, some groups within Chinese society are excluded from participation in the examination. The biggest group, of course, is women. Women are not allowed to take the examination. Women are excluded from serving in government office. And it has to do with the whole gender bias of Chinese culture, the privileging of men, of the patriarchal order. And in the Song, the relegation of women to sort of secondary status takes on even greater expression. There are legal changes, emergence of the practice of foot binding, the physical marker of the restraint of women. But women are excluded from the exams, and that, of course, takes out half the population to begin with. The second most significant group numerically is merchants. If you make your living as a merchant, if you make your living by buying and selling things, that's how you are registered in the population registry, you, your sons, your grandsons are all banned from taking the examination. This has to do with the Confucian value system, which assigns a degree of sort of social utility to different kinds of people. The sure, the gentlemen, are at the top of the hierarchy because they manage the affairs of society. Their social utility is at the most, maximum. Farmers, peasants are the next group because they produce the food everyone needs to survive. Artisans, handicraft workers are next because while they don't produce food, they make things that are of use to everybody. Merchants are at the bottom because they don't produce anything themselves. They don't grow food. They don't make objects of utility. What they do is take things that other people have produced, move them around, and enrich themselves in the process. So they're seen in the Confucian system as being in a sort of socially parasitic role. They do perform a social function, but it's one which is tainted. It's morally less acceptable because they enrich themselves from the production of others. So merchants are excluded from taking the examination, merchants and their descendants. And then there's some other minor groups similar to ones we mentioned earlier, actors, people who work with dead bodies, leather workers for various reasons. But these are relatively small groups of people. The great majority of Chinese are eligible to take the exam. But in practice, to have the kind of education, to have the kind of knowledge, to even get in the door at the examination compound requires devotion of time and mental energy and resources, which most Chinese simply cannot afford. Peasant families, artisan families need all the labor power at their disposal simply to survive, simply to generate enough income to feed themselves and house themselves and clothe themselves from year to year. They can't afford to take a son and say, just go sit and study. That's fine. The rest of us will do the work. That's just not viable for most families. Only this top 5 or 6% of society has the resources to allow a son or more than one son to study sufficiently to have a chance to pass the exam. Okay? So legally, it's a very open system. The vast majority, probably 85-90% of the Chinese people the male Chinese population could take part in the exam, but in practice, the practical bar for getting into the examination system is very, very high, and only a very small proportion of the population can really take part in it. Now, the examination culture, one of the exams tests what goes on in the examination culture. This has to do with sort of an extension of the Confucian revival that we saw under Han Yu. The exams test the candidate's mastery of a body of Confucian writing, historical texts, classical literature. You need to be able to cite texts from memory. You need to be able to apply those texts to questions of government or administration. You also need to be able to compose poetry. You need to be able to write in an elegant literary style. All these things come into play. They're all part of the qualifications that the examination system is designed to test. Now, the centrality of this, what John Chafee has called the examination culture, the centrality of this to Chinese civilization in the Song and from the Song on for the next 1,000 years, it's hard to overstate it. This becomes the most critical cultural enterprise that educated Chinese participate in. Because it's so central, because it's so important, it engenders a kind of identity crisis, and it leads Chinese intellectuals, particularly in the course of the 11th century, to question their place in society, their role in the world, what they should do with the power which the examination system has brought to them. And we'll look at some of the answers that they come up with, some of the ways in which they respond to those questions in the next lecture. Last time we were talking about the emergence of the examination system in the early Song dynasty and the central role that it comes to play in the recruitment of individuals to work in government service, but also in elite culture. The examination system becomes the central institution, the central sort of cultural framework for the ideas and even the artistic practices that educated gentlemen participate in. This begins in Song, particularly in the 11th century, and remains the case. Remains sort of the cultural universe for educated people in China, right on down to the 20th century. The 11th century, the first century of this period where the examinations are so important, becomes a great age of intellectual ferment. In some ways, it's almost the richest period in Chinese intellectual history and development of Chinese thought since the Warring States period, the age of Confucius and Lao Tzu and Mencius and Chuang-Tzu and Lao-Tzu and all the various individuals we talked about at that time. The 11th century is when the Shi, educated gentlemen, the literati, now translate the term Shi, went through a process of self-realization, self-development, self-awareness, where they asked themselves and each other about what their role in the world, in government, in society, in culture, what that role was, what they should do with the power which they found themselves possessing. As the examination system became such an important feature of recruitment into government service, these guys basically came to the realization or came to recognition that by participating in educated life, by being educated themselves, by being learned individuals, that they had access to, they were part of, they participated in a system of governance and a social leadership. And so they took this very seriously. They accepted this as a heavy responsibility. And they tried to think as best they could about the world around them and their role within it. They were, particularly at the top of the system, individuals who passed at the top level of the examinations came to possess what was called the jinshu, which literally means presented gentleman or the presented scholar. It was the highest degree, the highest level of achievement. These individuals were the very cream of the crop, but even people who had lower level degrees, or even if they had never passed a degree but had sat for the examinations or trained and prepared for the examinations, they were part of this larger cultural system. And there were some very concrete benefits that came from participation in this. They were exempt, for example, from labor duty. Ordinary Chinese, in addition to whatever tax payments they might make, taxes were usually paid at this time in grain or in cloth. They were also subject to corvée labor, kind of labor conscription that we see elsewhere in European history as well. If you passed the exams, if you qualified to sit for the exams, you were exempt, at least for a certain period of time, from participation in that system. You were also exempt from corporal punishment. You could be physically punished for breaking the law. If you dropped out of having examination status, you might be subject to that once again. But while you possessed certain examination qualifications, you were exempted from physical punishment. People who passed the exams obviously were on the track towards official employment, towards participation in public administration of the empire. Even individuals who didn't pass the basic level exam could find a role in public life, sometimes as teachers. Many private academies flourished during this period. Often individuals who were well educated, even if they hadn't passed the exams, would find employment as tutors in the homes of the wealthy. Other individuals might find employment as secretaries or clerks in government offices or in the private entourage of officials serving in government. So there were roles beyond just those of being government officials, which put to use the talents, the learning that participants in the examination culture had acquired. Nonetheless, this educated strata in Song China and in later China more broadly was a very small proportion of Chinese society. It was perhaps 5 or 6% of the overall population. The debates, the discussions, the dispute is such a critical period. We can define within the broad range of writing, other kinds of evidence that have come down to us from this period, three basic positions. Three, I don't want to call them schools of thought because they're not organized, they're not formal, and I'm not even sure that the individuals who were part of them at the time would have wanted to think of them that way. But sort of looking back on them and using historian privileged categorization, we can define, we can discern three distinct kinds of positions. And two of these are fairly closely linked together. And I'll talk about them first, and then we'll look at the third one in just a little bit. I'll have to use here some Chinese terminology to group these things and to explain some of the concepts or to give names to some of the concepts that are involved. So bear with me on that, and I think we'll do all right with this. One critical term, and we've encountered it before, is the concept of wen. Wen is a word which means, it's a very expansive term, as many Chinese words are, but its core meaning for us will be literary culture. It has to do with things that are written or perhaps things that are produced using writing implements, so it can extend to include calligraphy, perhaps even painting, but certainly it includes things that are written down, language, poetry, prose writing, the classics, historical writings. All this kind of material falls under the general rubric of Wen. And two of the major intellectual positions that I want to talk about in this lecture can be seen as falling under a general category of Wen. One of these we might designate as literary gentlemen, what we would call in Chinese Wen Ren, Wen being literary culture, Ren being a term for a person. So a Wen Ren, or the group of Wen Ren, the literary gentlemen. The second group is also very concerned with literary culture, with the written record of human experience, but they approach it in a somewhat different way. We'll talk about this in more detail. And these people are grouped under what we call Jingshi. Jingshi means ordering the world, and it is more commonly translated as statecraft. The ways of thinking about governance, about political affairs, with a little more specific focus, okay, as a little more specific focus. The third group that we'll talk about in a little bit has a very different set of orientations, and we might categorize them as being concerned with cosmological thought. All right, as I say, we'll pick that up in a little bit. But first, I want to deal with the Wen Ren and the Jingshi thinkers, okay, because they share a faith in the literary textual tradition, the written record of human experience, as a kind of repository of knowledge, but also of values. Values are very, very important. Being Confucian scholars, Confucian gentlemen, participants in Confucian political culture, what they are concerned with, drawing on the original ideas of Confucius, is seeking a properly ordered world. And that's a matter of moral values, of seeking the good, okay? Seeking to follow the Tao, follow the way, path of good being, the right way to be in the world. Now, the Wen Ren, the literary gentleman, we can pick out a couple of representative figures to illustrate their views or their ideas. And there are certainly many, many people that we could talk about, but just for convenience sake, I want to focus on two individuals. One is named Ouyang Shou, and the other is Su Shi. Su Shi is also sometimes known as Dong Po, but we'll stick with Su Shi for simplicity's sake. Ouyang Shou was born in the year 1007 and died in 1072. Su Shi is a generation later, born in 1037. He dies in 1101. But these gentlemen knew each other. They were good acquaintances, close acquaintances. And in fact, Ouyang Shou, in his official career, presided over, he was the chief official for the imperial examination in the year in which Su Shi passed those exams and achieved the highest degree, the Jingshi degree, in 1059. So this was a very important relationship, the relationship between an examiner and the individuals who passed the examination over which he presided. This could be a very important bond, a very important connection. And Ouyang Shou used his role as an examiner to promote his particular views, and his views draw upon the ideas of Hanyu that we talked about earlier, particularly with regard to writing. Ouyang Shou was, in effect, a practitioner of the Wen ideal of simple, straightforward, expository prose. So when, as a leading official, guiding or presiding over the examinations in this particular year, he looked at the papers, he looked at the answers that had been submitted by the various candidates. He gave preference to those were written in a clear and straightforward literary style.
Cassidy, see what up, baby?
Sure, was one of those, and he passed very highly ranked in
we are doing listening to Chinese history, baby.
Very values. Oyangsho and Sushar looked to the field of Wen, looked to the literary heritage as a source of inspiration, as a source of knowledge and information, but more as a source of the kinds of quality, the kinds of values which a gentleman should possess. And as a reservoir of good examples for emulation, good models to follow, not just in terms of writing, although that was very important, but in terms of the quality of the people, the quality of the examples, the stories that could be drawn upon from the past. They embedded themselves, immersed themselves in the literary cultural tradition with an eye to then, in their own right, in their own creative activity, manifesting those same values, manifesting those same qualities in the writing that they produced. There's some subtle differences between Oyangsho and Sushar. Oyangsho was in some ways what we might call an antiquarian. He was very interested in the things of the past. He collected objects and images of things from antiquity. He looked at the literary past as a reservoir that he sort of dipped into from time to pull things out, to inspire him or to educate him, to influence his thinking in the present. Sushar had a somewhat different approach. He had the same kind of deep immersion and great familiarity with the past, with the literary past, but his objective was to achieve such a complete assimilation of that material that he could then spontaneously produce good writing without really having to think about it. He was a practitioner of what we might call disciplined spontaneity. He was a very disciplined individual. He studied, he read, he practiced, but his objective was to be able to just write freely. And when he wrote, he wrote some sort of theoretical texts about writing and cultural activity. He talks about how it should just flow naturally. It should just well up out of you the way that water comes from a spring and flow along the way that a stream runs down a hillside. A very natural, free-flowing activity. But in order to achieve that spontaneity, it was necessary to really immerse yourself in the models of the past, not to imitate them, not to try to reproduce them feature for feature, but to absorb the values and then be able to manifest this good quality directly yourself. Okay? Well, that kind of literary focus characterizes the gentleman, the Wenran, the literary gentleman. The Jingshi thinkers, the statecraft thinkers, shared their concern with the records of the past, with the written tradition of China. But they had a somewhat more, I suppose we could say, practical bent, or perhaps a more utilitarian bent. They were concerned with how we can draw upon knowledge from the past, the experience of the past, the values of the past, to solve the problems of society today. Two individuals that can be seen as representative of this kind of thinking are Sima Guang and Wang Anshi. Wang Anshi and Sima Guang, again, lived in the exact same time frame. They knew each other. They all knew Oyangsho and Sushar. These guys were in the same cities, they went to the same social events. They knew each other in court. They didn't necessarily all like each other or agree with each other, but they were part of a community, part of a shared cultural milieu, if you will. Well, Wang Anshi, late in the 1060s and into the early 1070s, rises to the top of the imperial administration. He is named chief minister of the imperial government, and he is given the authority by the emperor at that time to launch a major reform program. And he undertakes, based upon his interpretation of the history of the past, his view of what the good models to be drawn from antiquity are, his appreciation of the values embedded in literary and cultural tradition. He launches a program of dramatic reforms, what are called the New Policies. And the New Policies set out to, once again, foster a more proactive state, an imperial regime which will seek to intervene in society to ameliorate problems and to foster positive goals, foster positive goods for the people. And this involves a whole range of activities, the creation of state-sponsored schools so that educational opportunities will be more widely available, not just to those wealthy households which can afford to establish their own schools or hire tutors, but to provide opportunities for learning to any young men who have the opportunity to be free from labor enough to attend school. So it's an attempt to broaden the base for education. A system of agricultural loans to farmers so that they don't have to fall into patterns of dependency on wealthy landowning families to borrow money either to tide them over before the harvest or to hire labor to help with agricultural tasks. These kinds of loans were characteristic of the rural economy and had been in the hands of private moneylenders or the landlords. Now, Wang Anshi's program makes this a system of government loan with regulated interest rates and repayment policies which were designed to be more friendly towards small farmers. There are many other similar kinds of initiatives designed to foster a more benevolent, if interventionist, state approach to society and economy. Sima Guang was probably the other greatest statecraft thinker of this period, and he was rabidly hostile to the ideas and policies of Wang Anshi. These two individuals were representative. We can see them as representative of this Jingshi orientation, this concern with statecraft, with using the literary heritage as a reservoir for knowledge and information about good government. But their views, their particular interpretations of this were very, very hostile to one another. When Wang Anshi was named as chief minister, Sima Guang resigned from government and retired from the capital. The northern Song, the first half of the Song dynasty, the capital was at a city called Kaifeng. Sima Guang leaves the capital and moves west to the old ancient subordinate capital of Luoyang, where he retires and lives in a very nice garden setting, and sits out the years when Wang Anshi is the dominant figure at court. Later in the 1070s, when Wang Anshi is dismissed from his position, change in the imperial administration, Sima Guang is brought back and sets about dismantling the policies of Wang Anshi. Now, Sima Guang's opposition to Wang Anshi is based upon a different interpretation of the values to be derived from the past, from the literary record of earlier experience. Where Wang Anshi interprets history and literature and the teachings of Confucius in a way that suggests to him that the state should be an active agent for good, Sima Guang reads those same texts, reads that same history, as telling him that the state should keep its hands out of society, that the state, the emperor in particular, should instead rely upon those within society with a natural role as leaders, those who are out there living in communities, are part of local society, who know the realities, know the circumstances, know the conditions of particular places, and who are therefore best equipped to provide a sort of organic leadership within communities to address the problems and solve the concerns that they face. Now, one way to see this is that Sima Guang is speaking out, is taking up a position which defends the leading role and, in a sense, the autonomy of the Shi, of the literati elite. Remember that the literati is a separate interventionist state apparatus. Now, this is not as stark a contrast in some ways as I'm making it sound, because, of course, it's the Shi, it's the literati who are the administrators of the state. but there is a sort of schizophrenic quality to the elite in the late imperial period, where they are at one and the same time representatives of imperial power, representatives of the imperial state, the agents of that state, and the possessors of material interests of their own as landowners, as leading members of local communities, local societies. And these interests often are kept separate, or often are not in conflict with one another. But when we see this clash between Wang Anshi and Sima Guang, we can see ways in which they can come to be directly contradictory. So, literary gentlemen, statecraft thinkers, Su Shi, Ouyang Shou, Sima Guang, Wang Anshi, these guys are all drawing upon this shared cultural reservoir, cultural toolkit, if you will, of Wen, the literary cultural tradition. But there is at the same time, and indeed these guys' ideas will become more powerful and more influential as time goes by, there's an alternative set of ideas beginning to emerge, which we can put under a sort of categorical heading of cosmological thought. Now, we've touched on cosmological thought earlier, all the way back with the Han synthesis, and in some ways looking back at the divination carried out by the Shang rulers and all this. The way, the desire to link human affairs to larger cosmic orders, larger natural systems. Well, in the Northern Song, some thinkers come to begin to place special emphasis on a concept very different from Wen, and this is an idea that we call Li. Now, what's interesting about Wen and Li, they constitute a sort of dichotomy, is that they share a certain linguistic meaning, which is pattern. Wen, we've talked about as referring to things literary. It refers to, one of its derivations has to do with simply the way that writing looks on the page, the pattern formed by words written on the page. It's a very regular, very coherent kind of pattern, and it's a pattern that's produced by human activity, by writing things down. So one of the core meanings, one of the base meanings for the word Wen is humanly produced pattern. Li, on the other hand, refers to patterns that occur in nature. Its original meaning has to do with the patterns, the striped patterns that you see in certain kinds of rocks. So we have a distinction between human order and natural. And this is fundamental to what goes on with the cosmological thinkers. The cosmological thinkers, and there's a bunch of them, men like Shaoyong, who was a mathematical thinker, or Zhang Zai, who was concerned with speculations about the cosmic order of the universe, and in particular a pair of brothers called Cheng Yi and Cheng Hao, were very, very concerned with trying to understand the naturally occurring patterns of the world around them. They saw moral values. They saw the values that should govern and regulate the activities of human beings in society as coming not out of Wen, not out of the literary cultural tradition, but as being derived directly from natural patterns. And indeed, the term Li, which means pattern, we start in the Song Dynasty when we encounter it in texts beginning in the Song Dynasty. From then on, we can also translate this term as principle, pattern or principle, because the naturally occurring patterns that we observe in the world around us are imbued by these cosmological thinkers with normative value. That is to say, the patterns that can be observed are not simply the way things are, but they are the way things ought to be. Okay, so they're given a moral value, the right way for things to be. And this harkens back in many ways to the Confucian ideal of the Tao, of the way. The way is the proper order, and to be in harmony with the way, to be in harmony with the Tao is good. That's what's desirable. Things which are counter to the way, things which are counter to the natural patterns and order of things, these are bad. So, in a sense, we can ground moral value by having a sense of natural patterns and principles. If you're acting in accordance with those patterns and principles, then your action is morally good. If you're acting against those natural patterns and principles, then your actions are bad. The cosmological thinkers don't initially reject, they don't set out to, and indeed they don't ultimately reject Wen. They don't dump the literary tradition in the dustbin of history. But they argue that it is a mediated experience, that relying on the textual tradition, relying on the writings of the past, is to rely upon a humanly constructed understanding. And if that's good, that's fine. There are insights to be gained, but it's not the same as directly understanding the underlying patterns and principles. That's what's important, is to directly apprehend the patterns and principles of and to base your moral values on that. And with the Northern Sung in the 11th century, these ideas are germinal. They're just beginning. They're being put about in various bits and pieces by some of these different thinkers that I've mentioned. Later on, we'll see that they're drawn together and systematized over a century later. Before that happens, there are challenges, other kinds of challenges that begin to arise for the Sung, challenges from non-Chinese peoples in the north. We'll turn our attention to those in a while. But first, I want to look at some of the cultural implications for these intellectual changes in the 11th century. And we'll see how those are manifested in art and literature in the next lecture. We were talking last time about the great age of intellectual ferment in China in the 11th century, first part of the Song dynasty, the ways in which individual thinkers.
I just want everybody to fucking listen to me right now. I am so fucking excited to fall asleep tonight, so that some motherfucker somewhere on this fucking earth is gonna try to wake me up in the middle of the fucking night, and I'm gonna let him. I'm gonna let this motherfucker do what they want. The second that they do, I'm grabbing their fucking name and I'm banning their asses.
While other thinkers began to be more concerned with
oh yeah. These guys are good. They use a leaf blower. The leaf blower is fucking.
In the realm of political philosophy and ideas about government, society, economics, that we might think of it.
Oh dog, it's so fucking loud. I think they either do that or they do like this really loud, high pitched, like it's almost like nails on a chalkboard. That's not a sound that usually bothers me that much, but you're trying to sleep it. Yeah. Well, you never know who's gonna pop in. Exactly. Alright, welcome. What's going on, Chinese man? They're cool. I'm glad you guys are all here. Hey, Chinese merchant, these other two guys are here all the time, but you're never here when they're here. So I'm glad you guys got to hook up. Hey, Chinese merchant, how are things going with the job?
Good. I took 2 days off. Catch up on some of my holidays.
And they were cool with that?
Yeah. Okay.
Alright. That's cool.
I'm trying to go on the fast, bro. I'm trying to fast. Like, I don't know how long, but like, by the way.
Dude, you want to lose weight without having to fast?
Yeah, tell me.
I know, Rabbi, you're the best person to be able to tell me this. Are you sure? Yeah. You can lose like 20 pounds in a week. And you're like, that's not humanly possible. And I'm like, well, hell yeah, it is. What you do is you just have to get your fat frozen. And so this is the same type of technology known in cryolysis, essentially the freezing of fat against the skin. So how would you be able to do it? You go get like a 2 liter or like a water bottle, fill it up with water and freeze it, and then you watch. Wherever you want to lose fat, like you want to lose fat on your face and look skinnier like really quickly, you just take that bottle and put it up against your face. recommend having a few bottles if you can, and then just rotating them, and then the next day, that part of your face will have less fat. This was discovered through toddlers who would they would do, I think, taste tests with toddlers and while teething um with popsicles. And if you've ever seen a toddler, sometimes they'll eat a popsicle and they'll like the actual popsicle will go up against their skin, and they were noticing that when this would occur, it would their faces would be deformed just slightly because a little bit of their fat would go away. Well, fast forward this technology, it's known as pool sculpting today. So you can go to your plastic surgeon, my plastic surgeon, all sculpting, and essentially you can use that kind of technology right now. If you don't have the money for that, just do it the old-fashioned way. Just literally put gold up against your skin. You have to get it. I mean, I can tell you all the science behind it, but you can actually get it. I have had on recording. Um, I have frozen my fat underneath my skin, and you can squeeze it out. And I have it on video as well. Losing 20 pounds in a week. The way that you do it is freezing the fat. All right, that's how you do it. Yeah. So the way you're like, that's impossible. I thought it was too. I couldn't believe it. I went from about 218 pounds to 198 pounds within 7 days. Now I also bought these machines from AliExpress that allowed me to do it as well, but they burn out on you and they use a lot of power. And when I do it, I sometimes trigger the fucking the fuse. So I started a technique where you just take a water bottle and put it like if you want to lose fat underneath your skin, you take a water bottle and hold it like this for 30 minutes, and you'll feel your fat underneath your skin frozen. And then you squeeze that, and then within a few minutes to an hour, you will have to pee. And when you pee, it's all your fat cells being um, uh, excreted from the body. I know this sounds fucking now like of anything that like I tell you, I got the cure to cancer, I got all kinds of other shit. But this one, cure to cancer, vitamin B17, also known as laetrile, also known as amygdalin. This is what's located in seeds of fruits. It's in apricot kernels. It's in peach pits. It's in apple seeds. It's in cherry pits. It's why animals always eat the pits and the things first. It essentially combats cancer. What vitamin C was to scurvy, vitamin B17 is to cancer. Okay, so with that being said, that's cancer. Now, it's like, Rabbi, well, why don't you utilize these fucking things? I can. I have. It's just, I don't know. I haven't gotten a lot of motivation to do it just because I'm focused on my fucking robots and stuff. But that doesn't mean I can't be doing it at the same time. Perhaps I will again. So what do? I just take 2 liter bottles. I'll take a 2 liter bottle and put it underneath my uh, arm here, and like I have gynomastia, which is like fat near my pecs, and it will just eat away that fat. It will just eat away at it. Um, and just in that area, it's not like it does your whole body. It literally does exactly where you put this. If you wonder, well, how did I figure this out? It was during the pandemic, and I was at work, and I was like running a lot, and I was having to. I wanted to lose weight fast.
When'd you get gyno?
When I was like 12. And
12?
yeah, I mean, yeah,
Oh,
just
great.
like
Hold on. Really?
when I started to probably go through puberty or so, I mean, I just put on weight. Um, and because of that, it's been a hard thing to get rid of. So I've talked to my plastic surgeon about it, how much it is for him to like suck it out. Um, and it's a little more than I would want to pay. So look, I'm not saying I'm doing it now, but I've always thought, well, in the future, I could just do cool sculpting and lose the weight very quickly. But even if I wanted to, I could be a very good guinea pig essentially for this. I can tell you it works. It works really, really well. The bad parts about it are you can get a little bit of frostbite. frostbite. Nothing too bad. That can cause nerve damage a bit. You can get frostbite.
It doesn't work.
Huh? You can get frostbite. You can get frostbite. Frostbite. You okay? No, I understand. Yeah, so you can get frostbite, but that's like the worst thing that's gonna happen to you. Anyway, look at the science behind cool sculpting.
In an earlier lecture as well. Another element that contributes to some of these changes is an economic one, or perhaps a technological one. This has to do with changes in the production of silk and with the invention of paper. Paper, the earliest examples of paper that we've seen are found in tombs from the Han Dynasty, and we know that the production of paper develops quite rapidly and becomes a relatively inexpensive writing surface. Silk remains a desirable writing surface, but it's more expensive, and so it isn't used as commonly as paper. But the changes in the cost of production of these surfaces for writing results in both written text and graphic art becoming easier to produce because it's cheaper to produce, and easier to own because it's cheaper to buy. So the economics of artistic expression and production are changed, as well as the sort of larger cultural context of sophistication and erudition fostered in dynasties.
Yeah, he fucks dogs.
The feeling, the sensibility, I suppose you might say, the aesthetic
I like dogs,
theory
but that motherfucker.
that underlies a lot of what goes on, that underlies not just poetry, although it's usually articulated in terms of poetry, but permeates graphic art as well, is one which says that the purpose of art, what the artist does, initially what the poet does, is to articulate his consciousness, his inner feelings, his inner state of being, that the artist should express, whether it's in a textual mode, in a poem, or in an essay, or in a visual mode, in his calligraphy, or in a painting. The artist should express his inferiority. But it's not just a one-directional thing. It isn't simply a matter of art for art's sake, of I've got to get this out. There's also a communicative aspect to this, and the idea is to communicate your moral value, communicate the ideals, the truths perhaps that you see, the moral qualities that you have within you, to communicate those to someone else, communicate those to an audience, whether it's to an individual reader or an individual viewer of a painting or a work of calligraphy, or more commonly to a broader audience. If we think about Wang Shizhi and his role as the sort of father of calligraphy, remember we talked earlier about the Orchid Pavilion gathering and the way in which gentlemen came together, wrote poems, collected the poems, and then Wang Shizhi wrote this preface, situating this as a particular event, talking about the circumstances, praising the poets, praising the social quality of the gathering, and setting up a sort of ideal model of the activities of literary gentlemen. Well, that kind of collective consciousness, that kind of shared cultural experience, is also embedded in painting and calligraphy. There's an intended audience out there. It isn't just a one-on-one, like writing a letter to someone, but there's an intended audience that's going to be there to receive the impressions of what it is that you have inside of you. Okay? In this sense, art is essentially, up through the Tang Dynasty, is essentially sort of didactic. It's essentially sort of almost illustrative or narrative. And when we look at particularly painting, we can see that if we start with Kaijiro as the first named artist, and we follow down through a whole series of other artists who emerge down through the Tang, mostly what we'll see is that their paintings are meant to illustrate other kinds of stories. A very famous example talked about in the Tang Dynasty at the time of the Anlushan Rebellion, when the emperor is forced to flee off to Sichuan, and his hapless consort, Yang Guifei, is strangled and left by the roadside. Well, paintings of that story, paintings of that image, become very popular and very famous in later times. But what's important in them is the story. Okay, they are narrative, they are illustrative, they are didactic in that sense, in that they are illustrating a tale, illustrating a sort of moral account. And this, in some ways, indicates the way in which painting is subordinate, I suppose you could say, to literary culture overall. That we've talked about the realm of Wen, literary cultural tradition, and painting down through the Tang is something which illustrates that literary cultural tradition. All right. Now, when we get to the Song Dynasty, we get to the later part of the 10th century and on into the 11th century. There are some very profound changes that take place in painting. And in particular, the painting of natural scenes, the painting of landscape, undergoes a great transformation and really moves to sort of the mainstream or the center stage of artistic expression.
Pardon me.
Now, this is, in some ways, this is an expression or a manifestation, an example of the same concern with Li, with the idea of natural patterns, natural principles that we talked about last time in terms of cosmological thinkers in the Northern Zone. Looking at the world around us not simply as a background, but as a focus in itself, looking at the world as a place from which we can derive an understanding of the natural order of things. Northern Song landscape painting begins to represent human life, human activity, not as the main focus, not as the narrative discourse which needs to be illustrated, but as just one element in a much larger natural order, and indeed often a rather peripheral and marginal presence in that natural order. A good example, a sort of very classic example of this, is a painting by the artist Fan Quan, a painting called Travelers in the Mountains, sometimes Travelers Among Streams and Mountains. The title varies from time to time. But it's a large, very large, hanging scroll painting. It's in a vertical format. It's larger, certainly larger than I am, and hanging on a wall. It conveys a tremendous sense of monumentality. And indeed, characteristic paintings, the landscape paintings of the Northern Song are referred to as monumental landscape paintings. What Fan Quan's painting shows is a massive rock face, massive cliff face. It's painted in such a way, the texture of the painting is such that the rock almost seems to bulge out of the surface of the painting. You just have this incredible sense of the power, the energy that's embodied in this mountainside that you're gazing at. The mountain forms the vast majority of the painting surface taken up with this. On one side, there's a waterfall, a stream running down the face of the mountain, and that sort of draws us visually down into a middle ground. And in this middle ground, there's a sort of vague, empty space, kind of sense of a misty zone that separates this massive rock outcropping in the back from a scene in the foreground. The scene in the foreground just occupies a narrow band along the bottom of the painted surface. The quality of representation in that narrow band is very different from what we see when we look at this mountain in the background. In the foreground, we have a scene which is much more detailed. Of course, it's closer, and there's a sense of perspective, a sense of the depth of the painted surface here that's in some ways very new, much more, in a sense, realistic than what we see in earlier Chinese painting. Pine trees, rocks, other kinds of bushes and shrubs are placed about in this foreground band at the bottom of the painting. And then there are two other elements that are present in this image in the front. One, at the very back, the back of the foreground, and mixed in with the tops of pine trees, you can see the roofs of several buildings. And you can tell from the architectural style that these are large buildings, and they're probably, for example, the roofs of a Buddhist monastery. Buddhist monasteries were frequently situated out in mountain settings, in remote locations where people could go and retreat from the world around them. So there's a sense here of the presence of these buildings in amongst the forest. And then right down at the very base of the painting, down in the lower right-hand corner, there are several small figures. And if you look closely at them, they are some pack mules and a few travelers walking along with them. These are the travelers amongst the mountains, travelers amongst streams and mountains. The whole painting is a monumental space, a huge expanse. These figures are a tiny little presence down in the corner, emerging out of the forest, following along on a little footpath. And you know,
what's going on, Tim?
Across, the space in front of us.
Listen, Seamus. Seamus, we're going to the top, baby. Absolutely. Hey, what color do you want your Lamborghini? Hell yeah. Put it on the board. Yes. We got a green Lamborghini going to Seamus. Excellent, dog. Are you retired yet? Are you retired yet, baby? Excellent. Well, I hope you're doing well. Beautiful. That's a good thing. Dog, this coin is going to the top. It is at an all-time high. This doesn't get any better than that. It's got a 22x while I've been on board. Did he? Dude, that's wild because I'm like all up in his shit. Hell yeah. Excellent. Well, when he buys, it's like the world's going to come full circle. Amazing. I love it. Excellent. Well, good seeing you, dog. Check in out whenever you have time.
You can see the natural pattern of the mountain, the trees, the waterfalls, the rising mist, the depth of the scene. All this is part of a natural order of things. If you will, it is an embodiment, a manifestation, a graphic representation of Li, of the natural pattern that we can observe in the world around us. And what it tells us is something about the place of human activity in that natural pattern. We can see human activity as present, as having a place. This is not a naturalism which excludes humanity, which says, that humans are somehow separate from the natural order. People are part of the natural order. And by understanding that natural order and the proper role of people within it, we can approach an understanding of a well-ordered society, a well-ordered world around us. Okay? Now, in the northern Sung this kind of monumental landscape painting becomes very, very widespread, very, very important. It's commissioned by all kinds of people, all kinds of emperors, officials, and others buy these paintings, commission these paintings, view these paintings. They become very much a part of the visual environment of the people like Ouyang Shou and Su Shi and the Chung brothers that we talked about in the last lecture. They're part of the cultural discourse that is emerging and shaping Chinese life in the course of the 11th century. They're not the only kinds of paintings that are around. It isn't that everybody drops everything else and just paints nothing but landscapes. You can sometimes get that impression in certain collections, but it's clearly not the case. Indeed, many kinds of painting that continue concerns that we've seen in earlier times can be found in the Song. Paintings of daily life at court, paintings of the court women, ironing silk is a very famous painting of that. Paintings of palace scenes. Another a sort of manifestation of the concern with nature, concern with the observation, the careful observation of natural patterns can be seen in what's called bird and flower painting, which, not surprisingly, are little depictions of birds and flowers. Those kinds of very carefully delineated, very precise observations also seem to be a manifestation of this concern with Li that we find to be growing more and more important in the northern Song. The southern Song dynasty sees the continuation of a concern with landscape. There are some very interesting changes that take place in southern Song painting. We get a little ahead of ourselves in terms of our political narrative here because one of the most significant things that we see in southern Song painting is a change in the way that landscape is represented. You still have the same visual elements of mountains in the background, a misty middle ground, and a more detailed foreground. But the mountains in the background during the southern Song are reduced in their representation. They're presented in a very, very minimalist way, sometimes just a tiny little part of a mountain sort of peering out amongst the clouds. And it is believed by some scholars that this is a reflection of a sense of loss felt by artists and others in the southern Song period. The southern Song is the second half of the Song dynasty, and it is after North China is lost to non-Chinese invaders. Taking up the story of those invasions in the next lecture. But there's a sense in these southern Song paintings that there's a psychological trauma expressed, that the loss of the North is manifested in these minimalist representations of the mountains. The mountains come to be symbolic of the lost lands of the North. It's not uniformly agreed upon, but it seems to me to be in some ways a reasonable interpretation of what goes on with landscape painting in the southern Song. Nonetheless, these images continue to situate human activity within this larger natural order, larger natural pattern. And I think that that's the basic message that gets communicated in Song landscape painting in general. These are, as I say, expressions of the increasing importance of the concept of Li, the importance of the concept of pattern that we've seen in intellectual discourse in the northern Song. And Li becomes one of the critical concepts in the emergence of what we call the learning of the way, or Dao Shui. Literally, Dao is the way, Shui is learning. So the learning of the way, which becomes a very, very important, indeed a dominant school of thought by the end of the Song. We'll examine the emergence of Dao Shui, the learning of the way, in the 12th century and the 13th century, particularly through the activities of a gentleman called Zhu Xi in a later lecture. But before we do that, before we turn to Zhu Xi and the emergence of Dao Shui, I will need to take some time and consider the invasions of North China, the existence on the northern frontier of regimes of non-Chinese first the Khitan and then the Jurchen, and the ways in which that shapes the experience of Song life, and particularly after the Jurchen invasion, the loss of China creates a separate alien realm that persists for over a century. We'll take up that story in the next lecture. We've been talking about the Song dynasty, which arose in China after the collapse of the Tang at the beginning of the 10th century, and then the 50-plus year period of disunity and chaos, the Five Dynasties period. Today, in this lecture, I'd like to drop back in time a little bit from the Song to the period at the end of the Tang, and turn our attention to the north, where non-Chinese peoples put together states that picked up some of the stepped into the political vacuum, picked up the slack after the collapse of the Tang, and created states which enter into the Chinese historical record as dynasties, but which were not part of main Chinese dynasties. These are alien states which controlled some portion of Chinese territory. We'll talk about two principal examples of this, the Liao dynasty and the Jin dynasty. These were not the only non-Chinese people, non-Chinese states that came into existence in the wake of the fall of the Tang, and indeed there were other non-Chinese peoples who had organized states, sometimes fairly extensive empires, outside the reach of Chinese political control. The Tibetans, for example, had created a fairly extensive empire in the 7th and 8th century up on the plateau to the west of China, and sometimes reaching into Chinese territory and challenging Chinese power, Tang power, along the western frontier. The Uyghurs, one of the Turkic peoples who had risen to prominence in Central Asia, particularly what is today the western part of China, Xinjiang province of China. The Uyghurs had spread an empire across the Tarim Basin, and encompassing some of the great trading cities along the Silk Road in the west. Mongol tribes were scattered out on the grasslands north and west of China. They did not at this time come together and form a particularly coherent political entity, but as we'll see in some later lectures, they were soon to surpass everyone else in terms of the size of the state which they were. That's a story for a little bit later. It's in the northeast that we have the two stories that we want to look at in this lecture, the two states that rise up and take control of parts of Chinese territory, constituting an ongoing challenge to order created by the Song dynasty. The first of these was the Liao dynasty, as I've mentioned, formed by a people called Tan, and the second is the Jin dynasty, formed by a people called the Jurchen. We'll take their stories one after the other in the way in which they succeeded one another historically. The Northeast, what the Chinese refer to as the Northeast, the area that Westerners in the modern period we tend to call Manchuria, named after the Manchu people who were very prominent there, as we'll see in later lectures, from the 16th and 17th centuries on, but much later than the time we're talking about now. The northeast part of China is an area very different from the Chinese heartland. It's not an area of extensive agriculture. It's not an area of lots of grain growing the way that China proper is. But it's also somewhat different from some of the other peripheral zones, some of the other marginal. Mongolia is a grassland. Xinjiang, Central Asia, is largely very arid. The Tibetan plateau is very, very high, very, very dry and mountainous. The Northeast, by contrast, is actually a fairly lush area, very well watered. There are mountains there, but they're not anywhere near as high as those in Tibet. Heavily forested, but interspersed there are very lush valleys. It's a wonderful area for hunting, for fishing. There were natural products, natural food products that could be gathered and harvested as well. So it was an area that was fairly easy to live in for semi-nomadic populations. And this is what the Khitan and the Jurchen people were. Hunters, gatherers, semi-nomadic peoples who had persisted on the northern edge of Chinese civilization for a very, very long time. In 907, when the Tang dynasty disappears, the last Tang emperor is done away with, as there's a sort of scramble for power taking place elsewhere, and as China collapses and fragments into this period of the Five Dynasties, a leader of Khitan people, a man called Abaoji, sees his power in that area, proclaims his power essentially in the area to the north and east of the Chinese frontier. And he sets up a state, a claim to government, which he calls a dynasty, an emulation of the Chinese model. Of course, the Khitan had been very familiar with the Tang. The Tang had exercised political control, either directly or sort of by extension, by proximity, over many of the Khitan people. So that the collapse of the Tang dynasty has a very direct impact on this area. It results in the disappearance of what had been an established political authority. And Abaoji steps in and says that he will replace that authority. He will take over and exercise power where the Tang, where the Chinese are no longer able to do so. And he spends the next 20 years basically conducting military campaigns to extend and consolidate his power and the power of the Khitan people. Now, what Abaoji does is fairly radical, because he makes a break with traditional Khitan modes of leadership, I suppose you could say. The Khitan as a tribal people, a semi-nomadic people living in the forests and valleys of the northeast, had not had a highly organized, highly centralized political system prior to this. The leadership amongst the Khitan people had largely been an aspect of tribal groups, elders, the more prominent warriors within particular family groups, clan groups, the best hunters would emerge as leaders. And from time to time, if there was a need to organize a military campaign or a great ceremonial activity or a great hunt, individuals would be selected as leaders for the particular tasks at hand. But when those tasks were accomplished, they would simply revert to being one of many prominent individuals within the tribal community. What Abaoji does is to emulate the Chinese model and set himself up as a single ruler, set himself up, in effect, as an emperor. His adoption of a dynastic title, call his regime the Liao dynasty, is a reflection of this change. And it wasn't one that was made easily. It wasn't one which the Khitan people immediately universally accepted. It took a lot of political maneuvering for Abaoji to consolidate his position. And the military campaigns that he conducted over the first 2 decades of his reign were part of it, because the spoils that he captured, the spoils that his armies were able to seize, he would distribute amongst his followers. This kind of largesse, this kind of granting out of favor by Abaoji served to cement the loyalty of his followers, helped to stabilize power that he had seized. Critical in this process was the ability of the Khitan to come into the very northern edge of China, an area of agricultural land just south of the ring of mountains that runs along the northern frontier of the North China Plain, and to seize a strip of land there, a strip of Chinese farmland, that comes to be called the 16 prefectures, that encompassed 16 little administrative districts that had been part of the Tang. The 16 prefectures are very different from the rest of the territory that the Liao dynasty controls. all the rest of Liao territory, mountains, forests, river valleys, and very lightly populated. The Khitan people are really very thinly distributed over most of their territory. The Chinese farming population of the 16th prefecture is very densely settled. The northern fringe of the North China Plain and the North China Plain in general is a very, very densely settled area. So that by controlling this thin strip of territory, even though it's not a big chunk of China, they brought a considerable amount of wealth under the control of the Liao state. The Chinese, the Song dynasty, when it arises after 960, wants to regain these territories. They don't like the idea of Chinese territory being controlled by an alien state, by a non-Chinese people. And so the Song dynasty, once it has consolidated power, once it has reunified the empire and stabilized itself, prepares to try to regain these territories in the north, try to regain the prefecture. And in the year 1004, and again in the year 1044, major military campaigns are launched attacking Khitan and trying to seize these Chinese farmlands that are controlled by the Liao. But both of these campaigns are unsuccessful. The Chinese are not able to dislodge Khitan from the 16th prefecture. And this results in some very humiliating moments for the Song dynasty. Both in 1004 and in 1044, after the military campaigns are over, after the Chinese forces have proven unsuccessful, the Song is forced to sign treaties with the Liao. And these treaties, first of all, it's quite a departure for the Chinese state to have to sign an agreement with another power in the first place. China has traditionally thought of itself and been perceived in the area as the great power, and other states tended to position themselves in sort of subordinate roles. Now, the Khitan have defeated the Chinese militarily once and then again. So it's unusual for the Song to be in a position where they have to enter into these kinds of negotiations. And what they wind up agreeing to in the is to pay annual subsidies to the Khitan rulers, to the emperors of the Liao dynasty. They send off large quantities of silver and large quantities of cloth, mostly silk, but also some cotton cloth and things like that. These annual subsidies that are established in the first treaty in 1004 are doubled under the Treaty of 1044, when the Chinese Second War with after 1044, Chinese decide that military reconquest of these areas is not a cost-effective undertaking. They're not going to be successful in this, and they don't launch any more campaigns against to try to regain these territories. For the Khitan, the Chinese subsidies are a significant source of income. They're a significant humiliation for the Chinese. They're not really that much of an economic drain. The amount of silver, the amount of silk that's being shipped off to the north doesn't really put much of a dent in the Chinese treasury. But it is psychologically a very humiliating experience for China to have to accept this kind of situation. Well, the Khitan state, the Liao dynasty, evolves as time goes by in ways which, in some ways, are a little familiar to us already. We may think back to the period when the Turkic peoples had come into northwest China and established the northern dynasties, states like the Wei dynasty of the Toba Turks. And we talked about the process of cultural accommodation that took place with this conquest elite and the much larger Chinese population. We don't have exactly that situation in terms of the Khitan state because they retain their homeland. They haven't migrated into China. They've simply acquired a portion of Chinese territory. But the Chinese population of the Liao state as a whole is about 70% of the total population. The 16 prefectures are so densely populated that even though they're a small portion of the territory, population-wise, they are very, very significant. So the Khitan developed what we call a system of dual administration, which is to say that in the 16 prefectures and territories with a Chinese population, they use Chinese administrative techniques. They use the Chinese bureaucratic system that was already in place to continue to administer those territories. It's very effective for the purposes that they desire, which is extract wealth, extract taxation from these lands. It keeps the population in control in a way that they're comfortable with, that they're familiar with. So they perpetuate the use of Chinese administration there. In the rest of their territory, they retain traditional Khitan ways, at least most of the time. As time goes by, there is a process by which the Liao court, the Liao emperors, the officials who staff the imperial court, are drawn more and more sort of into the Chinese orbit. They become themselves more bureaucratized. They become they get used to living a Chinese lifestyle, a lifestyle of luxury. And so as time goes by, there's a sort of alienation that's between the Khitan emperor and the traditional tribal custom ways. And that results in tensions and frustrations and Khitan people. Also, the emperors, the Khitan emperors, the Liao emperors, reward their followers often by granting them bits of land, mostly from the 16 prefectures, sources of wealth that they can give to their followers, but in a pattern that, again, we've seen similar instances before. When they grant these lands, they're often tax exempt, and that diminishes the revenue coming to the state and leads to various problems of state finance. Subsidies coming in from China are very helpful, but they're not sufficient to offset some of these revenue requirements. The biggest problem is that eventually China begin to have problems paying their military forces, paying their armies. And unfortunately for them, this comes about right at the time when unrest is beginning to spread amongst the Chinese population, and rebellions, insurrections begin to take place against Khitan rule. It's also at this time, which is late in the 11th century and around the beginning of the 12th century, that the Chinese come up with an alternative strategy to try to solve their Khitan problem. And that it sort of begins to dovetail with the internal problems that the Khitan are developing at this same time. Now, what the Chinese come up with is the idea that they should find another non-Chinese people who could challenge the and could, in a sense, open up a rear front, rear front, that's not a good phrase, open up a second front of confrontation with the Chinese, with the Khitan, that would divert them, that would weaken them in their control of their territory and of the 16 prefectures. And the people that they turn to are the Jurchen. The Jurchen are another semi-nomadic hunting and gathering people living further north than the Khitan, but in the same general region, same mountains and valleys of what's now northeastern China. And some of the Jurchen had been incorporated within the Liao state. Some of the Jurchen remained outside the control of the Liao state. Those Jurchen who were controlled by the Liao are called cooked Jurchen, because they've been sort of cooked and civilized. The ones outside the control of the Liao state are called the raw Jurchen. They remain raw and independent. And the Chinese turned mostly to the raw Jurchen and tried to incite them to be problematic, to cause difficulty for the Khitan. And they're successful at this strategy. They send up gifts, they send up weapons, they send up advisors to help the Jurchen to organize themselves and to challenge Khitan power. In particular, they hook up with a Jurchen leader, a man named Aguda, who has his own grievances with the the Liao state, and they encouraged him in his defiance of the Khitan emperor. In the 1120s, the Jurchen launched military campaigns against the Khitan, and the Khitan by this time have their internal problems have developed to the point where their armies are disaffected. They haven't been paid as regularly as they should. They've been weakened by dealing with peasant insurrection in 16 prefectures. And the Chinese at this time cut off their payments of subsidies to further weaken the Liao state. So the Jurchen are able, in several years of military campaigning, to invade and destroy the Liao dynasty. And they basically sweep it away by the mid-1120s. But at this point, as sometimes happens in history, the Chinese have a rather rude awakening, because what happens is that the Jurchen, having gotten their military machine organized and running, and having successfully destroyed the Liao state, don't simply then stop at the Chinese frontier and say, thank you very much, we'll stay right here, but instead sweep down into North China. And in the latter part of the 1120s, they seized much of northern China, the North China Plain. They capture around 1126, 1127, the northern Song capital at Kaifeng. And indeed, the capture of Kaifeng becomes an even greater humiliation for the Song than the subsidies that they have been forced to pay to the Khitan, because when the Jurchen capture Kaifeng, they capture the Chinese emperor. They capture the emperor. They even capture the emperor's mother, which in Confucian society is a very, very bad thing. It's bad enough to have the emperor caught, but to have his mother seized as well is really inappropriate. The emperor and members of the imperial family are carried off into captivity by the Jurchen, back up into the north, and live out their lives there. They're never ransomed. They're never returned to the Chinese side. Another younger member of the imperial family emerges and is put on the throne. The court flees to the south. There's a period of several years where, in effect, the Jurchen armies kind of chase the Chinese court from one place to another. Eventually, the court actually flees to some offshore islands for a short while. Finally, the forces are able to regroup, mobilize new resources, particularly further south, and start to reassert some pressure, push the Jurchen back. But they're unable to drive them out of North China. By the early 1130s, a line of control, a line of demarcation emerges about midway between the Yellow River in the north and the Yangtze River in the south. And north of that line is controlled by the Jurchen. South of that line remains in the hands of the Chinese dynasty. And that results in, in Chinese side, we enter into the period that we call the Southern Song. The second half of the Song dynasty. A new capital is established. Kaifeng is now in the hands of the Jurchen. So the Chinese establish a new capital at a city called Hangzhou, which is down in dynastic rule. And they call their dynasty the Jin dynasty. Jin in Chinese means gold, and it's part of the clan identity of the dominant group within the Jurchen people, the Golden Clan. So the Jin dynasty is set up by the Jurchen, and it too develops a system like that of the Liao dynasty, of what we might call dual administration, because again, the Jurchen have an extensive homeland beyond the realm of Chinese settlement, but they now control vastly more of China than the Khitan ever had done. And indeed, the Jurchen are vastly outnumbered by the Chinese. It's not a matter of 70%. It's well over 90%. And indeed, the Jurchen, there are perhaps a million of them altogether. And in North China, the overall population is perhaps 60 million or more of Chinese. So the Jurchen are much more, as the Turks had been earlier, a thin layer on top of a vast society. So they retain a system of dual administration to control their homeland and to administer their Chinese territories using the two distinctive systems. But for the Jin dynasty, there's a much more rapid process of accommodation and transformation that takes place. And the Jin dynasty, within just a generation or two, really becomes a Chinese state. Indeed, many of the Jurchen people move from the forests of the north into China and adopt Chinese lifestyle. Many of them settle down and acquire land and become, if not farmers, landowners, state proprietors. And the Jurchen dimension of the Jin state diminishes considerably. It doesn't disappear entirely, but it does become much less significant than the Khitan element had been in the Liao state. The Jin dynasty, as a essentially Chinese state, has some interesting characteristics. It retains a lot of the features that had been in place during the Northern Song. A lot of the intellectual debates that we talked about back in the 11th century, Northern Song, particularly the concerns of the statecraft thinkers and the literary gentlemen, the Wenmen, continue to be the mainstream of intellectual culture in the Jin period. And as we'll see another lecture in Southern Song, in South China, rather different ideas become more significant and more dominant. But in the north, there's a great deal of continuity, actually, between the Northern Song and the Jin period, not only in terms of philosophy, intellectual culture, but artistically, in terms of poetry, other kinds of expression. Also, the north, since the core of the Jin state is its control of the North China Plain, this vast agricultural resource, the economic system of the North remains very traditional, remains very much the basic farming society that it had always been. The arrival, the presence of the Jurchen people doesn't have much impact on that. The Chinese don't adopt the nomadic ways of Jurchen, and indeed, as I've noted, many Jurchen migrate into China and adopt the agricultural lifestyle of the Chinese people. And this is in very great contrast to what's going on in southern, what's happening down south, where there are very significant economic changes taking place, which have an impact in society and culture in other ways as well. Throughout the Southern Song, the ideal of the recovery of the North remains important. There is one significant effort very early during the period where the Jurchen armies are still sort of chasing their own court around, where a general tries to go north and tries to challenge the Jurchen closer to their heartland. But he's betrayed by political factionalism at the court and winds up being executed as a result of these factional conflicts. And after that, there's never really a serious effort made to recover the North. So there's a persistent sort of cognitive dissonance, a disconnect between the rhetoric, which is we must regain the North, and the reality of Southern political practice, which is to really make no serious efforts to do so. The control of the North by the Jin dynasty lasts over a century.
How you living,
the Jin established a very
glad that you're here.
How
are you?
The North China agriculture.
What's good? What's up, everyone? Dog, your fucking Vikings are unstoppable.
Oh, yeah, bro.
How do you like that, man?
Dude, I don't wanna.
I know I just fucked them, man. I fucked them hard.
You know the history, right?
Dog, absolutely.
The amount of champions.
They suck cock. They've never been in a Super Bowl. They haven't been in a Super Bowl in like They haven't won a Super Bowl, have they?
Never.
Yeah, exactly.
No, but they are the only NFL team that hasn't won a Super Bowl that has a positive overall win.
That's a fun,
They win
strange
like 54%
statistic.
of the time.
Wow, what a weird. That's amazing.
And they even have a better winning record than Tampa Bay and someone else. Title, better winning record. So, bro, yeah, so yeah, they were ranked number one last week. Ranked number one again going into their bye week, and we play the Rams 13 days from now. I just don't want to.
Oh, they're fucked. They're losing their next game.
It's awesome.
They're losing their next game for sure. But enjoy it while you got it.
Yeah. Like, my wife's a Packers fan, so talking shit.
Dude, and the thing is, I don't know anybody who expected Minnesota to be this good.
Yeah, no, people are saying we're gonna go like 3-4, 5-12, 8-9. You know, anything from 8-9 to like 14. Nobody thought Minnesota to power rank one.
Right. I don't know. Congratulations. And it's great.
Oh yeah.
You think
What
they
are you
can?
up to today?
We're listening to a lecture on history of China, 5,000 years history of China. Absolutely phenomenal. What else? We are setting up bots and going viral like we do every day. Cryptocurrency that sponsors me, it's up 22x. It's at 22 cents right now, and it was less than I spent when I first started myself again. So that's pretty tight.
So it's gone from 1 cent to 22 cents per coin.
Yeah.
That's nice though.
Totally.
Dude, alright. I'm definitely gonna have to buy some. Drop it $50.
Oh, dude, yeah. When we talked about this before, it was like
you never know. I get 500 coins. All this boom. $1,000 a piece.
Yeah.
Right?
Right. That's the goal.
But I haven't ate for 8 hours. I just got a boost of energy. Fucking go, dude. Like, I want to do shit. Like, I want to get active. Get active. Ain't no one getting active. I'm getting active. I'm back.
You.
Bob! Bob at 10:30. Bond, Kaiser. No, not 10:30, 3:30 I meant. No. No. Fucking go, bro. Yo, Rabbi. humans are meant to eat every day?
It depends when you're looking at when humans are. So, like, prehistorically, no. Perhaps once every 2 or 3 days. When you
They're not meant to eat every
no
day, right?
no your body's supposed to go through what's known as ketogenesis, which is what you're going and gazelle, deer, and eventually they would chase this stuff down until it was exhausted and basically throw rocks and spears and eventually kill it, and then they would eat it all. Prior to that, we would eat like perhaps anything we could forage. So basically, nuts and organic things, honey, berries, and fruits and vegetables.
So it's a constant movement, just eat something.
Absolutely.
Humans are not meant to.
That's correct. You can go. There's a thing to remember. It's you can go approximately something like this: 1 minute without breathing. No, 2 minutes without breathing. 2 days without water. 2 months without food.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So you can go a long time without food. And you can even go longer than that. I know a case of a guy who was like 300 and some odd pounds. Or no, he lost 300 pounds. A guy who didn't eat, I think it's the Guinness World Record, he didn't eat for like 400 straight days. He did take in vitamins.
He was just alive.
Yep. He didn't eat for like 412 days. And his body just ate off his own fat. You have to understand, like, if you were, I mean, only up until the most recent time we've been able to get carbohydrates to be able to get as fat as you want. Basically, food, not basically, this is science. Food is one of three things, basically. It's either carbohydrates, protein, or fat. Everything. Everything from Jolly Ranchers to Coca Cola to steak to fish. Everything is either protein, fat, or carbohydrate. So
What's
most
the best thing to intake?
pure protein,
Protein and fat, I assume.
yeah, both, and completely stay away from carbohydrates. In fact, your body didn't even really have much carbohydrate. Uh,
Now, what the fuck are people saying? They're like, oh, carbohydrates are good for you.
they're not. They don't know. They're told differently. If you've ever seen the movie, dude, you need to watch tonight. Just do it right now. I'll watch it with you. Idiocracy.
I'm down.
Yeah. I'll tell you what. If I get you the link, can you share the screen?
What'd you say?
If I get you the link to the movie, will you share your screen?
Yeah, I would.
Excellent. Just a moment. I'll get you the link.
What is it? What is it about?
It's a very important movie for you to see of what the future of humanity is going to be. Everybody is like stupid and fat, and
And it's an amazing movie. It's great. It's an iconic movie. The fact you have not seen it says signifies to me you are under the age of 27.
yeah, exactly.
Terry Crews. I can't remember the other dude's name.
Oh,
He's
is it
a big
like
actor.
the 2000 movie where everybody's fat? They're like dumb and shit. They
Well, you
fucking
see,
like,
yeah, Terry Crews is in it. They're watery.
and then they like ride around on mopeds.
Yeah. Security guys are all fat. Yep.
Video on it. Guy talking.
Anyway,
Thank you for coming
this
in.
little joke Rabbi.
And yeah, exactly. So I can't believe I just said this because it's not something that I would. Oh no, we have to watch it right now. Oh, tight. I think it's on Tubi. Just one moment. I'll find it on the website. All right. Send you the link. Now, if it doesn't work, we'll get another link. I can't believe we're gonna watch this right now. It's been a long time since I've seen it, but the reason why it triggered in my head is because you were like people say that carbohydrates are good, and you're gonna see in this movie they say it's got electrolytes, it's what plants crave, and it's just like they just make up something.
Yeah, like my fucking health teacher, like, don't think carbohydrates are bad for you. All of the food table, grains, carbohydrates, this, that. If you do exercise and maintain a good body weight while eating carbohydrates, nothing will happen.
Oh, dude, that's wrong. The food table was promoted by the major food companies, particularly the cereal companies and bread companies. That's why you see, at least the food pyramid that most people run. Now, if you look at the food table, it's been changed. However, all of that is bullshit. All you need is protein and a little bit of fat, and you can like run like that's what you need. You have to think of what we were going through as evolutionary beings. And what would we eat? We would eat meat from animals and the fat from the animals. So like if the three of us killed a woolly mammoth on the plains, we would eat the meat and then the mammary glands of that woolly mammoth would spoil and the milk would turn into cheese. We would eat the cheese.
You're right. You're
Let me go to a people moment. Hell yeah, man. Perfect.
what the fuck?
This movie was made 20 years ago.
Oh my god, we're just trying to get. Oh my god. Okay, that's fun. fucking my niggas were almost at here.
Wild movie, dude.
Well, it's funny. Oh my god. Okay. Butt fuckers.
Let's find out what happened.
What the fuck? So big, mom, know it's bad. Oh my god, Valley Girl, that's fucked. What is that noise turned off? ass. Like you sound like a fag and your shit's all retarded.
I watched it. That's a famous line. Welcome to how corporate people do. It's your food pyramid. Are you seeing this? You have to go back then. I'm a stickler, B. Did you see it?
Yeah.
What did I say? Brondo. It has what plants crave. You didn't see, but earlier, or maybe you did, but they had the food pyramid, and they just showed one company bought it on. Brondo. Plants crave. That's the future. Chinese merchant, can you hear me? Chinese merchant. Excellent, man. Hey, do you want to know the cure to cancer? You got it, dog. 100 years. Come on. Check out the link. This one isn't that long. Press every person.
What you say?
Check your inbox. This isn't that long, and you'll be able to impress every person. You'll be able to say people, and you'll know the science behind it. You'll be able to explain it as well as I do. Where you're like, there's a reason why you don't find cancer in the wild. There's a reason why when we go hunting, if somebody goes hunting, you kill an animal, no cancer is found. Only when they're given human food. There's a reason why native cultures don't develop any cancer at all. Why is that? You'll know all the answers.
Yeah. I'm gonna go.
You do you. We can watch it another time.
Yeah, I'm watching that. I'm gonna go.
You do what you need to do. Nothing.
I just fucking random dudes follow me. Alright, I'm gonna go.
Take
Yeah,
care, big
thank
dog.
you.
Absolutely. Welcome, welcome. What up, pimp? Welcome, welcome. Living the dream, dog. I am coming up with schemes to dominate the world. Did we just watch Idiocracy? You ever seen that movie? No, we're still watching that shit. We're still watching it. It's 35 hours. Or no, more than that. 35 parts. Like, an hour and a half each part. A 50-hour deal. Dude, it's fucking fascinating.
After
Yo, shout out to Ian, the man, the myth, the legend. Shout out to you. Happy birthday, Big Dog.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, wait, so I'm
Happy birthday! Are you slinging dick like it's going out of style? Yo, dog, are you slinging dick like it's going out of style?
yeah, man.
That's what I'm talking about.
What are the roads?
You asked, what are the rewards?
What up, Jen? What up, Chinese merchant?
There he is. Chinese merchant. How you living, fam?
Oh, man.
Alright, so, Ian, what do you know about me?
Yeah.
Are you... Alright, you ready? You ready for my spiel?
Yeah.
Here we go. Welcome, welcome, motherfucker. I am Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24/7, 365 for world peace. We've been streaming, going back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Some of the things that we discuss on this stream that aren't normally discussed in society are things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, dark energy, dark matter. We talk about de-extinction, where we bring back animals that were previously extinct. This has already been completed in 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex. Fast forward to 2021, a company called Colossal Bioscientific has started. They had on their plans for 2028 to bring back the woolly mammoth that's on their website. Additionally, following the woolly mammoth and reintroducing it using an African female hybrid elephant, they want to reintroduce it calves into the Arctic Circle by 2020. Following that project, they want to then take on the Tasmanian tiger. Following that, they want to take on the dodo bird. This is something that perhaps may be the company to beat Jurassic Park. That's very exciting. That's just the extinction. We talk about life extension technology, things like the utilization of ambrosia therapy, using the blood of young people for other people. All right. So,
Is it a connection?
yeah.
I think it might be this connection. But you started we're talking about a company. We're just thinking of after I want to be
Okay, everybody shut the fuck up and let me continue. Let me see if it, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Excellent. I don't mean to be rude. Apologies. I want you to be able to hear me. All right. So, I hear it. I hear this. I hear it. Yeah. Okay, I'm listening to myself, so I understand I'm not always going to have the clearest connection. If anything, I can restart the computer. That's about it. I can hear me. So if it breaks up a little bit, you gotta roll with the punches. I'm live on 28 different devices, and if one of them gets a little bit delayed, I understand. Okay, so we talk about things like ambrosia therapy, where we utilize the blood of young people for older people. We talk about stem cells. We talk about human growth hormone. We talk about things like platelets. We talk about cold shock therapy. We talk about nootropics. We talk about things like life extension technology into mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain into a computer for later download as an avatar, an android, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, whatever you want to be. Essentially, what I'm talking about is a digital immortality. Kian, has anybody told you that they don't think that you're going to die? Apologies. Has anyone ever told you that they don't think you are going to die?
Yes.
Who told you that?
I'll tell you why. It's something Russian.
Okay. What did the
Now,
Russians
you
say?
don't know what I'm talking about. There's a movement. It came out before the revolution. Something I going to be talking about anyway on my own thing. I haven't been told lesbianism, but cosmism. Russian cosmism. Yeah, before it was very popular before the Communist Party kind of respected everybody. That was internal reflection and cosmism. All about immortality. Exactly. I'd like to talk about you. Confirming that from before. Yeah, I like cosmism. Well,
Agreed. Well, then I'm the second person to be able to tell you this. I don't think you're going to die. You're going to utilize life extension technology, mind uploading technology to do whatever you want.
Really play everything. But yeah, maybe so. Bloodborne. Elden Ring. I haven't had time to play the DLC. I used Bloodborne, Dark Souls 3, heroin. Yeah, fun.
Ian, it's your birthday?
Yep.
Happy birthday, man. No, they say it's your birthday. Well, happy birthday, big dog.
up. I need to. I'm a fucking cigarette and myself off a little bit. I'll jump back on.
Absolutely.
Your introduction and legend.
The beautiful thing about this is I'm always on. So you go do your thing. I'm the mothership. You go and you go help other people and live your life and do whatever you want. And then when you're bored, come back to the mothership.
What's fucking chat? It's impressive.
Oh, thank you.
It's really impressive.
I appreciate it. If you look in the chat, it has like a little blurb on Chat GPT on just about every channel. So you can go in there and find out like more about like what Chat GPT thinks are the 100 best rappers of all time, the 100 best rock and roll people, the 100 best movies, the 100 best comedy, all that shit. So feel free to take a look around, take suggestions, and I really appreciate your high praise. Dog, you haven't seen my blog. You have to see my blog. Before you go, I know you're going to have a cigarette, but please go to RabbiRothschild.blogspot.com. And there's only one entry, but it's all my Chat GPT inquiries, and it'll tell you like 100 different ways to travel faster than the speed of light, and 100 different aspects of the Men in Black cards. So like Men in Black people who like visit people when they've seen aliens and shit. I have 100 different ways to extend your life, 100 different ways to perhaps use telepathy or telekinesis. It's just, I asked ChatGPT all the biggest questions in the world. So take a look. It's really interesting. Jen hasn't. In that list, it gives 100 different ways to give a woman an orgasm. 100. It gives a woman. Sure.
You know, naturally about peptides, right? Russian,
Go ahead.
Russian medical. I'll show you some.
Please do.
It's legal for research purposes.
Okay.
Okay, what I'm going to show you. I'll be right back.
Sure.
I'll be right back. Then I'll come back probably. Before Rabbi was he was what's it? Fucking. I'll be right back.
Sure.
Caspian, like me, you have issues with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, right? I forgot about it because I need to wake up. Now this is absolutely 100% legal. Yeah, I'm in America. There's shit everywhere. Let me get the actual. Lightning God, kratom. No, this is a neural. It's really common because it's a medication in Russia, and it's supposed so low. Heroin dosage. It's N-phenylacetyl L-propylene ethyl ester. I mean,
Hold on a second. Hold on. One thing at a time. N-phenyl what? Just repeat it. Repeat it. Just repeat it. N-phenyl what? Okay, prolo.
Is there a text thing I can say?
No, you're good. Okay.
No, it's got. I'd like to. That's like the next. I'm gonna direct Rabbi.
Sure.
Not a drug, but you can read that out. I'm severely dyslexic, so.
That's okay. Just send it to the account that just joined, the one that has my.
Okay. I sent it to Rabbi message.
Okay, well, don't send it to any of them. Send it to the direct message that I just sent. Or that I just. That's waving in front of you.
Okay, I'm not very fucking confused.
Dog, you have eyes. Do you see a rabbi waving to you right in front of the camera? Excellent. Send it to that one. Excellent. Let me know when you send it.
Okay. Wait.
Uh-oh, I gotta come back. That's okay. It's the one with my hand in front of it where I'm waving. Hold it down. Oh, I don't think you know how to do it. Go to my, do you see my face where I'm waving? Hold down and press send message. Hold down on my square. And then a little thing profile comes up. Oh, okay, well then maybe you sent it to the right one. Just one more. I got it. It's super long. I got it. Excellent. Let's find out everything we can about it. Right now, we're going to become fucking experts in this. And then when we know everything about it, we're going to name it after you. It's going to be called whatever, the Kian chemical. Here we go. Tell me everything that you know about this.
So a lot of supplements, right? A lot of nootropic supplements. Under, I don't want to give out fucking,
Dude, fine.
I don't
Whatever.
want to give the
Keynes
name
chemical
that's
is a chemical compound that
brand.
belongs to a class of peptides. It is a derivative of proline and glycine and a bentylonyl group attached. Here are some key points about its structure. The compound consists of proline and glycine. Potential uses. It may have applications in pharmaceuticals, particularly in neuropharmacology, due to the potential effects of proline derivatives on neuropeptide signaling. Okay, so let's find out about this. What are 100 facts about
Those things
and
milligrams, most like 30 milligrams a day. So you need to be drug dealer or have a nice little, not very accurate, but food dosing heroin. About 10 milligrams.
so it seems to have neuroprotective properties. Some studies suggest that proline derivatives may help protect neurons from damage, cognitive enhancement, mechanisms of action, anxiolytic effects. Research indicates that related compounds may have anti-anxiety properties, which could affect stress and anxiety levels. Yeah, it seems pretty cool. Creatine isn't.
So that people who morning actually especially college, then we've got a better grade overall and I felt I was like, Nelson, those are the idea. A little bit of, small anxiety, not knowing now on the clock, but that school time anxiety. I look at that. This shit. I've completely forgotten about it. Very from a pharmaceutical company. I don't want to. I'm live, right, on a stream.
On 100.
Like
100.
how many?
Over 100.
Okay.
Like 300.
All right. Let's see. I mean, I looked when I got was completely unscheduled. If it has become scheduled, I got this from an actual pharmaceutical company. It's not illegal.
Doc, what do you think? We're fucking narcs? You're gonna look like a G in the future. Tell us what it is.
Yeah, don't sugarcoat it. Okay. Oh, this is fucking. Think of Adderall. Think of speed. It's like speed without the bullshit. I think I've seen it sells on Amazon in America. Yes, everywhere in America. Yeah, they sell it under. The thing is you're probably not going to get it. Okay, so the trade name that everybody puts it in supplements from bodybuilding stores mostly, they call it Nutet. However, you're gonna get like 50 other fucking. Now taking N-L purple glycine ester. I've got very bad ADHD. My medications work very well. I got this. I used to take this shit back in the day from Russia when I was getting other stuff from Russia because of connections I don't want to go into. It worked. It worked very well. You want to take a choline, acetylcholine, cytocholine, because like when you take amphetamine, the problem is it's going off your dopamine, norepinephrine, and epinephrine receptors wearing off. And now, if you go by body, well, you're fucking pumping these neurotransmitters cortex transporters. You're not refilling dopamine, etc., etc. So, bodybuilding logic, take that's why it's very useful. They do the body profit line. And so if you're going to take testosterone and dianabol, fucking trembolone, acid, cycle, you're going to not want to just take the trend by itself. You're going to want to throw order dianabol, whatever you're taking. You're going to want to throw in testosterone to keep your testosterone levels from crashing from the stronger anabolic. So the only downside of this nootropic I found in the past, I haven't taken it for a very long time, is it can give mild headaches, drains choline. So you get a cytocholine supplement. There's no side effects are dose and it's very gentle feeding and it's not very bioavailable. You have to dose it very low. People want it too, apparently. I haven't tried that.
Do it.
I guess
I mean, now's the perfect fucking time to do it. Why don't you be a little guinea pig for us? Dog, why not? This is science, baby. Yeah, dude, I hear it really burns if you keep your tampon in.
The thing is, I know it's already a little bit fucked up from back in the day. I had problems.
Dog, I am about solutions, not excuses. If you don't want to start it, we understand.
No. I'm complaining about being tired. Nikki was. This is not very good. I need. This is probably more like milligrams, like going by. This food leveled off. Got the shoot. All right. I haven't had any acid choline in great. The meat, my brother. What? Just buy cytocholine. I've got a cytocholine supplement. What? I think how acidic it is. Stuff tastes like cloves. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh no! I got him. Another guy.
Dude, quit being a bitch. Get that shit in your nasal cavity. Dog.
In Russia, they mainline this.
Dog, I could literally get the word insufflation tattooed on me in the amount of time it's taking to start this. Bump it, baby. Oh yeah, there you go.
I'm now, and I need a coffee. Right now, I don't need a cigarette or coffee as horrendous badly. I can attention to that. That's on the but you're protected. I have epilepsy, so I'm on barbiturates, right? And benzodiazepine. Now this shit actually, because you can get dementia and other issues from long benzodiazepine and barbiturate prescription. And so this stuff is actually protected. So for someone like me who has epilepsy, and is on benzodiazepines and barbiturates for epilepsy, it also can help undo traumatic injury and other things. It is. Lion's Mane Mushroom Supplement. Lion's Mane Mushroom Supplement. Another one that I would recommend. I would recommend the Lion's Mane. But so well, it's actually pain.
That's very interesting.
But this one goes straight to the source. This, like, rather than the extraction, but from this is a pure pharmaceutical isolated
Dog, I want you to put this shit in a needle and stick it right in your dick right now. I need to know what happens.
No, it's not cocaine.
You don't know. You don't know. You literally could have the thing to make your dick bigger and you don't even know it. For science, dog, I got a point. I'm not saying that you have to, like, shove it up your urethra. Just put it in a syringe and let it go, baby. Dog, watch, that's the secret. You grow 4 inches in a night. You wake up tomorrow and you're just hanging off the bed. Exactly. You'll know if the water is cold and if it's deep.
I'll be back. I'll have that. Rabbi, thank you. I did that for scientific purposes.
You advanced science, man. Absolutely. And you did it on your birthday. Can you peek any more? Good on you. Enjoy your cigarette, dog. I hear you, Keen chemical. Keen chemical. You got your own chemical. Motherfucker's been here 45 minutes. He's got his own chemical. Hell yeah, man.
I'll be back.
Enjoy yourself, big dog.
Chinese historians, both at the time and since, about why they were launched, and then, of course, about why they were stopped. Some people argue that they were launched because he wanted to find his nephew when he occupied Nanjing in 1402 and the imperial palace was burned. The body of the Jin emperor was never located, and there were rumors that he escaped, was living in Southeast Asia, and might return to claim the throne someday. So some people speculate that the voyages were launched to seek him out. It seems rather it had been under Qi, and China was moving into a new era of internal expansion and development. We'll pick up the story of the Middle Ming and the growth of the economy and elaboration of social and cultural life in the next lecture. The Ming Dynasty, which had been founded in chaos and rebellion in the latter part of the 14th century, had gone through fairly tumultuous times, reigns of the first emperors, stabilized it by the middle of the 15th. Indeed, Ming then embarks upon a prolonged period of peace and prosperity, domestic economic expansion, which makes it one of the golden ages of Chinese history, period today is looked back upon by many Chinese as one of the finer eras of the past. After the reign of Yongle Emperor Zhu the dynamism of the monarchy seems to fade a bit. Great strengths, charisma of founding emperor and Zhu himself give way to a succession of emperors, several of whom are fairly nondescript. There are some good emperors later on in the Ming, but in the immediate wake of Zhu passing in 1424, there are several emperors who don't contribute much to leadership. He was immediately succeeded by his son, Zhu, who reigned for less than a year, 1425. The next emperor, Zhu Danji, held the throne from 1426 to 1435, but didn't prove to be a very dynamic ruler. And he then is succeeded by Zhu Qijian, who was only 8 years old when he comes to the throne in 1455. In this period, in the wake of disappearance of strong leadership on the part of the emperor, not surprising, it is the Grand Secretariat which emerges as the principal political force in China, kind of central office of government. And indeed, during this period, there are three remarkable individuals who served in the Grand Secretariat, who came to be themselves the leading political figures of their time. There were other Grand Secretaries during this period. These aren't the only three individuals in the Grand Secretariat, but they stand out, in part, I suppose, because they all shared the same surname. They were all named Yang, and the Chinese refer to them collectively as the three Yangs, San Yang. Yang Chuqi was, in addition to being a Grand Secretary and one of the leading political figures of the day, was one of the most prominent literary authorities of his time as well. He sort of dominates the writing at this time. The other two, Yang Rong and Yang Pu, were Grand Secretaries who had come into office under Zhu Di, and they continued, along with Yang Chuqi, to guide the affairs of the state for a decade and a half after Zhu Di's death. Through the rest of the 1420s, the 1430s, and the early 1440s, these three men and the other leaders of the Grand Secretariat were the most powerful figures, powerful official in the Chinese state. However, during this period, another source of power, another group of power holders, in a sense, comes to prominence and begins to give to the Ming dynasty, to the Ming state, a somewhat unusual quality. These were eunuchs. Now, eunuchs had been part of the palace scene as long as parlay their position, their special access to the imperial family, into exceptional power. And both of those dynasties, in their final stages, had seen great conflicts, purges of eunuchs, massacres. In the Ming Dynasty, this process gets off to a rather different start and takes on a much greater dimension than in previous instances. Zhu Yuandang, the founding emperor, had excluded, he had known enough of history and the precedents of the past, that he put up a proclamation saying that eunuchs were not to be allowed access to government documents. They were not allowed, in fact, to be taught to read, and anyone who violated this would be subject to severe punishment. But Zhu Di, when he was conspiring and preparing to seize power, had used eunuchs from his princely palace as emissaries and as secret agents as he prepared to launch his attack on his nephew at Nanjing. Even after seizing the throne, Zhu Di continued to employ eunuchs as his personal agents, perhaps carrying on to some extent his father's mistrust of the literati, even while building up the power of the Grand Secretariat. Zhu Di wanted to have individuals in his employ who were completely dependent upon him. The literati, of course, had their own power base. They were landowners for the most part. They had the examination system. They had a sort of separate identity, which kept them more or less autonomous within the political system. They were dependent upon the emperor. They were appointed by the emperor, and yet they were not completely the emperor's creatures. The eunuchs, on the other hand, were entirely dependent upon their imperial master. Zhu Di gave eunuchs not only sorts of secret missions, but allowed them to become involved in the handling of documents, the transmission of information within the palace. And indeed, right at the end of his reign, he set the stage for the founding of what comes to be known as the Inner Palace School, felt to be unfilial. They hadn't maintained the bodies that they received from their parents. They certainly weren't going to be carrying on their ancestral lineage. And this was seen as very ritually bad by the Confucian officials. To overcome that, to sort of legitimize themselves in public eyes, many powerful eunuchs in the Ming became patrons of art, Buddhism, founded monasteries, things like that. Well, the state, the Ming state, by the middle of the 15th century, has kind of settled into a routine of governance, the literati, in their traditional role, certainly the role that they felt rightfully belonged to them, of running the imperial bureaucracy, maintaining the examination system, dominating the cultural life of the empire. Eunuchs, very powerful within the palace, but still functioning essentially in the interest of the monarchy, keeping the state going. While this goes on the political level, Ming society is embarking on a great age of expansion and development. And in part, this is facilitated by actions of the government itself. The Ming Dynasty possessed, from very early on, was one of Zhu Yuanzhang's priorities when he came to the throne, a very well-developed system of internal communication, particularly for government. Part of Zhu Yuanzhang's obsession with knowing everything that was going on was to have information flow to him from all over the empire as efficiently as possible. And accordingly, he had built up a system of communications, post roads, that extended all over the empire. There were postal stations every a few miles or so along these routes. Horses were maintained at the different stations. Lodgings were provided. Couriers, perhaps as long as 5 weeks to get to the very southern extremities of the empire. But that was actually fairly rapid in terms of standards of communication and transportation involved at that time. This system of official post roads, stations, communications became the core. Merchants were also allowed to utilize certain government facilities, particularly the transport barges on the Grand Canal. The Grand Canal was used to ship grain, which was grown in southeastern China, north to the imperial capital. Beijing at this time was such a large city, it was unable to meet its grain needs from the immediate countryside around it. So grain was shipped from the south to the north. When these barges traveled back south, or even on the northern journey, if they weren't full, they could be utilized by merchants to ship commercial goods. So there were a number of ways in which the official infrastructure of the Ming state contributed to and encouraged the growth of the domestic economy. We see in this period, from the beginning of the 15th century on through the 16th and beyond, a revival and indeed a further intensification of the process of regional economic specialization that we talked about back in Southern Song, where certain areas within China began to develop particular specialized kinds of production. The textile centers in the Jiangnan region, where cotton was grown and spun and woven, where silk was produced, the tea growing centers of Zhejiang and Hunan, the great imperial kiln at Jingdezhen in northern Jiangxi province returned to their very large scale operation. These kinds of centers of production meant that you had large population areas where they were producing things, growing things, manufacturing things, which were then traded out into a national market and indeed beyond China into an international market. But those areas of specialized production also became areas of consumption because families which had formerly been subsistence farmers or self-sufficient farmers now were producing, say, cotton for the market or tea for the market, but weren't producing their own food. So it became necessary to import food into these areas. And these exchanges, these long-distance exchanges, going often along the imperial routes of communication and transport, revived and intensified the commercialization growth of the Chinese commercial economy. That growth is reflected, the more complex kinds of economic operations that were attendant upon this kind of economic growth are reflected, for example, in the development of financial institutions, bills of trade, circulation of paper money, which had been experimented with back in Southern Zone, is tried again in the Ming Dynasty. Certain sort of proto-banking institutions begin to develop. Interestingly, particularly in Shanxi province in the northwest, where financial instruments, paper financial instruments, not government money, but private commercial paper, begins to circulate and begins to be used during the Ming. While domestic growth is in many ways enhanced and facilitated by government action, the international situation is a little bit more complex. The Ming government, particularly after 1435, after the end of the voyages of exploration that had been commanded by the eunuch Zheng He, the official view of the Ming state is rather negative on international trade. When the dynasty had first been established, one of Yuan Zhang's concerns had been for coastal security. There had been some resistance to the establishment of Ming rule on the southeast coast, and there's something called the Maritime Initiative, which is an effort to control trade, coastal trade, is put in place. And this remains a concern through much of the Ming dynasty. It's not so much an effort, a real effort to totally eliminate trade as to regulate it very, very carefully. There are times when trade is banned completely, but for the most part, the government simply tries to regulate it very carefully. But that's very problematic because the impulse to trade is very strong. And what happens is when the state is clamping down on trade, trade goes into private hands and indeed into outlaw hands. And one of the chronic security issues in the Ming Dynasty in the 15th and 16th century is piracy. People who are traveling on the sea and who are going from port to port and who are acquiring goods and acquiring wealth cannot do this legally, and so they wind up becoming pirates. And when they are resisted by a coastal authority, they wind up raiding instead of trading. And this becomes a chronic problem along the coast in Ming, particularly during certain periods. Nonetheless, there is official trade or official trade that continues throughout this
that you're
period.
here, baby.
And indeed, particularly with Japan, what gets established is what comes to be known as the tally trade, which isn't a trade in tallies, but it's the use of tallies of markers, which are sort of divided into half. So Japanese
Yo, dog.
merchant has
So
one.
we need a trip report. How you feeling?
Yeah. I wouldn't recommend it because it has a more narcotic effect.
Wait, so it's even better than you thought?
It's very much like amphetamine.
Oh, what are you saying that's bad?
Depends on how you want to use it.
Hey everybody, I found I found cocaine that you can get on Amazon. Hey.
Send it to me.
No, that's what you just said. That's essentially what you have.
It's not as good as both. It's, I can't compare it to hello? You get my order? Sorry. What is it? Chicken and broccoli? Like that? Alright, good. How much? $5?
Yo, dog, that's tight. Well, you did it for science. Shout out to Kane for being scientific, dog. And I'm just giving you shit, man. It seems like you really came up with something. That's fucking amazing. And the world is better because you are on this earth. Thank you. And you did on your birthday. That's amazing.
The world is better because of you, man.
Oh yeah, man. We've advanced science. Now when somebody's like, should I snort that? I'm gonna say, dude, I saw this dude in a Discord snort that, and he became my very good friend. And that was his birthday, and I'm gonna tell you what, he said that the effects weren't that great, but then when he told me what happened, it kind of sounded great. So maybe you should do more. And he had heroin spoon. My man had heroin spoon.
Scientific. Get around Australian. I don't smoke Australian cigarettes. They're from China. This is on Zero Caspian. We have Chinese merchant, Rabbi, Jin. Where are you from? Caspian want to invest getting some that has very amphetamine in it. I only get it from a pharmaceutical company. Once with the merchants, they give you chemical essentially. And most of them, because of the laws, it's not like, analogs of fentanyl. The research chemicals are mostly to do with life extension and forms of selective androgen receptor modulator. I went to Rothschild's back where I did so post about fucking alternative medicine. Because I'm already on amphetamine medication, I don't know if it's synergistic effect. Extra amphetamine more fucking over. I should I've been sort of frequently tested the trend calling that within that number one joke and that is all outward stuff. No, that's from trying to get rid of a lot of plenty from legend. He wants to be a champion. And
Pardon me? Word dog. I absolutely am. Hey, I'm gonna restart my computer.
Are you a Muslim Jew? No, I'm not. I used to be Muslim. Can you correct still on So I feel like I will like further on down the line though. I am 22, so I don't know. I don't know.
No.
Stop, sluts. Get me better. I still should be as good looking as ever. What's going on, Riser?
Always love
Dude, I restarted this fucking computer and it it I don't know if it's gonna be any better.
What is Mike Lowe? Volume. Rabbi's leg was fucked, but his audio.
No, it's not. Oh yeah, it is. Maybe. Who knows? Dude, lazy as fuck. Dog, I'm going 24/7, 365 from the pandemic. That fucking bitch on that fucking island with that fucking crown couldn't even outdo me. I'm the best. That bitch died.
Body language without trying to threaten me.
I'm telling you that that stupid bitch of a queen died. And I'm still going. My audio sucks cock. Dude, I can make it better. Yeah, I hear it. I hear it. I hear it sucks cock. I hear it. It sucks cock. I get it. Let me clear my cache. And I fucking hate doing that. That's the horse shittiest of the bullshit. Hey, dude. Hey, dude. I know. I know. I know. Just wait. It's gonna be sicker than fuck. Oh, I know. Did you know when you were like, hey, your audio's down? So here's what happens. Everybody tells me that my audio sucks, and then I'm like, okay, well, what do you want me to do? Fuck. I know. I got it.
I don't know if it's a connection or if it's like that I got the microphone with now when
Dog, shut the fuck up. I can hear myself in that one. That one will be fine. That one will be fine. Can you hear me here? Hey, assholes. Hey, assholes. He has me turned down there.
Let me try the other one.
He has me turned down there. He has me turned down there. Yo. 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 Yo, dog. Dude. Not yet. We'll have to figure this one out. Okay. So here we go.
It's his birthday. Gotta go. It's his birthday. Wait.
Yo, can you hear me? Yo, can you hear me? Okay. Just one moment. Now can you hear me? Can you hear me? I was just going to say the same to you. Apologies for my connection issues. It's been an absolute pleasure to meet you. We're done. Pleasure to meet you. Happy birthday, big dog.
You too, man. Birthday. I know, right? We're all sick.
Dude, I want to play. I logged out of my account and I have to create a new one. So, one moment. Yo, dog. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Would you like to play Mythical?
Yeah, I had a
Got it. Just
I don't know which like oh
I advise you if you're ever gonna like quote unquote mute me on one of them, just put me down to 10% because you never know when one of the cameras might go down and I might need it. So just put it down to 10%. I'll mute it. I'll do my best to mute it. But wow, that was fucking unbelievable. I can't believe I got my account back. It's crazy. Okay, here's
where
on Discord. Well, no, not anything exciting, but I cleared my cache and shit. All right, so let's. Does anyone else want to play?
wait you're getting like all the wind gone now and
No. That's in Play-Doh. Not Play-Doh. Discord. Hi. Okay, excellent. Well, let's wait for Ian.
I don't know what things back to phone calls.
Jin.
I don't know exactly.
Jin or Chinese merchant? Do you want to play?
No, not right now.
All right.
And then come right back. They got porn on here too.
Oh, hell yeah. Dude, come on and play with us. Add me as a friend. I'm at the rabbi. TheRabbi. Dude, you're gonna get so addicted. Jen, what's your name on here?
On what? I don't have Play-Doh.
Well then, make an account, dude. Let me know when you're done. Riser, are you ready? All right. All right, check this out. Jen, what's your name on? What do I add? What's your friend name on Play-Doh?
Honestly, I've never used it.
Okay.
It's updating right now.
Okay, so you got it, baby. You got it. That's perfect. Excellent. You're the man. Everyone's gonna love you. You're gonna be a nationwide sensation with these skills. I want everybody to know, whether you're listening to me now in 2024 or in the future, that my man Jin is about to change his life. Why? Because Jin's a gamer and Jin is a hardcore competitor. And this motherfucker is about to lock horns with Caspian Sea and Riser and Rabbi to create one of the most fantastic foursomes in the history of mankind. What do y'all think of that? Riser, what do you think of that?
I think as long as Jen doesn't take fucking hours to get the ball,
We have to explain.
Why is it fucking
Yo, dog. We talked Jin. Jin got it. So, Jin, what's your fucking make your screen name in this game. If you can, make it the same thing that it's in Discord. Doug, did you download the right thing? It's Plato. Plato. It's like a blue dye. Yo, dog. I don't think mine's ever made a sound. Oh, maybe it does. What is your ID? What is your ID?
Oh, wait.
Oh man, you might be worse than me. You're a competitor, dog. How'd your phone get locked? Dog, it's Play-Doh. It's a okay. That's not the end of the world. So here's what you want to do. You want to download an app called Play-Doh. I thought we were past this. You don't have to send me a screenshot of your shit. Download. Did you download Play-Doh? Plato. I don't think you downloaded the right thing. Did you? Doug, I've never had this game ever make a single sound. That's why I want to make sure you have the right game. It's never made a sound for me.
No, I was playing a Steam game, by the way.
All right.
Anyway,
All right.
yeah,
So what?
I've been at it already. already. That's what.
Okay,
I had to update.
dog, do you remember like 2 hours ago when I was like, hey, what's your Play-Doh username? That's when you should have told me.
Yeah. I mean, hey, I didn't know I had the fucking app. I went to the app.
That's okay. I got you.
Like, you know, I'm not a gamer. I got a.
Dog. You can take the mobile gamer out of the man, but you can never take the man out of the mobile gamer. You're gonna fucking be there. You're gonna be square. You're gonna know what's up. All I want is your username.
You're gonna get it right now.
Dog. Just say it. It's words. What is it? I can't see it. What is it?
I never even put the fucking name of my name. I'm trying to change my name. I can't. Flow New Y.
That's cool. That's cool.
Flow New Y62. That's the name for my Play-Doh.
FLOW? Dude, it's fine. It's fine. FLOW? Dog, how about you add me? I'm at the rabbi. Flow New.
Yeah, like I know how to take a look.
Flow New Y62.
Yeah, it was Flow Y.
It says friend invitation sent. FLOWNEW62. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
FL. Oh, you got it? Okay, cool. And then I'm gonna send you a game request or a game invitation. All right, here we go. We got them, boys. Oh wait. Oh, you're not trying.
I'm not playing that.
Okay. Okay. Wow. Are you sure? Dog, are you sure? Come on. Come on. Come on, play one round with us, please.
One round of what? Golf?
Yeah.
You said you're playing golf.
Yep. Just one moment and you're going to have the invitation. In 3, 2, 1, bingo. Dude. All right. So if you want to know how to do this, I saw this secret. If you bounce it like this, backwards, it. Oh, but I didn't do it 100% though. No, I only did it 98. So you have to do it 100. If you do it 98, that happens. Right. So let's explain to Jin. If you go in the black stuff, you have to start from the beginning. If you go in the water, you have to go from where you originally shot it. So the black stuff is tar. Oh, we have to explain how to shoot. So you pull back and.
That's the green thing. I'm actually reading.
Oh, okay, there you go. Oh, dude, perfect. Dude, he's an expert. He's an expert. That was a 10 out of 10 move.
I only said I didn't want to play right now because I wasn't going to take too
Actually.
much attention.
10 out of 10. Dog, you're in now. 10 out of 10 move. That was a 10 out of 10. I want everyone to know.
Yeah, after this game, I'm back.
All right, dog. 100%. If you hit it 100%, that's what happens. So, I think that's the secret. There you go. Giving him a little bit. Oh, what a good shot. Riser. 100% good shot. Jin, if you hit it against the wall at 100%, it will like roll perfectly onto the arrow. Not that way, Caspian. All right. Is it possible to make it? Is it possible? I think that's the best I could do.
I'm watching also, so if I don't hear anything, I'm watching that was a phenomenal start.
That's cool. Oh, good shot.
Like, that'll get me.
So I'll tell you exactly how. Well, now I don't know if it'll work. Okay. Oh,
Probably every hole.
no. No, actually, that's one of the hardest. That stunk.
Yeah, the Instagram, there's a pod girl and that I first,
Dog, you fucked me. That's not cool, man. Dude, what a shit shot. Dog, I was disappointed in everything. In the behavior of the players. No,
I might come last.
wrong way. Too hard. Dude, that's dog. You fucked me. That was a difficult putt. Jin,
Remember when we were saying,
Jin, he's new. He's new. He's new. Jin, go. Oh, way too hard. Nope. There, maybe too hard. There you go. Nice. Perfect, dude. You got 2 points right there. He's on the board in his second hole. All right, here we go. Losers go that way. It's actually probably the way to go. You can get fucked that way pretty badly. Like right now, Riser is in a bad. Caspian Sea, fuck him over. Dude, fuck him over. A bad shot. That wasn't a joke. That was just straight up. You were fucking serious. Jin, put the ball down. It's got. You have to put it down on the tee, on the little green, the dark green. Jin, put the ball down on the dark green. Jin, put the ball on the dark green. Even worse. He's worse. Riser, that was a good shot. He was in here earlier. Dude, we're at an all-time high with Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. Did you know this? Dude, what the hell happened to Jin? Really close, like 22 cents. Jin, what the fuck? Hit the ball. Did anyone else hear him say that? No, I understand. You're fortunate that I understand, bitch, because that's how you were playing. Right, I understand. I understand. You were able to show how good you are at this game, and if we were all to rate it on a scale from 0 to 10, with 0 being not very good and 10 being as good as we are, you would end up somewhere around a little bit. That's true. You have 2 points. I agree. Just take your fucking shots, go, do your thing. What the fuck was that? Do you think it's possible to make a hole in one here? Well, then do it. It is. Off that back tree. Off that back. Somebody would have to knock that ball out of the way, maybe. Ooh, that was a pretty good shot. Look at this sexy shot. Amazing shot. I think that's the best shot you basically can do. That was fucking phenomenal. Dude, we were just wondering where your ass was. Are you ready? We're playing, dog. Literally, within the last 10 minutes. We thought. No. Well, dude, how are you enjoying Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu?
What do you mean?
It's doing really well. That'll work. That's
SPX 1600.
that's the one that Ducky's in.
SPX 1600.
Dude, I streamed my life in that coin for like a month until Ducky asked me not to.
So Ducky's like a millionaire right now. Fucking.
Here's the hilarious thing: she didn't know anything about cryptocurrency, and she's like doing pretty well. This hot crypto girl we know.
And are you in SPX? Live streaming?
Yeah.
On the Twitter site?
In their Telegram.
Are we on the practice?
I don't believe so. I don't know what that is. Dude, Caspian Sea. Yeah. Yeah, Telegram, dude, not their Twitter. Cas- oh, that's a thought. Dude, we're dicks. We literally gave you the whole fucking thing. We were like, Caspian Sea, we're not gonna mess with you at all. We're gonna dick around. What do you mean? I thought you were gonna say 10 minutes. I was gonna.
And done. Yeah.
Waiting for players. Yo, did you not get an invitation? Go, big dog. Oh, that's the perfect shot.
Oh, that was a great shot.
That was really good.
The only thing about my was perfect is that
Gnome's not even.
like how could
That gnome shouldn't even come into play.
I could get it in and
I have a question. Well, it's like, I'm trying to think how to phrase it. Do you think it's worse to start in pink and then go on grass? Or to go on grass and then go into pink? Like, does it matter?
I don't know. I just text you. Oh, thanks. Sorry. Get it here.
Good job, gentlemen. That's what I expect out of you.
Why is Rabbi left it? Why is Rabbi?
That's a good question. I don't know. Because my ball went in before yours? Oh, dude, that was a really good shot.
Okay, sure.
Oh, really good.
Like, the thing,
Terrible shot. Oh, wow.
look how easy.
I'm gonna try to fuck Zoot over by going right in front of his goal. Like the only shot. Yeah, I think it did. Purple can definitely fuck you. Now it fucked you. Yellow.
Yellow can fuck it.
That's true.
Sorry.
Yellow is amazing. Riser. What an amazing shot. He's gonna hit me. That was a veteran shot, absolutely. Dog, how did I miss that shot? I'm not good at judging the pink stuff. I'm just good at eating it. Heyo. Riser, that was an amazing shot. Dude, it was amazing. This shot sucks, Riser.
That was Riser?
Let me go. Let me go. I'm gonna do a good one. I'm gonna do one of the best ones ever. That shot sucks. That shot sucks. It's 69, boys. I didn't even know there were percentages. I'm gonna need a caddy. I'm gonna need a caddy in like different distances.
Good shot. No way.
Blast it, big dog. Why would you do that? I thought you could get it in. You should have gone for it. Tree bank. Tree bank. What a beautiful shot. Bravo. Dude.
That was the greatest shot in time.
That was beautiful.
Alright. I'm gonna give I don't want to like always do what Elle says, but he had a really good idea. You know, like I should listen. Thank God. Yes, sir. Right. Am I winning? We're tied. The good news is everyone knows I suck at
Caspian Sea. What in the fuck are we waiting on? Hit this fucking ball.
That was a mediocre shot.
Pretty good. Dude, that's pretty good.
I mean, I think I'm gonna get bumped by any.
Dog, you guys. Wow.
So, that was a mediocre shot. Yeah. But here's the thing, you see that ball, right?
I didn't even hit the thing the way that you're supposed to hit it. I hit the ball. Terrible shot. Hit the ball. Caspian Sea, bump it off the pinwheel. Off the pinwheel. Yeah, probably. That's a good putt. For us. For us. You're gonna hit him. Oh, that was good.
That was media.
I don't know what to do.
The only thing about this show I made that he's actually helped me.
I didn't help him at all. Hit my ball. Hit my ball. Hit my ball, G. Oh, no way. You were...
Why did it take so long? Played my life. It's gonna be hard. I think I just made the worst shot of all time. I made the worst shot of all time because Caspian can play.
Oh, what a great shot. In his way. No, you can't. No, you can't. No way. You're fucked. Nope. Nope. You're fucked. You are fucked. I mean, fuck, dude. What the fuck was that?
I did get a tree bang. Alright, I made it. Yes, hit Caspian.
As you can tell, I just basically given up after he made that fucking shot. Ball still in the water. Water. Water bump him. Why would you do that? Why wouldn't you water bump him? Water bump him.
Why would I do that?
Water bump him. No, it would benefit. I know. Yep.
No. I didn't buy it. Yeah. If I got it.
How about you just make the fucking putt?
Yeah, like, I could have got an extra point.
Look at you three tied. I love this hole. Anything with the black, dog. This is a terrible shot. This is a terrible shot. I don't know why the fuck you would do that. That's a shot for, like, doofuses. Riser at least has a head. Black. I can just already say this is black. Well, you do better. Okay, Then I will, baby. Shit. Make it. Put his ass in that fucking dark shit right now. Dog, they're going after you. You're the perfect little block. Riser, hit him. What are you fucking doing? Dude, do you want a fucking T-square? Go!
Oh, yeah. Yes. I wasn't even trying to, I was literally not even trying to do that. What happened? No, fuck off. You know, you got so fucking much. You know, Rabbi's not okay with that. But not me. Oh my god.
Get him. Get him.
Head forward.
Oh, that was a good shot.
Oh, you missed that ball. Another one was further. I'm also going to further. Oh, knock it back. Oh, nothing. Let him know. Why did I do that? Let's see where he's going to go. He's going to talk about that. He's going to go to it. They can win this game. All of you go flying back. Well, he's going to try. He's going to try. No. He's going to too hard. He's going back. Knock his ball. This has the advantage by running. But you could run this button.
Why does it take people so long? Caspian, what in the fuck are you doing?
Oh, shit.